Are you winning, son? Come on, let me teach you one. Scoot on over in your chair and toss me back that plastic gun. Who is this HasanAbi? Talking tough, is this his hobby? Politics? And that's a shame. You're only here to watch him game? I think you took the bait and this is all in bad faith. Log off before it's too late. You should have stuck with Andrew Tate. This guy ain't a leftist, he's got money, he gets pussy. Look at him, he's really cooking. Wait a second, what's a cussy?
In the animated Pixar movie, Cars, if there are female cars and male cars, I'm gaining with T-Pain.
HasanAbi streams, subs with the prime, with the whole chat, once posting high. Most subversive, patriotic, sharp and vitriolic, absolutely brawling. It's 12 o'clock, I'm subscribed to bypass the ads. Top of the hour is approaching and I want none of that. Lashed out and fought the parasocials, only trying to help, but in the process realize I'm parasocial myself. We log in, then shout into the void, joining into the hymn of the oppressed. The powerless can't afford to disengage, a luxury that many don't possess. And I like to believe that we're all just part of a community. Yes, I like to believe that we're all just part of a community. Yes, I like to believe that we're all just part of a community. And I like to believe that we're all just part of a community. And I like to believe. Yes, I like to believe we're a community.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. It's 64 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday. That's right. It's Thirsty Thursday, folks. January 18th. Thursday, January 18th, 2024. And it's actually 12:40 p.m. and I am spectacularly late, and I apologize for that. But there's a good reason for it. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. Bro, being a Hassan Defender online is literally a part-time job. I'm struggling out here. Why do these people hate you so much? Welcome to being a leftist. That's right. You always have to defend your positions and your existence nonstop. And if you can't duke it out, if they can't find a way to argue your positions, they will find a person that you like. They will find a person that you like that argues those positions, and they will bastardize that person. Another channel is removed because of impersonation. Okay, I'm losing my mind. Good stuff. Good way to start the broadcast. Okay, folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. And let me tell you, there is a lot going on in the HasanAbi universe. Your skin is glowing. That is because I went to a spa. That's right. I had a little spa day for myself. For those of you who don't know, I had a little spa day for myself. The Aussies are at it again. What does that mean? Oh, nice. I mean, this is yeah, my manager got me like a gift for a spa, and I was supposed to get it before, like a while back, but I was not able to. I didn't have time. So this was the best time to do it, and that's what I did. You're never beating the champagne socialist accusations. Hell yeah, baby. I don't care. I love champagne. I actually don't like champagne at all, but let the champagne flow if that's what you want. The champagne must keep flowing. Well, I'll talk about all that in a second. Folks, yesterday I ended the broadcast and didn't really do much. Hung out with Targ a little bit, made myself some Miniman, and that's it. That's pretty much it. Watched a little bit of Breaking Bad. And then this morning, I took Kaya out on a nice little structured walk alongside Tarek. Miniman soğanlı soğansız mı? Ben soğansız da yapıyorum, soğanlı da yapıyorum. Took Kai out on a structured walk alongside Tarek. Tarek is like absolutely combating his, I think, real fears that he has of dogs, like big dogs, I think, one day at a time. I feel like Kaya is personally a perfect dog to do that with. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like I feel like she does a service. Wasso, thank you for the 10 get the subs. She does a great service to people, to many who are understandably afraid of dogs, especially if they had like bad experiences growing up or grew up without a dog in the household, right? And I think that wait, what? Dude, why did you get banned for sending a link? I don't know who just banned. Oh, Betelgeuse timed you out for 30 seconds for sending me a LeBron link. Sports guys are a little out of control in this broadcast right now. They think 17 minutes in, it's been like 5 minutes since I turned on the camera, and they're popping with like crazy LeBron stats. It's true. This is a wild LeBron stat, chatter. Also kind of crazy that you just are blasting in here with that. You're just coming in. It's like, imagine if you're at like a concert or something and you just like you burst through the doors and you go, guys, check this out. Banger tweet with like 40K likes. I absolutely body one of your haters. I think your interview has actually had a net positive impact. Not gonna lie. Yeah, we'll talk about all that in a second. I know there's a bunch of momentum on Twitter, but that doesn't really move the needle too much because we will be talking about the Yemen situation in a brief moment. But before I get to that, okay, yeah, I went to a spa, a Japanese spa, and it was really fire. My manager's a weeb too, and he knows I'm a weeb as well.
This is the current.
That's precisely the reason why he got me the weebiest shit you could. And it was great. I never get pampered and stuff. Like I never normally get pampered at all. But it was great. It was great. I got this lady messed me up though. Like I put like whenever I get a massage, I think it's been like 4 times now in my life that I've gotten a massage. I always do like PT style massage, like it's called like a sports massage, I guess, which is mostly just like rolling out your knots. And this lady laid into me. Okay? This lady laid into me. It was she had her knees on my back. Okay? It was kind of crazy. Deep tissue massage equals sports massage usually? Yeah. No, it was absolutely nutty. One thing that also happens, LMT here in the chat, knots aren't real, lol. Yeah, it's not like, not is it colloquial usage, okay? It's just, I'm tight. That's it. Oh my God, y'all don't know anything about massage. I'm tight. That's it. I'm tight. I'm tight. I'm tight. Okay? Listen, licensed massage therapist, I'm tight because I work out a lot. And even though I stretch, there are parts that I don't stretch. And like, if you get too tight, then unfortunately other parts of your body gives out sometimes. Okay. They get more frail. Anyway, so I did that. They gave me little treats after. This level of tight. Yes. That level of tight. I debated you guys by saying I went to Japan. Because I wasn't in Japan. I don't know why you guys think logistically it was possible for me to secretly fly to Japan. But yeah, overall, wow, Japan looks an awful lot like LA. Yeah, I'm in Japan right now. Yeah, I just hit the Konbini and I came back. Was it better than a Turkish barber? Of course, by you using your PJ. I know. The funny thing is, like, you joke about that, but people still think I fly around in private jets with great frequency. It's like not even a joke. Like in the minds of my haters, I'm taking flight. I'm like Taylor Swift. I'm going from city to city with a PJ. Anyway, you could have flown out overnight and be there by now. All right, whatever. Do you even fly first class? There is literally no difference between first class and business class. Okay? First class is the greatest, is the greatest 1,000,000% greatest grift of all time. Most flights don't even have it, I don't think. Like, I think they used to have it back in the day when I was much younger, and I suspected there was a difference. I don't know. But it's just like first class is just business. There is definitely a major jump off between business and economy. Like, Economy Plus gives you more leg room. Back in the day, it used to be free to just like sit on the emergency exit. Then they were like, let's make more money off that. And then they made that Economy Plus. Business between economy does, obviously not on domestic, but on international flights, have a major difference. And that's why there's a major price point difference as well. Business gives you lie flat. And that is, lie flat seats is obviously, it's a bed. It turns into a bed. However, the difference between first class and business class is marginal. It's not even significant. Unless you go on one of those like crazy, like one-off, I got a cabin to myself type flights, there's no difference. And those things are like $25,000 a flight or something. I will never be able to afford this. Don't never say never, friend. I mean, I've gotten lucky and been upgraded before in the past. Obviously now I pay for it, but yeah, Emiratis and Singapore first class are the only ones that are pure luxury. I think so. Yeah. You look slim with that shirt. You look like a giant twink. If your has to been losing weight is clearly working. Thank you for saying that. I rarely ever wear shirts that are form fitting. You got mentioned in Portuguese news. Oh hell yeah, I love that. Just to do Uber private jet shit. What's that? Wait, when you fly to Japan, how do you fly? I'm genuinely curious. I figured you splurged. It is a splurge. Yes, I fly business. You see liberals becoming more and more aggro to the left as overall productive and solidifying leftist solidarity. Seems as though a lot of the Hammer and Sickle Twitter accounts are viewing you with more an open mind in the wake of the pirate interview. Yeah, but my job is to convert. I don't care about the Hammer and Sickle people yelling at me or liking me. My job is to convert reactionary people. So I would much rather have liberals see me in a favorable way so they can like approach my commentary with charitability than 1,000 Hammer and Sickle Twitter accounts sing my praises. Let's be real. That's why I've never really cared too much about what they have to say. One, because the reality is they're kind of irrelevant in the American political sphere, but also just in general. And this includes myself as well. But beyond that, they're also not the people that I'm interested in changing the minds of. I put the Hammer and Sickle Twitter accounts in the same vein as like trans accounts on Twitter that yell at me from time to time. Like I don't need trans people to ride or die for me, right? My goal is to same with even like black Twitter too. Like I don't care if trans people or black people on Twitter are like shitting on me. My goal is to get transphobic people to no longer be transphobic. My goal is to get white people to no longer be anti-black. That's it. Does that make sense? Are you able to guess what will people get mad about? Because I wouldn't think the Yemeni guy would have been one of them. No, I knew that they would. Yeah. I've said this as well many times over, but I don't defend people because I want them to like me. I defend groups of individuals because it's the right thing to do. And I want what's best for them. That's it. But I knew that the interview with the Yemeni kid would be definitely controversial from psychos in general. To clarify, you would be bothered if black or trans Twitter had a good reason to be upset with you, just not the dumb stuff people get upset about now? Yes. But also, overall, I think I think people just kind of jump the gun when it comes to politics or when it comes to just like understanding where someone's coming from. We are very susceptible to memes. We're very susceptible to metas, myself included. I'm not above it, but but I do believe that even if I am at odds with like a subsect of like trans Twitter, for example, due to, I don't know, it always goes back to the Hogwarts conversation, right? Even if I am at odds with a part of trans Twitter due to like my opinion on protests and what kind of protests are more efficient or whatever, right? And they say I'm transphobic, like who cares? Like they might consider that to be a legitimate difference in opinion. I don't. Why do we need to appeal to Twitter? Genuine question. We don't. That's actually kind of what I was describing. That was my entire point. That's why I was talking about it. Elwig is jealous of you. Timestamped.
We did the event last year, Ludwig Tarek Invitational. Tarek stays in my place. We have a great time, jolly time. We chat about life, love, pursuit of happiness. This time comes around, I'm like, you need a place to stay? He's like, I'm at Hasan's.
You already asked me late. That's why.
Farther from
so far
the place
away.
too.
That's crazy.
I already made plans with Hasan. That's why.
That's crazy that he's trying to steal my man's, dude. That's insane. That's insane. Listen, brother, you're French. That's all I'm going to say. Okay.
You know what it is? Hasan's jealous. This is a war. You're a pawn in our game.
Actually, it's funny because you say that. What was it? I said something. Oh yeah, I said I worked out with Ludwig this morning. He's like, oh, you worked out with Ludwig.
Yeah. he's a jealous bitch. Because when C-Dog comes around, he does the same thing. C-Dog will say my place, and then he'll go to Connor. I'll be like, staying at Lud's, huh? Staying at Lud's, my place too. Good for you.
I like that he's doing the same thing. He's doing the same thing currently. Okay. That's crazy. You get the white guy, I get the Turkish guy. This is how it works.
And then Tarek comes around and he'll rub it in my face. Like, yeah, I got Tarek over.
They're always on our shit. I hate this. I hate this high level meta of who's hot and who's not. And
it's
who's
an arms race. You have to learn Turkish.
Yeah. Like Hasan is chatting with Tarek in Turkish. What he's doing is he's live 10 hours and he goes, yo, Tarek, you want to come on and you want to watch this video with me?
Okay, that's hatred. That's like, you can see the hatred and jealousy seeping in that one. Wow, it seems to have worked a little bit. I think that's a little bit too far. Ludwig's even more evil later in the vid.
He'll work out in the morning and then he's like, oh, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, Hasan's like very he's work ethic.
He's about his business.
He does routine.
About his business. I'm about vibes.
Vibes are good. Vibes are good, but routine is good too, though. You gotta agree with that. You gotta agree with that.
You don't have a routine.
I don't have a routine.
No routine.
You wake up
That's
around
what we
the
call
same
you.
time every day or no?
No routine, Randy.
I wake up around the same time every day. I wake up around the same time every day.
When do you wake up?
Like 10.
Okay, fucking yeah. By 10, me and Tarek have worked out already. Okay, by 10, me and Tarek, we're already hitting the weights, baby. We're done. We're done hitting the weights.
Can you give me a promise?
Sure.
And I want you to not break it.
Before? How am I shaking before?
Just
trust
Just
you.
moving in.
All right,
Okay.
that's trust.
There it is.
You will not do the Fear and podcast.
Wait, why?
Thank you for shaking your hand. Thank you for shaking Ludwig's hand.
Come over,
there.
Hasan. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
You realize
That's
all they
hilarious.
do is two things: one, lie, and two, bite our shit.
And 3, charge they phone.
And charge
Hold
their
on.
damn
I'll show you an
phone.
example of what'll happen. Sorry, say something.
Yeah.
Just say any sentence.
Okay. Fear ends.
So anyway, Will, isn't Austin gay?
Dude, they are, wow, dude. They're bitter. These guys are bitter, dude. We have insane back-to-back 2 episodes this week. We have a lot going on in the Fear and universe, by the way. Some rent-free stuff going on here. Some bitterness happening. Special guest this week. We flew them out. I'm very excited. Don't know if we announced it or not yet, so I'm not going to say anything. That's number 1. Number 2, obviously, Austin is back after sailing the 7 seas. So he's dating one of the co-hosts too. I know, but he's dating the co-host that also hates the podcast. Okay. That's the problem. So they both shit on it. Actually, half the time I see Cutie going so hard on Fear and that Ludwig will dial it back a little bit and be like, hey, Cutie, I mean, it's fine. It's like a fun podcast. Like, it's not that bad. Jesus. Fear and Ansar Allah. Fear and is not a political podcast. So we are not going to have Ansar Allah on the pod or the Al Houthi guy. Anyway, yeah. Fear and, greatest podcast in the world, baby. Let's go. It's a shame you are seemingly the only political figure that gets widespread criticism. Maybe it's time to fight back. No, it's not. I mean, you can do it if you want, but the greatest thing to do in that situation is the charm offensive, folks. That's it. It's just like showing the positives and pushing out the negativity. And, you know, obviously if there's misinformation, you can correct it. But beyond that, that's it. I don't think HasanAbi has listened to the New York Times The Daily. I used to. I haven't really. Except for that time you had Chapo on and Matt riff for like 30 minutes. Yeah. Will you be contributing? They're calling you a young Che Guevara? Bro, these memes are funny and all, but like people take it so seriously. Yeah, Misha's back at it again, folks. Schizzarella. The fact that he literally begged Hasan to send military aid and his refusal to send anything was the highlight of the stream. Just a reminder, Hasan has a net worth of $50 million. True. The attack on Pearl Harbor cost only $30 million. At Hasan, I like that she didn't. She just added at Hasan. If you actually have a shred of shame in your body, here's a list of aid that you can buy with your net worth. Hope this helps. 1,000 torpedoes, $20 million. 2,000 sea mines, $15 million. 50 seaplanes, $10 million. 20,000 subscribers / crew, free. Yeah. The issue is, I think this made people go absolutely crazy. Like, there was OSINT Twitter liberals. Obviously, this person is clearly joking. Okay. And if you genuinely think this account has ever posted anything seriously, please re-examine your priorities and the way you see the world. However, obviously, the people, Houthis, or not the Houthis, sorry, the OSINT Twitter, I don't know why I said the Houthis, OSINT Twitter went nutty with it. There was like actual unironic OSINT Andes, open source intelligence, for those of you who don't know what OSINT is, the guys who are always like, I'm looking at a map, I'm cracking a Red Bull and a cold one, and I'm looking at some maps, baby. I'm doing flight tracker. Obviously, we have OSINT Twitter's very own Elent News in the chat all the time. I mean, he's a valuable source. He's got good information. But, you know, not all OSINT Twitter is equal. All right? Some of them not so equal. Some of them more equal than others. So, you called it, by the way. I'm not a liberal. I'm a progressive. What does this guy say? I can't see it. Did he block me? I made fun of this guy. Because I said, because he had like a tweet where it was like, yeah, I think he blocked me. He had a tweet where he was just like, dude, I can't believe you talked to a dude in Yemen. Like, you're a fucking piece of shit. I can't, like, I made my stance clear. Like, even if he was straight up like, I'm a fucking Houthi, Ansar Allah defender, I'm like, yeah, no, I want to hear this person's perspective. This is a very normal interview to conduct. And in order to get him to open up, I'm going to say stuff like, what kind of anime do you watch? You know, he's 19 years old. So don't care if you don't like it. You can suck my dick. Even if he's a Houthi, I'm going to ask him that, right? So regardless, his anger was like, oh my God, dude, like, I can't believe you took a child slaver guy who single-handedly restored slavery. Okay? And I just said, love when libs present themselves as intellectually superior to conservatives or empathetic, and then go on a racist rant about how a 19-year-old Arab dude from Yemen is a fan of child soldiers and slavery when he never said anything of the sort. How dare I humanize him? And, you know, many people are saying, like, you're cute watching him. You're cute watching him. And it's like, bro, I think you're the one who's seeing him as cute. But yeah, apparently he got very upset that I called him a liberal. He said he is a progressive and then blocked me. It seems. This whole slavery thing about Yemen is so random and disturbing from a meta perspective. It's not grounded in any reality. Yes. The Yemen slavery equivalent in America would be, here, I'll give you like an anti-Semitic example. Looking at the Chabad tunnels in New York and being like, all Jews do is make tunnels, and then a whole bunch of other nonsensical bullshit, like applying it to the entirety of a religion. Okay? Like, that's all they do. Ooh, what do they have in the tunnels? Like, there was plenty of that weird anti-Semitic nonsense all over Twitter when the Chabad tunnels came out, which was like a fun story for 3.5 seconds until like Nazis took it over and immediately were like, this is what Jews do. Like, they make tunnels, which is fucking insane. Like, that's not a thing at all. It's like looking at the Amish, as I've said, and extrapolating that every, I guess, American of Dutch descent is anti-technology. Anyway, let me blast off. I forgot. If you're gonna be speaking on Pakistan, I know Arunano is around. He knows about what's happening and would be good for that insight. Yeah, we'll do that. Amish are not Dutch; they're German, but they call themselves Dutch, Deutsch, which is why Anglos thought they were Dutch. Okay, my bad. German. Bro, people were trying to cancel him. Yeah, it's funny because like, people are upset because I think he posted like a Abu Ubaidah speech, and in it Abu Ubaidah says some shit, like he says like son of Jews or whatever, which is anti-Semitic, right? For sure. Like, especially from a Western framework. If someone in the West says that, I'm like, okay, dog, what the fuck are you talking about? Right? And like it's been, I don't know if it's like a correct translation or not, doesn't matter, right? Like, even if he himself is fucking anti-Semitic, it's like people are trying to cancel this dude who is a 19-year-old living in fucking Yemen, okay? And And I'm like, all right, go off. You know what I mean? I tried to get his perspective on Jewish anti-Zionists, which he said he didn't have an issue with at all, that he was in support of. But also beyond that, like, I was like, how do you feel about America bombing your country? And he's just like, I don't give a shit. So what are you going to do with that guy? You know what I mean? What are you going to do with that guy? What are you going to do with a guy who's like, America is already trying to cancel him. Yeah, he said son of a Jewish woman in his speech. That's part of your referencing. I don't know, but people like clipped it and were like, this guy is anti-Semitic, which he could be. You know what I mean? But of course, nobody fucking watched it. I mean, people are chirping about it, but of course they didn't watch it. And then the funniest part about it was like people trying to compare it to like me interviewing Osama bin Laden. Like, oh, dude, you would cutie pie Osama bin Laden. And it's really funny. It's really funny to get really mad at that and be like, wow, I can't believe Hassan would agree with Osama bin Laden. And it's like, yeah, you couldn't come up with like, you couldn't just like tackle the issue on the actual boundaries that the issue exists in. So you had to like make up another thing. It's like, wow, can't believe you interviewed this guy. Well, guess what? What if you interviewed another guy who's really bad, right? These things are equivalent. In this made up scenario I made up in my mind, and it like masks itself as like just a humorous quip, but it's like the person behind the meme is like crying. But yeah, also, if I did interview Osama bin Laden, I 1000% would ask him about his anime collection, because that shit is genuinely interesting. Sorry, don't agree with him, but I want to know what the fuck's going on with the anime collection. Okay, you know what I mean? Also, the CNN literally did interview Osama bin Laden, and he called for a jihad in that interview. I would also talk to Osama bin Laden about tall people stuff. I like that in the minds of liberals, however, random 19-year-old teenager in Yemen, who most of his life is just being genocided, equals Osama bin Laden. like dog, that's an insane thing. That is like, that you might as well be wearing a Klan robe if you're saying that. But of course, because it's Islamophobia and it's like a out there kind of situation, a lot of Americans don't have a course correction on this kind of thing, where they don't think about it from that framework. They're like, oh, dude, you're a Muslim guy, Osama bin Laden. Like, I feel like there's a range of things, right? You have like TikToker, random Yemeni TikToker. You have random Yemeni TikToker that offers support to Ansar Allah or the Houthis in general. Okay, could be that as well. You have TikToker / guy who directly is a militant in Ansar Allah. Okay, you have like, there's a wide variety of things. You have TikToker who's also or rather directly a fucking militant of Ansar Allah that is engaging in like wars and in battles, and has like fought against the Saudi movement in Yemen as well, in South Yemen or the UAE. Okay, and then you have, I don't know, I feel like you have, you know, commanders, actual people that have committed suicide attacks on directly civilian populations, guys who have like orchestrated said suicide attacks, CIA assets that are also working as a separatist. And then you arrive at like the greatest anti-communist turned anti-American of all time, Osama bin Laden. I mean, you even have like Muhammad Atta before you get to Osama bin Laden, right? And these motherfuckers are like, no, that's it. That's the same. The guy in the first point, the guy in the first group, same as Osama, which was fun. They are convinced what you're doing is terrorism, trying to report you to the FBI in all seriousness. Yeah, here's what I have for that. Here's my response to that, okay? To the people who are very bent out of shape, I saw this, I think it was on the no-no subreddit, but this is the greatest response I've seen to this issue. You should see his Discord. It takes 2 minutes to see encouraging violence / terrorism. If anyone sees that, report it to law enforcement ASAP. Hassan's community is a breeding ground for extremism and should probably be watched. First of all, as if it's not being watched. That's pretty funny. This guy goes, yeah, man, get him. But seriously, calling the police because you saw some teenager saying Houthis giga chat is the funniest thing I've read today. Me about to get 5150'd, explaining to a cop how the chat emotes are calling for terrorism. It's like, hello, police? What do you do with the people who's actively trying to normalize bigotry, racism, ableism, and Islamophobia? They openly admit they are and expect no criticism. Sarah Margaret, I love you. Okay, I'm not going to click on your Google Doc. Okay, thank you for writing an article about me, but I'm afraid I'm not gonna be clicking on the Google Doc at this very moment. Okay, when the article comes out for the magazine, you can snap a pic of it, post it on Twitter, link it in that direction. You know what I mean? But right, let's read your Discord comments live. Why would I ever do that? There's a reason why I rarely ever frequent my Discord. If I rarely ever frequent my own Discord, why would you go to my Discord just to get mad? You are only reading bad faith criticism. It's fine. It's not making me mad. That's what the most important part about it is. All right. My stream fell off. You used to click on random links. Yeah. That possibly have malware in it. Yeah. Okay. Biden admits bombing Yemen isn't working, but also won't stop. Poop socks changed you? Yeah, I know. They did. Yeah, but you should respond only to real criticism because you are sometimes wrong, and this way it creates a bubble. You are only reading bad faith criticism. Okay, give me good faith criticism. People that say, dude, you never read good faith criticism. I ask for good faith criticism all the time. And then the good faith criticism is always the same as the bad faith criticism. And it oftentimes devolves into the same thing that, Republicans used to say back in my Discord days when I used to duke it out with random fans, right? I would be like, hop in the Discord, and then I would duke it out with them. And then the Republicans in the chat would be like, well, that guy was stupid. I would do a much better job. And then I'd have him on, and then they would do the same thing. And then I'd duke it out with another guy. And then that the other guy would be like, well, that guy was not smart enough. I got it. I got this. And it just was a repeat over and over again. Do you genuinely think the Houthis translate to the Straw Hats from One Piece? Because I feel like chat took that seriously if it was supposed to be a meme. Yes, of course it's a meme. One is an anime. The other is a real world situation. Like, will you be playing Pal World? It's about labor and vegans. I will not be playing Pal World, I don't think. The interview could have been much more interesting. It felt like you went into the interview wanting to like the guy and wanting to get the guy to be liked by chat. Humanizing him would be fine, but being able to interview such a guy is a great opportunity. In my opinion, there were much more interesting questions to ask. That's actually a really good take. And I do agree with you 1000%. If you want to know why it didn't become more interesting, I guess, I do think that is good faith criticism. And I agree with you. The language barrier and the fact that it was last minute at 3 a.m. his time and his level of comfort was what was more important to me. Like people think that I was going to like debate him or something about whether or not he participated in child slavery, which is ridiculous. Of course, that was never going to happen. But my goal in that situation was to, get him to open up. That's why I talked about the One Piece stuff. You know what I mean? Because I was like, I wanted to know what kind of shit he watches. You know what I mean? Like, what does he do for fun? The reason why I wanted to know that was because, well, one, I'm genuinely curious about it. And two, I also want people to understand that these guys that we automatically suspect are like bad people, terrorists. Like, what is that distinction? Like, is that a real person? What does a real person do? I don't think a lot of Americans, even young Americans, ever see that beyond the Bizons and the Motazes of the world. Do you also think he had a handler on the side or weirdly media trained? I think he was very respectful, and I think he did not broach certain subjects. And even I myself said that I was shocked at his answers from time to time. However, I don't think that a 19-year-old is like media trained. I don't think that like a random 19-year-old is like actually media trained. I think that's just like how he is. I think he was sincere, but also nervous. That's what it felt like. Does that make sense? Here's one. I think you were too eager to attribute blame to Israel in the hospital bombing that happened back in the early weeks of the bombing. Yes, I know they had already bombed the hospital prior, but you really dug your heels on it. And many of us knew it would look real bad if it turned out not to be Israel's doing. I promise this is in my mind good faith criticism. Okay, that's a good faith criticism. Here's my answer to that. There's currently only one working hospital in Gaza. The assumption that not myself alone, but BBC and everyone else made is a perfectly valid assumption to make. And still to this day, we do not know what the actual situation on the ground was. And it's, I'm sorry, Israel has lied every single step of the way. There are no working hospitals remaining inside of Gaza. The Al Ahli Hospital is a phenomenal example of what the Western world focuses on, right? People are confusing good faith with being useful idiots. I think so. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's also funny because like actual journalists think the interview was a banger and thought it was great. I don't think you really dug your toes on it. You quite literally mentioned that we don't know for sure from the very beginning. Yes, not only that, but also, like my assessment of the situation was that even if it's not Israel's doing, which there is a likelihood that it might not have been that, a marginal likelihood that it might not have been that. The notion that Israel would never bomb a hospital is so psychotic. And the fact that the media cared more about Israel's criticisms of Western media for even daring to make the assertion that Israel would bomb a hospital, while Israel maintained its steady bombing campaign on both that hospital and every other hospital since then, is crazy. Yeah, that is actually a banger analogy. It's like focusing on one victim in a mass shooting that may have occurred due to a ricochet or friendly fire when we have clear evidence of the perp hurting 20 plus other people. Or it's like literally saying every single civilian died in the hands of IDF. Here, I'll flip the script. Every single civilian died on October 7th, died in the hands of the IDF. The Hamas or other, other Palestinian militants would never kill civilians, right? And then pointing to the October 7, like the Dahiyya doctrine, the October 7 Dahiyya doctrine principle to be like, no, I'm telling you, like Israel would never kill its own civilians. I mean, sorry, Hamas would never kill civilians. So it must be Israel's own doing. I promise this is good faith. Number one reason I see people leaving the stream is your Ukraine takes and sometimes your Taiwan takes. I'm not sure if there's much we can do to return them, but to be honest, it sucks. Yes, there's nothing I can do. History will absolve me. That's it. No, it is true. This guy's right. He's right. I don't think that this person is wrong. Yeah, don't say uh-oh. You're absolutely correct. Sometimes you need to be better about correcting past statements that you made in the past that turned out to be wrong. Does that count as good faith? I always do that. Unless you have an issue with a statement that I've made that I haven't corrected myself on. My biggest complaint is that it kind of hurt credibility. Credibility of what? There is no way that I can maintain credibility when there are thousands of people that are deliberately saying that I'm pro-Russia. And if you have actually been here for longer than 5.5 seconds, you would know that I've never been pro-Russia. I think that the Ukraine situation is a damned if you do, damned if you don't type beat, because like America and European countries are basically reducing support very publicly to Ukraine because they want to full-throatedly defend Israel's current genocidal campaign in Gaza. And the worse it gets, yeah, I mean,
Wait,
I did
do you still think that
openly-
the invasion isn't going to happen? Not trolling, just joining?
I think that the peacekeeping mission is like literally that's it. That's overtaking eastern Ukrainian territories. That's absolutely invasion. That is happening. I was wrong. I assumed that we could actually have diplomatic talks. I'm wrong. I was wrong. I did not even think that Russia would take over eastern territories. And there you go. I mean, by the way, that was February 22nd, 2022, like since the day of the invasion. 100% it hurt your credibility. It's why I said about correcting hater videos, but I don't get why you don't talk about it. My friend, I just told you, like even in this video and even in that entire week, we put the Vladimir Putin is bad logo on the screen. It's on the screen. What are you talking about? It's been 2 years. The only thing that was wrong was that I made the assessment off of what Zelensky was personally saying. I made the assessment off of what Russian people were saying. I made the assessment off of what Ukrainian people were saying. People can rewrite that history all day, every day. I apologize for it, and we moved on. The problem is no matter what happens, like even though the Western world very openly every step of the way proved me right, people are also hardliners. People are also hardliners on this position. They've already dug their heels in. So the worse the situation happens in Ukraine, the more people will yell at me over it because they don't want to go back and recognize, you know? Please don't rehash this shit. These are not good faith chatters. No, I think they are. I think there's a very real amount of people that are in this community that watch the videos of people that are, doing obviously bad faith attacks, and they get duped into believing it. One of the most unfortunate parts about being like a baby progressive is that you're really doughy-eyed, and certain things that can manipulate you quickly. Like the Yemen slavery one, I think, is a great example. Like liberals will move quick to be like, pulling out of Afghanistan is bad because Afghan women. And then they try to put you in a bind to justify maintaining the occupation in Afghanistan, right? And you go, well, but I like women. I think women should be protected. So wait, what? Maybe you're right. The Taliban are actually ruthless against women. What are we supposed to do? Oh no. And that is how it works. Is how it operates. So I do believe 100% a lot of people that are in here watch that kind of stuff and do get manipulated into legitimately thinking that like I am. You bring up this Ukraine shit almost once a week for 2 fucking years. You read this shit a million fucking times and no one fucking cares because it's not about being consistent. These liberal debate lords are just as stupid as every other generation of Americans who turn a blind eye to the current injustices. Okay, but I don't want to cut them off. I want to be charitable, and I want to make people understand my position. I have a piece of good faith criticism. I really dislike when you pop the fuck off on new chatters and gray names who, in my view, are truly being curious and open-minded. I know you get a lot of bad faith chats, so it's hard to tell between them. I know this is precisely the reason why I'm trying to be more chill this year and be more charitable to those in the chat. And I think I've been maintaining that pretty well so far. I haven't done that in the past 18 days. We got too many greasy loser drama YouTubers making videos on you. And those videos are kind of popping off. I'm not saying you're wrong about your coverage of Israel, but I also think you should try to remain an air of neutrality when covering stories when a clear picture isn't there yet. Like, not pretend to be neutral between the two sides, but at least don't assume blame when there isn't a precedent for it. Like I already mentioned, I think that it would be an injustice to actual coverage for me to look at a hospital that Israel had bombed 2 days prior, have the guys on the ground, the doctors say Israel has been calling us, and for me to go, I wonder who did this. We still don't know, which ironically I did say that. I said there's still a likelihood that this might not be Israel, but that likelihood in my assessment is low. That's it. Even when there is precedent. Yeah, no, I'm not. I think it would be ridiculous for me to sit there and tell you what I don't believe. That's it. Like, nothing about my assessment of the Israel-Palestine issue has not changed. And if your framework has changed in that time frame because you were like, well, there was a likelihood that this might not have been Israel, and Hassan said it was actually Israel, and then he said it might not be Israel either, but I didn't even hear that part. And I also personally think that like that is the worst crime here, and not the crime of genocide that Israel is currently engaging in. Then the reality is I can't do much more than that. You know what I mean? This is the distinction between someone coming in here and asking a question in good faith that is a microaggression, right? I have a level of charitability to those who are coming in with standard questions that people have. There's a standard level of bigotry that I think is understandable due to our environment, right? But there's also a boundary there. If that boundary is met and passed, right? I'm not going to, I'm going to tell you what my genuine, truthful opinion is, and I'm probably not going to back down from it. But I do want people to ask me questions and be, and be a little bit nicer. But whenever people come in and are spamming, basically spamming stuff like, oh, Pallywood is real, like Hamas fucked around, then find out, like, in that situation, like that breaks the boundary. If people this far out after Israel has destroyed every single hospital, pretty much with the exception of one in Gaza, are still talking about the Al Ahli hospital, when Israel also lied about Al Shifa and said Al Shifa had the Hamas headquarters underneath it, and then even said they didn't bomb Al Shifa, and then it turns out that they definitely did bomb Al Shifa, and then claimed that there was a Hamas headquarters underneath it, and then they didn't really find anything underneath it that was all too serious, and we just kind of forgot and moved on. It's kind of hard for, I think it's kind of hard for me to sit here and act like, you know, I have to capitulate to those who come in with that overwhelming amount of like liberal information that they've slammed in there that has normalized their position. Even if that is the normative position, and unfortunately in the United States of America, especially for news watchers and news consumers, that certainly is the normative position, that like Israel is infallible, and yeah, sure, they get stuff wrong sometimes, but ultimately they're trying their very best. Like that is the vibe that you get is silly. I'm sorry. I want to be as nice as I can, and I think I am, but there is definitely a level that I will not go beyond. Here, Elant News says, people obsessing over Al Ahli when we have numerous examples of Israeli strikes they've admitted to, which have confirmed casualties substantially higher than that strike and provides clear examples of Israel's reckless targeting, which constitute war crimes. Then people wonder why you and others have an initial conclusion when an explosion occurs. Yeah, there's a reason why the BBC, CNN, New York Times, and Al Jazeera all immediately suspected Israel of doing this bombing at Al Ahli, right? And I personally believe one of the worst things that they all collectively did was let the next 2 weeks of coverage be overtaken by accusations of anti-Semitism for making that assessment, and then genuinely changing their style guide to use way more neutral language that doesn't just take the blame away from Israel, but behaves as though Israel is a cop in a police shooting situation. Like the amount of headlines that I've read since then that always say like explosion occurs, casualties of Palestinians by the hundreds. Yeah, I didn't make up this assertion on my own. I came to this conclusion off of the articles that I read and the readily available information at the time, while also overqualifying over and over again over the course of a 10-hour broadcast. Of course, over the course of a 10-hour broadcast, after responding to the 15th bad faith guy who says Israel would never actually bomb a hospital, yeah, I'm going to pop off on them and be like, you're a genocidal piece of shit. Because I do think that a person that says Israel would never bomb a hospital is a genocidal piece of shit. They are defending Israel's genocide. Israel, in my assessment, and in the assessment of genocide scholars, Holocaust historians, international assessors, the United Nations, and perhaps the International Court of Justice, as a matter of fact. Let's see how that goes. And Human Rights Watch and other NGOs is one, an apartheid state, and two, currently absolutely operating with genocidal intent and following through on their interest in conducting an ethnic cleansing campaign. That's it. If you're this far out and still confused by things of this nature, that's not, if you're still this far out and confused by those factually accurate assessments, then I don't know if I can ever change your mind, really. I hope that one day you will see the error in your ways, though. I think that, eventually you will. I'm awfully curious why IDF would just try to justify an act that they reject that they committed. I think the tunnels under the hospital argument was crafted just so the media found better and more conclusive evidence or public opinion changed, and then they would have the civilian shields argument. Yeah. Here's another great example. Remember when everybody yelled at me specifically about the from the river to the sea? Okay. Which, by the way, once people started dunking on it, it seems like I-24 News deleted it or something. I don't know what's happening. Benjamin Netanyahu literally said on I-24 on the broadcast that, from the west of the Jordan, the entire area will be controlled by Israel, reaffirming a part of the Likud charter. Now, of course, remember, everybody was yelling at me, saying I'm ridiculous
For
this.
30 years. I
Saying I'm ridiculous for saying that, like, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is not genocidal rhetoric, because it's not. It's not genocidal rhetoric. When Palestinians say it, it's not genocidal rhetoric. Okay? When Israel says it, it is genocidal rhetoric. For quite a time now, for quite a long time, it made me feel like I was crazy, that I could see things so clearly, and yet people would come in and act like the things I could see clearly, and maybe you could too, were actually false. By the way, I forgot to even fucking blast off at this point. All right. I think that a lot of people have no clear convictions that in this process, and simply, unfortunately, champion whatever whoever is like making a very charismatic case. And for a very long time, I benefited from being relatively unknown and not like the beacon of all things left. So people, when they came in to the community, were much more charitable to what I had to say. Okay? I get some of your haters are deranged, but a good portion have some legitimate criticisms, and every single one of those videos pop off. They do. They do pop off because they masquerade as good faith criticism when it's actually bad faith. I'm sorry. I'm trying to respond to everything that you've said so far, but you haven't really brought anything forward that is good faith. Or at least, like, you haven't shown me who you think has legitimate criticisms or what those legitimate criticisms are. I'm looking for it. This is not something I shy away from. We do self-crit in here, and I do openly admit when I'm wrong. Probably one of the worst things to do, really. But you haven't really addressed what you're talking about. And yes, those niche videos do pop off. People with like 10K subs can do a fuck Hassan video, and it will get elevated by every single one of the communities that despises me. So many people's politics have basically turned into, I am against whatever Hassan says says he's in support of. So, like, I think sometimes you're very quick to pop off on someone who just wants clarification. Okay, you're right about that. And I said that this is something that I am trying to get better at. And for the past 18 days, I haven't done that. And I think I'm doing very well. I would go so far as to say that you're currently testing my patience, and yet notice how I haven't yelled at you. But you didn't mention anything else. You said, I guess some of your haters are deranged, but a good portion have some legitimate criticisms. Every single one of those videos pop off. I promise I'm being good faith. I'm just trying to help regrow the community, is what you said. A lot of those people are never going to come back. We must move on from the idea that those who think, I'm pro-Russia, those who think I think China should kill everyone in Taiwan or whatever, or those who think that I fly around in private jets, those who think that I have engaged in sex trafficking of minors, you know what I mean? Like there's a degree of things that people are very upset about, and they're all equally insane, in my opinion. And it varies from things that other normal content creators would do that no one would even think twice about, but when I do it, it's completely unacceptable, all the way to straight up lies, all the way to, bastardized positions that make it seem like I'm the exact opposite of what I actually believe in, all the way to like insane, actionable, like legally actionable defamation. So a multitude of all of those concepts together create the overall air of toxicity. Okay? All of that creates an air of toxicity, and there's not much I can do about it. I think your haters' skepticism come from your confidence and firm delivery of the message. Some people want an unsure, unknowledgeable, and unserious seamer so they can see a reflection of themselves. That's not true. I think all of the people that despise me are very confident in their approach, even if they're completely oblivious to the facts of the matter. Yeah. So that's it. If anything, I do also agree would make our jobs easier if you had a whole video debunking shit. We could just timestamp in correct mode when assholes start lying, just like you did with the one saying Armenian genocide happened, so we can quickly debunk them with your own words. All of those videos exist. My answer to you guys, if you're confused on any particular matter, is go to my YouTube, type in whatever the keyword is that you're trying to find and show them that video. You will notice that a lot of the people that get very passionately upset oftentimes find themselves in the throes of straight up Nazis. They might not personally have those kinds of perspectives, of course, but they quickly find themselves swarmed with others who do, like very openly, as a matter of fact. People being like, he's such a roach. Okay? And that's how it goes. Yeah, I know. He didn't say from the river to the sea. He said from the west of Jordan. But anyway, I think people know you for your wrong or perhaps stronger takes due to social media clips, and thus the feedback loop of confirmation bias doesn't even allow people the opportunity to view your takes without those assumptions. Yes, but the greatest way to deal with that misinformation is to show people the truth. Honestly, it's just comically easy to do character assassination against you. You've been online for so long and entrenched in so much controversy that on top of your aesthetic and political views makes it trivial to pump out a half-hour hit piece that would take basically no research. It's hard to come back from that or address it at that point. I agree. Exactly. Most criticism of you I've heard are basically he thinks America bad. He's an immigrant plus bad guy. Yeah, anybody that's spending a bunch of time making videos criticizing perspective is in good faith. They're trying to draw on viewers. If they cared about a given issue, that would be the focus, not how Hasan is wrong about something. Thank you. Exactly. An issue that I tried to bring up with Willie Mack on his video, where Willie Mack didn't even know that BBC had called it for Israel on the Al Ahli hospital. Okay? Willie Mack made a video on me about how my coverage was wrong and didn't even realize that every single mainstream media outlet had said that Israel was responsible for this bombing. I'm sure that he left that part out of the videos that he has made since then, okay? But it doesn't matter because then XQC will watch it, and his audience is already super geared towards hating me over years and years of us duking it out. And then those guys go around and say, yeah, that's right. Muda is a friend of Willie Mack. Yeah, I saw that. That made me very sad. Hasan only gets worse. And then it's like 5 minutes in and I'm flabbergasted at the misreporting. And no, he's definitely not talking about Willie Mack on his misreporting. He's talking about my misreporting, which is shocking. The issue is, however, that, it's kind of like this. If you're from a marginalized background, if you're trans, if you're gay, if you're black, right? And the entire world around you is anti-trans, anti-black, homophobic. If you're a woman and everyone around you is misogynistic, you already know that, like, it's much easier to cut commentary against that position and have plenty of people agree with it. Okay? That's it. It's that simple. It's not any more difficult to assess than that. I'm obviously none of those things, but I ride for those issues. And this is the exact same. If everyone around you is from liberal all the way to right-wing reactionaries, if everyone around you has like a pro-America does whatever it wants and it's always correct, even if I reluctantly admit sometimes it's not correct, it's usually in the direction of correct. And it's much better to ensure that America maintains its hegemonic superpower status than not, because God forbid, I'm terrified of what happens if China, gets some clout, I guess, in the global scale. If that's your genuine assessment, and many people, like the overwhelming majority of individuals, it might as well be true, and I might as well be lying. It's so much easier to operate on heuristics as a reactionary than any kind of thoughtful analysis. Exactly. I like how no one gives you any leeway for being wrong when you're covering things live and you can misspeak while they're all behind edited YouTube videos. Yeah, 100%. But people don't think about it that way. They think about it as like a fully flushed out finished product when they're looking at this. Also, let me make a joke about this. This happened to the Young Turks a long time ago. Young Turks was one of the very few, but definitely the most prominent left-wing, left-leaning, progressive broadcaster at the time in independent media. Every single right-wing and every single centrist, like Sargon of Akkad, considering themselves centrist at the time, okay, they all picked every minutia apart from TYT. They belittled TYT all the time. I caught strays at the time as well, okay? Of course. And unfortunately, when the internet is on a reactionary bend once again, due to conditions completely outside of our control, like Joe Biden being the president, things will always get worse. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of stopped watching you after some time. I didn't like how Leftovers ended, but I was upset how, like, you've been a 3-year subscriber and you're saying you didn't like how Leftovers ended. This was the Richard Wolf interview. I started watching after your Palestinian coverage. I think it's important for you to call out people that are saying wrong things regardless of their affiliation. Yeah. See, that's a great take. Do you think that I'm pro-Russia? Also, it is not my, like, that was not my situation. Like, I didn't do that. I watch way less because we have this talk way too often. That's not true. And this isn't hater talk. This is a struggle session. And I do think that it is relatively productive. What is this? A frank, good faith criticism, just like AJ and Rose has commented. You need to make more structured content, period. I used to listen to all your takes, but over time I found myself finding other opinions of events because they were more detailed. Now when I think of Hasan, I think you are the Lord Ha of left-wing media. I don't know what Lord Ha means. Read mine. I want to see what you have to say for real. Let's see it. Have you ever considered it's not you that is the problem, but the community that could be the problem? Pepega, I haven't seen anyone say this yet. This community has been slowly growing with more and more very loud people who hate America on every single situation and want to see it fall instead of trying to improve the United States and the world as well. It's cringe to me and seems in bad faith. You can call me a liberal or a bootlicker, etc. What? I think America is objectively in the wrong on, even what here. Ukraine is a great example of America being morally on the right side of an issue while still being in the wrong. Does that make sense, Gunna Burns? I hope you understand that. Like, I don't know if you're looking for nuance or not, but most of this community is American. The idea that, like, these people want America to be destroyed entirely is silly. It's like saying I'm an anti-white racist. Saying the overwhelming majority of Americans in this country that are watching me want America to, like, perish entirely, myself included, okay, is as laughable as the assertion that I am an anti-white racist, okay? Please do not fall for these incredibly primed, like, silly framing of issues that are ironically reductive while claiming that my arguments are reductive. It's a case of projection. Your haters are going to start using good faith and bad faith? I mean, probably. We know what you want to do to Jews. Wait, what? What are you saying? Are you okay, chatter? I think my biggest problem is that I yell too much and I get passionate and people can frame it as though I'm, like, crying or something, and that's not good. Or if I do yell, I probably should yell in a very limited capacity. That's it. I see what you're trying to do, but some people don't deserve any faith. They do. Anyway, let's get to the news, okay? The news that it is almost 2 p.m., which means it's the top of the hour, which means there is a 3-minute ad break. Of course, that's news to you if you're unfamiliar with how the stream goes or because you've already subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. No one is saying America is bad, thus Americans are bad. We are not nationalists. Yeah, a lot of the people that say Hasan's entire framework is America bad sound exactly like the 9/11 reactionaries. The people that were like, oh, America deserved 9/11. Dude, Hasan wants 9/11 to happen multiple times, okay? He wants 9/11 to happen over and over and over again. Is that what I said? Or was I talking about a concept such as blowback? So that's the hilarious part about this. The irony is that so many people who champion that, because it's so far in the past, are now saying the exact same criticisms as though these are valid criticisms. If folks like D-Man retires, Destiny retires, I get 30% less hate. If Destiny retires, I get 70% less hate. 1,000,000%. It's his community that is, like, so aggressive, and they infiltrate other communities, and, like, they fester and are the actual reason for so much of the bad faith criticism. And because they've been embedded in here for a very long time, some were fans, yes, 100%. Like, he has a assortment of a diverse array of ideology from people from like ideological backgrounds that make no sense, like from liberals all the way to like the worst types of Nazis that all collectively unite under one very good umbrella. And that very comfortable umbrella is Hasan Bad, always and forever. Anyway, it's okay though. It's crazy to ride or die for a 5'7" guy who lives to the N-word. Okay, first of all, you just described a big chunk of people who are extremely online. So I don't know why you don't understand that, but it's fine. Let's keep going. I think you're in a bit of a predicament because you have haters who are working to make you fail. You also provide ammo to these losers by simply not going with the normal reactionary perspective on any and all things. Uphill to climb. Got to be able to just operate with that understanding and ignore it as best you can. Guys, there is a tremendous number of, why do you think people hate on you? I think people hate on me because this is the last thing I'm going to mention, and then we're going to move on and we're going to get to the news. I think people hate on me because I'm loud, I'm passionate, I'm emotional, and the issues I talk about are obviously very hot button topics that people have really strong opinions on oftentimes. Okay? It's polarizing. I feel like HasanAbi is the most oppressed minority in modern society. It's silly. Of course I'm not. I'm a profoundly privileged person, something I willingly admit all the time, something you can see when you join the broadcast. It's just that I advocate for a intersectional worldview that also features class. So it runs against every single thing that many people are comfortable with, every single thing that like society has normalized. And so from that framework, it is much easier to just like disparage, tar and feather, or tarnish someone like myself. I have an incredibly high hurdle of morality that I must clear with every step I take. And I do believe I clear it regardless. Now, after a certain point, when all of that piles on over and over again, you just become a toxic person regardless of what you advocate for. Okay? And that is what has happened over the course of many, many years. That's it. It was never an issue for conservatives to yell at me. But once liberals who say that they're actually the real progressives come knocking down my door, championing all of the information that they regurgitate off of CNN, Wikipedia, and numerous other liberal commentators that are readily available all over mainstream media, that does genuinely present a problem. Because my goal is not to push liberals aside. My goal is to welcome them with open arms, as I have done time and time again, including even reactionaries, as long as they are charitable and as long as they want to understand a different perspective. And if they can't do it on the boundaries of the ideas that I present, they often just sidestep the ideas entirely and start talking about my character and how my character is actually weak and bad, how I've mistreated Ethan. Absolutely zero people talked about the conversation that Ethan and I had on the boundaries of like what actually was featured in that said conversation. Hundreds of thousands of views on videos simply saying Hasan is so mean to his friend. Look at him. He's such a hypocrite for not controlling his own community. Look at him. No one talked about the actual argument. I am far from the most aggressive debater, I would say. And Ethan and I are still friends, but that does not matter. And you need to, as a community, also stop fucking ripping into Ethan non-stop. As I've said it over and over again, leading up to the conversation that we had on this broadcast. You guys are so fucking stupid for doing that. You are. And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. And the reality is, you keep doing it. You can't shut the fuck up. And I don't know how to deal with it after a certain point. Okay? This is the issue. Nah, he was being fucking racist. Public shaming is good sometimes. This is the problem. You and I are at a disagreement. You and I are at a disagreement. We are at odds on this. I've told you this time and time again. Okay? Throughout that entire fucking month. And then here comes the secondary arguments, which is you're only defending him because he's your friend. You're an unprincipled person. I know. A lot of long-term subs get way too overprotective. I know. Should have never brought it up. Unban that chatter. I just never liked Ethan, but I wouldn't shit on him on Twitter or anything. Okay, take an hour off too for demanding that I unban another chatter. That's not a ban. That's time off. Okay? A little bit of time off is not the end of the world. I'm always in this weird predicament where I'm simultaneously defending my friends in an unprincipled manner, but also so critical of them that I make them cry by bullying them. It's very frustrating. So here, 18 days in. Let's get serious for a second. I have reformed. I think I'm doing a good job with the way I carry myself. Why can't you? Because the reality is, you also have to, if you're going to ride or die as a card-carrying HasanAbi head, you have to also carry yourself in a very specific manner. So please do that. Remember, on October 8th, the first thing that people did, because they couldn't come after any of the statements that I made, was to find chatters in like the depths of my subreddit before they could get moderated out and the unhinged things that they were saying. To be like, look at Hasan. Look at how he is. So if the overwhelming majority of this community is like championing certain slants that are silly, yes, a lot of people are going to say Hasan is the reason why his community is like this. So please carry yourself a little bit better so it makes it easier for me to moderate personally. That's it. And then you look at their post histories and see some interesting things those people have in common. Yeah. There's a big portion of this community that think that what YouTubers' opinions matter a lot more than they actually do. You shouldn't give a fuck about what Ethan thinks. He's a meme YouTuber. It's like getting mad at FaZe Banks. Only difference is Ethan is your friend. Thank you. That is precisely my point. And he also didn't just like sour from, like a lot of people I think made the false assertion that he just wanted to cowardly not talk about Israel-Palestine because his position is like more reactionary. No, I think he just soured from politics across the board, which, you know, if it makes him happy to not do that, then that's fine. But the reason why he soured from covering politics, despite the fact that he has like a relatively open-minded position, okay, a relatively open-minded position on most issues with some exceptions, okay, what you have to remember is that this community has to be more forgiving and more understanding of people's bigotry or people's framework or people's modus operandi, okay? This is not about Ethan at all. And this is not a stun lock either. For those of you going, I can't believe you're doing a stun lock again. Okay? This is not a stun lock. This is something that I hold firmly as a fundamental value that I care about. Be kind to individuals. Be ruthless to systems, as the late, great Michael Jamal Brooks said. A lot of you oftentimes don't do that. And of course, there are instances, and no, this is not me. For the record, where is it? This chatter said, oh, are you turning on your chat because of the criticisms that your haters make? Like, no. I don't know if you're new here. But this is something I do all the time. This is something I have yelled about all the time and time again. Leftist politics has a tendency to engage in purity spirals. I despise purity spirals because my goal, which many people will say, is clout chasing, but my goal is to bring normies on board and change their attitude. That requires charitability from them for me, but it also requires charitability from me to them. Okay? That's it. So, you know, you should be more charitable as well. Your chat is okay with Adam Friedland and he's more conventionally problematic than Ethan for a reason. I agree. Yeah. It's a great example. It's vibes based in many instances as well. It's unprincipled and it's vibes based. Politics grinds people down easily. Same reason politically based communities have such an ebb and flow of new and old members. A very aggressive approach to things can grind them down even faster and be more off-putting than the actual streamer saying something. Yeah. Pretty weird to ignore how Ethan was genuinely grossly racist to that guy Margbar on Twitter that he said he'd get killed in Gaza for his lifestyle choices. Yeah, that was literally the same as like a Libs of TikTok tweet. And he noticed that it was wrong. He noticed that it was wrong immediately and he took it down. He even apologized for it too, if I'm not mistaken. The problem is you're still holding on to that, okay? Because it makes you feel better to be like, to re-justify the picture that you've painted. This conversation is not about Ethan. I don't care. We're done. Okay, we're done. We're not talking about Ethan anymore. Please stop. It's literally about not wanting to forgive and not. I have been canceled by Black Twitter for a tweet I did not even tweet about Nicki Minaj that you would have to really think twice about to assume is actually racist. Okay? Do you think that the Barbs were correct in that moment for immediately, desperately grabbing onto anything and everything they could to say that I'm actually racist? I'm a white man who's being racist, as Nicki Minaj was defending Tucker Carlson's politics? Or do you think they were desperately, you know, doing the same uncharitable approach that many people do online? We should be better. Okay? We should be better. Be normal. Exactly. I always say that. I'm sorry I'm a Barb. It's okay. I've made peace with the Barbs, at least on my end. People make mistakes. Are you saying that be the kind of people who are accused of racism or someone who's actively being racist to you? No. I'm saying don't hold on to people's past mistakes. That's all I'm stating. And be more charitable. Be more charitable across the board. Your job, if you're leftist, if you're socialist, if you're progressive, is to put your best foot forward. I'm trying to do that as best as I can, and I hope you can too. No more so you're saying. So if Destiny said sorry, you'd be cool with that? Yes. Yes. If he came out and apologized for literally fucking aligning with every and any Nazi that he could fucking come to terms with and directing his community to cyber stalk me for the past fucking 5 years and have entire paste bins full of like clips out of context that they can readily throw at any conversation and try to literally brigade any and every mention of me online. If he was genuinely apologetic, I absolutely would take that charitably. Doesn't mean I'd be friends with him. I used to be friends with him. I was friends with him because I thought he was a reformed libertarian. I knew his past. I've defended him. I've defended him time and time again. There are multiple reasons as to why I go out of my way to not mention Destiny ever. Part of it is because, you know, his community thrives on that, so they can cut a lot of content around it and be like, oh yeah, Hasan is talking about you. He must be rent-free after like 1,500 videos that he's made on me over the course of the past 4 years. But the other reason is because I just want to not talk about it. I just think it's very unproductive to consistently harp on like every minor or major failure that he's had. You think I don't see it all over my fucking timeline? I do. Plenty of people yell at him. He openly tries to make you a lolcow. Fuck him and his own Washington Cell fans. He's not the first to openly try to lolcow me. Okay? Like, come on. Yeah. It comes off like streamer drama. I appreciate that you stick to better issues. You have good arguments on your side. No need for character assassination. All right. Let's get to the news, finally. Thank you to Macy's for the fat playlist. Did he send a playlist? I didn't even see it. I did not see that. If he had. All right. He did. The only good linker. True. He is the only good linker. So Benjamin Netanyahu, in a kind of mistranslated tweet, had this to say.
For 30 years, I am very consistent, and I'm saying something very simple. This conflict is not on the lack of a state of Palestinian, but the existence of a state, the Jewish state. Every area that we evacuate, we receive terrible terror against that. It happened in South Lebanon, in Gaza, and also Judea and Samaria, which we did it. And therefore, I clarify that in any other arrangement, in the future, the state of Israel have to control on the entire area from the river to the sea. This is.
So he didn't use from the river to the sea, as far as I understand, according to Myrav Zonzin. Obviously, I don't have any way of I don't speak Hebrew. She said the translation is wrong. He said west of the Jordan, but that de facto means from the river to the sea. Now, of course, you know, this also champions Likud's former creed, so it doesn't really, it's not really a change of pace, right? But we already knew that. I think reasonable people knew this already.
Is what happens when you have sovereignty. This truth,
Israel's actions show what the goal is, right? I mean, that's it. Israel's actions have always been directed in that direction. And yes, when Israel says it, it is genocidal. I need to mention this more, I guess, more times than I thought I had to. But when Israel says, from the river to the sea, Israel will be all you can see, or whatever, there's like many different versions of this, that is openly genocidal. Israel is the oppressor in this situation. When the oppressed say, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, that is a slogan of emancipation. And it is mind-boggling that still so many people refuse to see that. Dude, keep your political shit to yourself. Respect. What does this have to do with ESO? You're right. I should stop talking about politics altogether. So anyone and everyone, I hope, that got swept up in this weird dynamic that claimed, that championed the cause and said like, oh, I'm pro-Palestine, but the fact that they're saying from the river to the sea makes me feel bad is wrong, and I hope they can see that they were wrong. Okay? Always. This is why I maintained my position firmly. Okay? Vivek owning the meme what? Yes, he's a white supremacist. Like, yeah, he is a dog to the white man. Okay? That's what he is. So it's not shocking to me that he would like lean into the meme. Anyway, the whole like from the river to the sea conversation was incredibly performative, and unfortunately it worked to derail. That's usually what this that's usually what the purpose is. You called an Indian a dog, sounds pretty racist to me. Yes, I'm the racist one for saying that this brown man is performatively aligning himself with white supremacist memes that were launched against him. Yeah. I didn't say he's a dog. Context matters. He's a dog to the white man. And what I mean by that is that he is a servant of white supremacy. That is why he's doing that. That's it. Anyway, please hate crime me so I can invade Poland with Germany's permission. What? But yeah, irony is dead. For months now, American politicians and pundits, Jewish community leaders, students have obsessed over from the river to the sea, in censuring Rashida Tlaib and accusing pro-Palestinian activists of genocidal language. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of Israel says, to be clear, by the way, when Rashida Tlaib said from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and when Mark Lamont said it, theirs was a call for freedom in that space. Netanyahu's from the river to the sea is a much worse, a call for a permanent military occupation. 100%. It's always been the case, and it will always continue to be the case. And people will try to desperately act like that is not what's going on. People have their own personal interests in every subject. They are going to defend their personal positions, and they're going to, avoid seeing a broader picture regularly. This guy might get demoted. Yeah. Look out, Hassan. You might lose your show. Just wanted to start off with that one real quick, and then move on to Pakistan carrying out deadly military strikes on Iran.
Iran is demanding answers amid an escalating spat with Pakistan. Overnight, Pakistan launched retaliatory strikes on targets in southeastern Iran, just across their shared border. Pakistan claims it took out a number of militants, but Iran says mostly women and children were killed. This is coming just a day after Iran said it fired missiles and drones at militant strongholds inside Pakistan. Local officials say 2 children were killed there. CNN's Ivan Watson is following all of these details for us. Ivan, these really are, and this is an extraordinary moment with Pakistan and Iran launching strikes against each other. What does it mean for the region?
Well, I think it just underscores, Sarah, how volatile the Middle East and Central Asia are right now, because even 48 hours ago, you couldn't have imagined these 2 neighbors getting into this tit-for-tat, deadly cross-border missile strike situation, because the Prime Minister of Pakistan was meeting with the Foreign Minister of Iran in Davos on Tuesday. The 2 navies, they were conducting joint naval exercises at the beginning of this week. And then out of nowhere, the Iranians fired these missiles into Pakistani territory, saying they're hitting militants who've carried out attacks inside Iran in the past. And it totally shocks the Pakistani ruling establishment, which calls it basically a disruption of Pakistan's sovereignty, says at least 2 children were killed in the strikes, and there are calls for retaliation, and that's what a number of hours ago the Pakistan...
Don't they both hate America, or does Pakistan have some sort of U.S.-backed group? Listen, both of these countries have a litany of issues, okay, in their domestic affairs and even in their foreign policy. But let's just say that Pakistan, well, let's think about it this way. Pakistan has nukes. Do with that information what you will. No, that's not a that's not a HasanAbi doctrine thing. Yes. Pakistan is a U.S. client state, but unlike Japan or Korea, they do the dirty work without receiving the benefit of the industry that Japan and Korea did. Yes. Pakistan is a U.S. client state. There's no better example of Pakistan being a U.S. client state than like slightly deviating away from American hegemonic positions and getting punished severely for it in the form of a light military coup that has been ongoing in Pakistan currently, where Imran Khan and his supporters, and now you might not like Imran Khan, okay? You don't have to be the biggest Imran Khan fan, but the idea that like all of his supporters are currently being arrested after mass protests, and all of his like party members are being arrested and being forced to not participate in the electoral process in Pakistan without America ever mentioning it, and this is something that has been ongoing for a long time now, should get you to think about it a little bit, get you to think about it a little bit further. Not to mention harboring Osama bin Laden completely to the knowledge of the U.S. Yeah, we're not even going to talk about that part, but yes, that definitely is interesting as well. Pakistan's an interesting country. That's all I'm going to say. This tit for tat isn't specifically about Iran or Pakistan. It's about the Baloch people that Iran and Pakistan are fucking over and have been fucking over for decades. Both Iran and Pakistan are trying to quell the Baloch separatist movements, which is why Iran attacked Balochistan in Pakistan and vice versa. Yeah, not to mention that the CIA literally propped up Islamic fundamentalism in Pakistan in order to spread to Afghanistan and accrue a group of freedom fighters. That is a prime example of being a client state. Okay, this does not give Indian chatters the excuse to start shitting on Pakistan either, across the board. Okay? Schadenfreude. Come on now. Never misses a motherfucking opportunity, this guy. I mean, he's like, what? Okay, we're shitting on Pakistan. I'm there. I'll be there no matter what, he says. Anyway, I can come on and explain this more in detail. Let's get through the basics here real quick, and then I'll have you on. Is that all right?
Pakistani military basically claimed responsibility for, saying that it fired, quote, killer drones, rockets, loitering munitions, and standoff weapons into Iranian territory after targets.
It's time to book a flight. I mean, come on. This is like, I value this kind of commentary. I forget that there are different kinds of racists out there that are fun to talk to. All right, let's continue.
Who they accuse of having operated from across this very long and porous border. So it's a messy situation. The Pakistanis seem to be leaving the door open to some kind of de-escalation right now, and the ball does appear to be in Iran's court, though Pakistan has withdrawn its ambassador from Tehran, and it has said that Iran's ambassador to the Pakistani capital is not really welcome at this time. So this really is a diplomatic crisis between these two neighbors who basically didn't have any beef more than 48 hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, it is extremely troubling and extremely rare. I don't know that we've seen this in our lifetimes. And thank you for clarifying that we are talking about Central Asia as well. A lot of people think that Pakistan.
My dad is getting upset that you call Pakistan a U.S. client state. I mean, yeah, Pakistan lying too. Okay, my bad. No, the Pakistani military is not directly, it does not get its directives from the CIA, and the Pakistani intelligence is not basically like the outsourced CIA at all. Like I said, there's deviations from America's interests. Sometimes, you know, they do the Turkey thing a little bit, right? But ultimately they fall in line. I know this from my own personal experience from Turkey and how Turkey operates. But you should ask your dad why Imran Khan is in the position that he's in. Or, I don't know, read any of the Intercept articles that were written on this by Reinger and Murtaza Hussein. That's like, you know, they've done phenomenal coverage that is actually like, you know, it's gotten a lot of press, as a matter of fact. The people of Pakistan I don't know if they're super fond of America. Understandably, they probably aren't. But the government is a whole different. Not even the government, but the military is a whole different issue.
Is the Middle East. Thank you. Appreciate it, Ivan. John, this makes me really fearful of a huge conflagration.
Look, there's a lot going on here. This is the location.
I think calling these countries client states is a little unproductive and ignores nuances. I get your point, but it makes people who have more knowledge on said country be more skeptical of your commentary. Well, how would you frame Pakistan if not a client state? I mean, not even in this issue, but in general. And before you say Pakistan has close relations to China recently, USA was an ally before, but not so much anymore. The fact that Pakistan is acquiring J-31s from China just shows how distant they are from the USA, not to mention the Pakistan Navy was doing exercise in Iran, this whole Yemeni circumstance. Great. Wait. Except that's why I said it's like Turkey. Turkey is a client state. How many times do I have to reiterate? Turkey is a NATO state. It's a client state. It's a nuclear. It's a state that houses American nukes in its American military bases inside of its borders. Turkey has defense systems that it purchased from Russia. This was a big point of contention. America refused to sell Turkey any more F-16s, even including the new F-35 program that Turkey literally was not even allowed to purchase from, despite the fact that parts of the F-35 were being manufactured inside of Turkish national boundaries. Okay? And Turkey got their, yes, S-400 air defense systems from Russia. One thing that I also found out that I find really interesting, and I got to look this up actually, is that I believe, hold on, before I say it, I'm going to look it up. There's another country that isn't, hold on. Yeah, there's another country that I think also participated in a little bit of Russian missile systems purchasing. The S-300 system. That's Greece, though. Now, obviously, it's a little bit different because, like, it's in the 90s, but I didn't know that. I did not know that Greece had Russian missile systems, Russian missile defense systems. All right, let's continue.
Of the Pakistani strike inside Iran, and you can see some of the aftermath right there of what took place. This is the video. This is the Pakistani strike inside Iran. And then the Iranian strike inside Pakistan was about here. With us now to discuss is retired General Peter Zwack. He is a global fellow at the Wilson Center and served as U.S. Senior Defense Attaché to the Russian Federation. Again, Pakistan is a nuclear power, General. Iran, frankly, about to be a nuclear power. An exchange of fire back and forth here. What's the U.S. interest in this?
Well, the U.S. interest in this is tremendous. Obviously, we will watch closely. Our diplomats certainly are working behind the scenes, certainly with Pakistan. Remember, Pakistan and India had a near miss, potentially nuclear-wise, in 2019. But when you look, John, at the whole aggregate of the Middle East and now Central Asia, from the Mediterranean all the way to Iran, Pakistan, Baluchistan, almost the Afghan border, and then strikes and hits in Beirut, in Damascus, in Kerman, in Iran, near the Pakistani border, and now you have Pakistan and Iran. Yeah, this is really, really dangerous. Not to mention Yemen and the ongoing horror.
Dude, this guy's awesome. He said Yemen.
In Gaza.
Well, you talked about Yemen. Let's take a look at what the U.S. continues to do. The U.S. continues to try to strike Houthi targets inside Yemen. These are just some of the locations that have been hit. 4 rounds of attacks now. The U.S. continues to say it doesn't seek.
You say Bangladesh, dog? Yeah, that's how that's how I learned how to say it. So I'm trying to say it in English, but that's how I learned how to say it. He's American.
Wider conflict, but 4 rounds of attacks, General. Isn't it already a wider conflict?
It already is a wider, if you will, but a round of conflict. But we can see that the U.S. and the allied targeteers assisting them have been careful and measured in what they hit. They're still going after installations. They're going after the anti-ship missile launching sites and drone locations. So it's been measured in that way. Yet the Houthis go out. They've hit a couple of container ships recently, including a U.S. flagged one. And I worry that when you have a lot of stuff flying in the air, something eventually hits. And what happens when one of those missiles hits a U.S. or coalition ship or entity or base, and people are killed?
What does this have to do with the Houthis? Well, they're saying that like the region is already a powder keg.
Killed in this level of tension all around that I've described in the whole Middle East and now Central Asia.
It sounds like you're saying the U.S. attacks so far have not been much of a deterrent on the Houthis.
Yeah, except here, we got to cover this. This is like an incredible admission. And perhaps a perfect distillation, most concise summary of U.S. foreign policy available out there. A reporter asked Brandon, are the airstrikes against the Houthis working? Here's Brandon's answer.
Well, when you say working, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes.
It's awesome. I mean, that's the most Trumpian take you could arrive at. Now, liberals hate the orange man. Liberals hate the orange man. Orange man bad, we all say. This is such an orange man answer. At least he isn't balding. What did he say? He responded to the question, are the airstrikes against the Houthis working? He said, well, when you say working, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes. I want to know where the liberals are, the champion Brandon support squad. What do they have to say about this? I mean, another libs are going to hate you for pointing this out. It sucks because they're not working because Twitch streamer Hasan Piker is interviewing their most loyal soldiers and baby girling them. Yeah, that's why they're not working. Now, I've been saying this since day one. Day one, I've been saying that if your goal is to like destabilize the Ansar Allah administration, that's going to fail. If your goal is to get them to stop trying to intercept commercial vessels and make it so that it is difficult to traverse the Red Sea, an important choke point for commerce, that is also failing seemingly. And people have been very upset about me pointing this out. So what is the real reason to keep bombing Yemen? What's the real reason why you're just doing it? Spread the fun around? We got too many bombs we got to get rid of? Is that what it is? Maybe take the attention away? Take the heat away from Israel? I don't know. U.S. has to get rid of the Iran regime. I like this idea that like the United States has to get rid of the Iranian regime. A regime that has only, in a way that is not dissimilar to Yemen, gotten more and more hardline over the course of many, many years and literally even gained prominence as a consequence of American destabilization. At what point do we look at America's foreign policy and go, hey, this is kind of crazy. Maybe we should stop trying to deal with the problem militarily because it has only been a demonstrable failure. Now, of course, it's not a demonstrable failure. It actually has been a success if you think about it from the perspective of the military-industrial complex. From that position, yes, as long as there's like pot shots and back and forth fighting, and that constitutes an endless need for more military gear, more weapons, more bombs, and the like, and more R&D, okay, then yes, it has been a tremendous success, okay? The problem is, ain't nobody's making money in the soft power diplomatic industrial complex, okay? That's the issue. The biggest threat to the U.S. is the U.S. regime. The biggest threat to the U.S. is the U.S. regime. Oh, 100%. There is not a single place that has gotten better off as a consequence of American bombs and American intervention. Okay? Weird things that the CIA is responsible for this regime. Listen, American intervention historically in the MENA region, especially so, but definitely globally, has almost always created way more reactionary hardliners. Hardline reactionary fascists that we have installed that champion neoliberalism, like Pinochet, or hardliner reactionaries that, run on the anti-Western position and secure power by positioning themselves as the opposite, like as securing themselves as the anti-Western, anti-American leaders. And then, instead of trying to correct course and normalize relations with said countries and try to have a infinitely better relationship, and I think a good example of this would be, like, to a certain degree, because of the economic interest there, China, okay? You end up pushing them further and further away, and they keep trying to dominate the region. The world would be like Wild West without American intervention. Yeah, definitely. Because currently the world is not Wild West. The world is already Wild West. It's just you live in America, so you don't see it. And when you do see it, and when I do talk to someone who's living in the Wild West, most people go, dude, what are you talking about? That guy's a terrorist that deserves to be perished immediately by a laser-guided munition system. What are you doing? It's so funny that in many ways, also, by the way, yeah, I wonder where the Wild West is from. In many ways, exactly the same principles that apply in Gaza with Hamas is happening in a much broader scale globally or in every other country. Israel's actions upon the Palestinian population is, the American playbook globally. It's obviously a lot more involved than the American playbook globally because the Americans already did their settler colonialism and successfully carried out an indigenous genocide. So the rest of the places where we engage in colonial actions are oftentimes just simply occupation or continued efforts to destabilize and the like. Regular old business as usual. All right, let's bring in our Indian Hassan Brown correspondent who will give me more information. Yes, it's time for Aruna now. Let me see if he's here still.
What's up, dude?
Hey, what's going on? Where's your camera?
Hold on a second. My camera quality is going to be kind of shit.
It's all good?
Yeah, because I'm at my parents' house at the moment. It's an extended Pongal break.
That's nice. All right. Let me just pop this out real quick.
Yeah.
All right. What's happening? What's going on?
Talk
to us.
So basically, what's happening in Iran and Pakistan right now is, in order to understand what's going on there, you have to basically understand this region called Balochistan. And Balochistan is a sort of region that that basically it basically straddles both Iran and Pakistan, and it is home to the ethnic Baloch people. And the thing is, shit, my hair's all fucked up. But the basically, so the people in Balochistan in both Iran and Pakistan have been basically, and Afghanistan as well, have been horribly mistreated by their respective governments. And that for the past several decades has led to insurgency within the region. One of the groups that, so what started the Pakistan attacks in Iran was that Iran struck Pakistan in the Balochistan region. And the claim is that from the Iranian side is that the people that they attacked were members of Jaish al-Adli, who is the successor militant group to Jandala. And Jandala is a separatist group in Iran that is, you can say it's a Salafist group in that is supposedly based out of Pakistan. What is they're claiming they're based out of Pakistan, but they're most active in the Sistan and Baluchistan province in Iran. And so in response, what Pakistan did was they attacked what they considered to be, they basically attacked what they consider to be hideouts for the BLF and the BLA, the Balochistan Liberation Army and the Balochistan Liberation Force, or the Balochistan Liberation Force, the BLF and the BLA. So the real players in here, so a lot of people are very tempted to think of it as like, is this an Iran versus Iran versus Pakistan thing? That is not the way you should be looking at this whatsoever. The way you should be looking at this is both the militant groups in their respective regions in Pakistan and Iran have been giving the state apparatuses of both countries massive trouble. And so what they're both trying to do right now is that they are trying to basically squash the Baloch, I guess, insurgent movements in both Iran and Pakistan. I'll stop there.
A question I have for you. Is the Balochistan Liberation Front, you said that they are not them directly, they're not Salafists, right?
No, so Baloch Liberation, no, I said the successor to Jundallah is. So the ones that Iran attacked were Salafists.
Okay. So, because the Baloch Liberation Army, is it still Marxist?
I mean, at this point, it means nothing at this point. Like, they're not really Marxist at this point. I mean, as far as like a lot of Marxism in South Asia, it's not as like a lot of the Marxists in South Asia are not
nationalist movements,
yeah,
right?
it's more nationalist
ethnic liberation.
Point, yeah.
Okay.
So it's basically more of a national liberation movement. Again, like all militant groups, they've also committed like heinous crimes against civilians as well. But the same, claims can be leveled at both the Pakistan and the Iranian states. Mm-hmm. So that's basically like what you can sort of say. So that's sort of the crux of this sort of conflict right now. As obviously you can imagine, a lot of people in Pakistan right now are very wired up, or they're very wound up about the whole situation, because again, like as with a lot of people in the region, they can be fired up into nationalism very quickly, and likewise in Iran as well. Now, the reason I know about all this in the first place is because the stuff that I've been covering recently as of late was about the Baloch protests in Pakistan, as Nerd That Was Promised is mentioned. So basically, for like the past, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't say anything.
Okay. So basically, for the past several decades or so, the Pakistani state has been effectively disappearing Baloches for like they've been disappearing Baloches, basically accusing them of, terrorism, the standard talking points that you would hear. They're terrorists because they're supposedly affiliated with the BLF. They are BLA, so on and so forth, right? And so they have been disappeared.
As one does.
Exactly. As any state does, right?
I would want to know. I think it would be interesting. This is a suspicion, but I wonder what kind of surveillance technology they're using, and if there's any credence there, or any kind of, I don't know, because like I remember reading a little bit about potentially China utilizing Israeli surveillance technology in their mass surveillance campaign against Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang under the boundaries that were identical to every other country that does stuff like this all the time whenever there's like a separatist movement. I wonder if Pakistan,
I'm not too sure about I don't know what the involvement with regards to surveillance is. A lot of the disappearances isn't like the surveillance state in Pakistan is not as sophisticated as what you would find in Xinjiang, not by a long shot. What you're basically just like, what you're seeing is like, it's been happening for decades at this point. This is not a new thing, right? And this has largely led to what the Baloch have basically termed a Baloch genocide. There's been a systematic erasure. So Jaish al-Adli is the Sunni Salafist group that is also a secessionist group in Iran that Iran claims to have attacked in Pakistan.
So here's the question then. These aren't joint operations, obviously, but is that the major point of contention here? Like, why is Pakistan upset if they themselves are also clearing out any kind of Balochist separatist movements in their own borders?
It's a mix of two reasons. So, and this is just me speculating at the moment. So the thing is, what has actually happened is Iran, when they attacked Pakistan, actually did kill civilians. So understandably, Pakistanis are very up in arms about that because obviously when you attack civilians as another state, you're obviously the citizens are going to be very pissed off, understandably so.
For sure.
But it's always been that the Baloch separatism has always been sort of a hot potato between Iran and Pakistan. That's been the one thing that has kind of soured the relationship a little bit. And then the other factor in that is India, because India's involvement in all of this is that it is, to my knowledge, India has
Stand by.
What's going on?
No, I'm just nothing. I'm just saying India is standing back and standing by. They seem to appreciate it. I mean, they immediately well, I mean, it's surprising because wait, didn't they align with Iran or Pakistan in this?
India's more in line with Iran.
Yeah, which is
because again,
that's right.
They're more in line with Iran on this because so similar to how so whenever the topic of Kashmir is brought up with regards to India, India's usual talking point counter to that is Balochistan. And both states are right. Both India and Pakistan are right in that human rights abuses were committed and have and continue to be committed in both Kashmir by both states and Kashmir and Balochistan. So the Indian state still continues to engage in war crimes as well as committing human rights abuses in the Kashmir Valley. But at the same time, Pakistan also continues to commit human rights abuses in Balochistan too. So it's both, right?
Yeah,
so it's used as
wait. Can you clarify your Kashmir position? I don't think you're saying that Pakistan is committing human rights abuses in Kashmir. You're saying Pakistan is committing
India
human rights abuses in. You're saying India is committing human rights abuses in Kashmir, which is correct, and you're saying that Pakistan is committing human rights abuses against Baloch separatists. Yes, before
not just Baloch separatists. So Balochistan in general.
Balochistan in general. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
So basically it's again the Baloch separatism has been a constant pretense within the Pakistani state as a way of basically just kidnapping and disappearing random Baloch students. So for example, in like universities in Punjab province and in Karachi University, for example, there have been random Baloch students that have been abducted by the Pakistani state, by the Pakistani police, on basically no suspicion whatsoever. And effectively, this had reached a boiling point in Pakistan, which has led to a mass movement, largely spearheaded by figures like Mahrang Baloch. Highly recommend you look her up. But there was a recent walk from Quetta, which is the capital of Balochistan, all the way to the capital of Pakistan, Islamabad. It was led by women, as chat says. Yes. So it was a movement that was led by women from from Quetta, Balochistan. We'll get to Gwadar in a second because Gwadar kind of is important here. From Quetta all the way to Islamabad. That's a long way. Yeah, they walked a long time. And once they reached Islamabad, you had obviously the cops and the army basically, it was mostly the local cops in Islamabad basically attack, separate, do basically cop tactics. They were attacking protesters with water cannons, so on and so forth. And they were basically trying to send the Baloch back to Balochistan, basically. So what I was saying, chat, was that in a similar way to how India has committed human rights abuses in Kashmir, when those human rights abuses are brought up, India immediately counters that with, hey, what about Balochistan? Like, what about you guys in Balochistan? You guys are also committing human rights abuses in Balochistan, which is true.
Who's arming? Who do you think is arming the separatist movements there? Is there any testament to like, because in a lot of instances,
is very likely India, if anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say in a lot of
It's very likely
instances,
India.
you will always have regional actors that genuinely work to arm separatist movements, or even if their cause is just. By the way, like Kurds are a great example of this. Obviously,
Yeah.
like Kurds are 35 million in the region, ethnic minority that is stateless. They have an autonomous zone in like northern Iraq given to them by the United States of America, obviously. But like beyond that, there's not much. Beyond that, the United States will often arm Kurdish militias and then and support them until they fuck off, and then allow Turkey to come in and just wipe them out entirely.
Right.
Is there like a similar thing happening here?
Yeah, I mean, Balochistan is the Balochistan independence movement, however, like justified it is. And it is, in a sense, the material conditions for the Baloch people have been atrocious for the past several decades. I mean, right now, the desire for independence at the moment is very low in Balochistan, or at least in Pakistan right now, it's like 33%. But the material conditions for the Balochistan province in both Iran and Pakistan are, quite frankly speaking, they're atrocious. So Balochistan, the Sistan and Balochistan province in Iran and the Balochistan province in Pakistan are respectively the poorest regions in each country. And contrary to popular belief, CPEC, which is the Chinese-Pakistan Economic Corridor, has not helped that situation either, because a lot of the workers that are working, so Gwadar is another port in Pakistan, which is crucial for their deal at the moment. And so basically, one of the consequences is that the economic conditions for Baloch fishermen have actually worsened because of the economic deal, because Chinese workers that have been imported into the country, that have been brought into the country to work the ports, have actually displaced the local fishermen in a way. So basically, and it's partially due to the fact that there's also sort of an ethnic sentiment angle in Pakistan as well, in that a lot of people within the Baloch, Saraiki, and Pashtun ethnic groups tend to be very pissed off at the Pakistani establishment, which has traditionally been dominated by the Punjabis and the Sindhis, right? So the current establishment right now, again, I'm just saying, like, this is an overall sentiment that I've seen, is that the current establishment of Pakistan is currently run, like, for example, the Bhutto family is largely speaking Sindhi. They're Sindhi speakers. The PML party that's why the PPP party, chat, don't laugh, the Pakistan People's Party is dominant in Sindh, right? The PMLN party is largely dominant in the Punjab province of Pakistan. And so because for a long time, these two regions have dominated Pakistani politics, there's been a large, resentment from places like Balochistan, KPK, even the Pakistan-administered parts of Kashmir as well, Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan. So there's also that angle to that as well.
This is all happening as in the aftermath of Imran Khan's ouster as well, even though I feel like these are all things that were already occurring under his reign too, right? I mean,
yeah, I mean, Imran Khan has not been the best of allies. I mean, the CPEC was really strengthened under Imran Khan's rule, which has worsened the economic conditions for the Baloch fishermen in Gwadar. But Imran Khan has also not been kind to other minorities, especially, like, the way I think of Imran Khan is that he's not as open, or he's not as directly beholden to American State Department interests like the current administration is.
Yeah.
But he's no saint either, right? When he was in power, he was absolutely not kind to, for example, the Hazara ethnic group, who are originally from Afghanistan, but have left due to the persecution by the Taliban and the Mujahideen at the time.
So here, that's actually great that you brought that up, because it dovetails into what I wanted to talk about, because like the current Afghan policy or not the current Afghan policy, sorry, the current Pakistan policy of mass deportation is I mean, it's been happening since October. And
so the date for that, so the date to get rid of all the Afghans was November 1st. So the date to deport all of them has already been passed.
Yeah, and there are 4 million that reside in Pakistan, and an estimated 1.7 million, according to the Council for Foreign Relations, is undocumented. So my question there is, I guess, is that if this is a continuation of Imran Khan's policies, like, why is this still happening? Does America just look the other way? Because like the current administration is supposed to be way more pro U.S.
So I don't have a solid answer for this, actually, because I mean, so I was talking about this with Animated Sarah on Twitter, who's in the chat right now, and we've been going back and forth about this as to like trying to figure out a reason why this might be happening. The thing is, America was actually giving money to Pakistan to keep those to keep Afghan citizens within Pakistan, especially the ones that have more recently come from Afghanistan to Pakistan. American state policy, actually. So it's not my guess is, I think it ultimately boils down to the Pakistani state has largely thought of these guys as an economic liability, which is actually not true. These are basically so for the Americans in the audience, it's similar to how undocumented immigrants from Central America come to America. They work all the low-paying jobs, and they get treated like shit most of the time because they're undocumented. Yeah. In much of a similar way, the Afghans in Pakistan don't have proper citizenship. They don't have any proper documentation or anything. And they're forced to basically, work odd jobs, and they're forced to work very low-paying jobs.
Another analog is Turkey with Syrian migrants, Syrian refugees. Turkey was paid by the European Union to the tune of billions of dollars, specifically so that the Erdogan regime could take in, so that the Erdogan regime would take in to the tune of, I think, like almost 10 million Syrian migrants. That estimation varies. Some say 4, some say 10. It is not an insignificant amount. It's a very significant amount for a country that is not super wealthy, just like Pakistan. And the material interests there, as far as I understand it, are nearly identical. It gives you an opportunity to utilize this migrant population as a cudgel. You utilize this against the European Union politically. You can always say, hey, we will release the Syrian migrants into the Greek border if you don't, do whatever we want to do. And then also it gives a political opportunity, I assume, to the Pakistani government, but it also allows you to do domestic decisions as well and take advantage of the migrant population that you can force to do backbreaking labor without any sort of serious protection.
Yeah, I would generally speaking say that is the case in Pakistan. Like that, so they've been basically used as basically a free labor force in much of a similar way. But the deportation of Afghan citizens has not just been, first off, as Animated Sarah said, Afghans that are refugees in Pakistan, many of whom are born and raised in Pakistan, they have known Pakistan is their home. They don't know anything about Afghanistan. They've never been to Afghanistan. They've never seen Afghanistan before. They have been basically they've been packed in shipping containers, like the stuff that you would see on like U-Hauls and stuff, and they were dropped into Afghanistan immediately. But it wasn't just limited to that either. There were cops that were taking. So Pashtuns are another ethnicity that straddle a border. In this case, the Pashtuns also straddle Afghanistan and Pakistan, right? So the Pakistani state, in addition to deporting Afghan citizens that were never allowed to become citizens of Pakistan, they decided to. There are cases of Pashtuns, ethnic Pashtuns, who are Pakistani Pashtuns whose family has always been on the Pakistani side of the border, by virtue of the fact that they are Pashtun. On top of the fact that Pashtuns are an ethnic group that straddles both sides of the border. They've also been deported. There are cases of Pashtuns also being deported to Afghanistan too.
Yeah.
There are also cases of that as well.
It's I mean, I don't know what to say other than it's just totally fucked. I still don't understand the timing of this back and forth with respect to the Pakistani retaliation with respect to like the Iranian with the Iranian first strike that I find rather odd to do in this specific moment. Like I don't know why Iran is engaging with separatists in Balochistan when they're in the midst of a much larger conflict against Israel and the United States of America in the region.
Well, so another reason that they think, so this is why, I mean, another reason is that there are, and this is probably going to be the bingo moment for you in chat. There have been reports, again, I think the leader of the predecessor of the group they just attacked, so Jaish al-Adli, its predecessor was a group called Jandala. And there have been reports that say that Jandala received U.S. training and funding.
Wait. This is okay. Can you confirm this? Iran's claim is that Jaish al-Dal am I saying that right? Or
worked with ISIS-K and Mossad to help with the attack in Kerman. It was related to the Iranian missile strikes in Iraq and Syria. Very likely, yes. They view, so yes, the Iran's claim is that Jaish al-Adli and his predecessor Jandala are more aligned with the United States, basically. So that's why. That's another reason why Iran might be attacking these guys at this moment.
Okay. And instead of working, I mean, I guess the thing I still don't understand is like why there's no cooperation within Pakistan and Iran in order to deal with potentially ISIS-K aligned Salafist militias that I suspect Pakistan itself would not be super fond of, unless this is, I assume, I don't want to make any assertions here, but unless I assume that the American State Department is giving Pakistan leeway in dealing with Afghan refugees inside of its borders, specifically so that they can win curry favor within in the upcoming election, curry favor within the population that is like very angry about plenty of people, as far as I understand, are very angry about Imran Khan's ouster.
Yes.
And also looking the other way on the reality that everyone from his party are also being like arrested. It's mass suppression. It's like anti-democratic. These are things that America would usually use as just cause to immediately implement sanctions, immediately do like widespread condemnation. The American State Department has been suspiciously quiet on that kind of thing. And maybe they're quiet on that kind of thing because the current Pakistani regime is cooperative with the American State Department interests in opening up a new front, or rather moving the attention away from Gaza.
I would say that is a possibility. I would say that's a possibility. Nothing is confirmed quite yet. I would chalk that up to speculation at the moment. But again, I wouldn't put it past the current bilateral relations between America and Pakistan. I would not if that was the conclusion, if that was the correct conclusion, I would not be surprised by that, basically.
Okay.
In a sense, it's kind of like what Nerd is saying. Pakistan is significantly more loyal to the U.S. than to Iran in that case. So you could say that Iran kind of views Pakistan with a bit of suspicion in that sense, because of Pakistan's more open or at least the Pakistan military's alignment with the U.S.
Yeah.
So that alignment might be a factor in a sort of hindrance that both Iran and Pakistan between Iran and Pakistan cooperating on taking out these militants. But at the same time, I do want to say this, right? Again, it's very easy to get caught up in the sort of the geopolitics and the war games of it all, but there are real people living within both sides of these borders. Like I said earlier, right? Sistani Baluchistan in Iran is the poorest region in Iran. It is the most neglected region in Iran, and vice versa for Pakistan. Balochistan is the poorest region in Pakistan by far. It's because both countries have treated their have been treating their Baloch populations like complete trash. When the Masa Amini protests were happening, there were also protests happening in, I believe, in Zahedan province, which is again a sister province to Sistan and Baluchistan. And the Iranian state they massacred roughly 100 people that were protesting again. Let me see the Amnesty International. Here's the Amnesty International link for that. Yeah. So in Iran, there was a new wave of there's a wave of protests that happened in the wake of the Masa Amini protests. And another angle that doesn't get talked about,
the Zahedan massacre, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, the Zahedan massacre. Yes. So roughly 100 people. Yeah, roughly 100 people were killed.
96 protesters were killed, 300 injured. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So basically, the thing to keep in mind, chat, is that there are real people living in these borders that have been constantly fucked over by both states. It's like that's the thing you guys need to understand. It's very easy to get lost in the theatrics of, first off, chat, Pakistan is not going to nuke Iran. That's crazy. I don't know. I saw a couple of people in chat saying that, but no, obviously not. It's easy to get lost in the theatrics, but it's important to realize that people are really being affected by sort of what Iran and Pakistan have been doing to them for the past several decades. There's a reason that there's still an independence movement in both Iran and Pakistan with regards to the Baloch people. It's very easy to get lost in that. It's very easy to forget that. So I just want to keep that in mind as well. I just want chat to remember that as well, because
I think I do think that there's still, there's more that these governments could do for these people, but I do think that there's obviously external factors at play that make it even harder for any kind of global cooperation to occur or any kind of genuine development to happen as well. It's something that you see in obviously poor regions in poor countries all the time. Not to say that that is the only reason, and there's no real justification for security crackdowns on any kind of separatist or any kind of real separatist group whatsoever. I've maintained that consistently throughout my coverage of Xinjiang as well. No matter how reactionary people might
my
get.
take is that there are going to be militant groups that are going to necessarily align with. I think obviously the fact that the BLF and the BLA are, they've received training from India. Again, allegedly, right? But I think that says more to their current political condition, that they have to a lot of people have been tired of the lack of due process in Iran and Pakistan locally, which is why they're reaching out to, India, for example, for help in that regard. And in that this happens all the time for militant groups across the world. That's always been sort of my take on that. What are the BLF and the BLA? So BLF are the Balochistan Liberation Force. BLA are the Balochistan Liberation Army.
Yeah.
Also, it's Bangladesh. It's
by the way,
Bangladesh.
not dissimilar to Israel offering healthcare to Al Nusra, as it was for the brief moments in time where they overtook certain parts of Golan Heights. India, as far as I understand, according to the Hindu.com, gave BLA commanders medical treatment in India's hospitals, often under disguise or with a fake identity. So there's definitely
this is not the first time India has trained rebel groups. Just for the record, they've also trained the LTTE in Sri Lanka. This is not remotely the first time they've engaged in this behavior. India has also trained the Liberation Tigers of Tamilam, or the Tamil Tigers as well. Again, that's another story for later, because they've trained the Tamil Tigers as well. So this is militant groups seeking aid or seeking arms from India is not a new thing in India's history whatsoever.
Yeah. All right. Well, Thank you for
before we go, I have to hold you accountable for a couple things. It is
all right. Let's hear it.
Okay, first off, it's Bangladesh. It's not Bangladesh.
I know. Bangladesh.
Yeah. Okay. You literally You can say it in Turkish, brother. You can say it in literally. You can literally say it in Turkish and get away with it.
Bangladesh.
No, it's not Bangladesh. It's Bangladesh.
Bangladesh.
Bingo. Yes, you got it. There we go. There you go.
Okay.
I promised my Bengali chatters that I would hold you accountable for that. So.
Okay. I apologize to the Bengali chatters for saying
it's
it wrong.
Okay, because my entire chat is Bengali, so that's why.
Okay, fair. All right, what else?
Yeah. Other than that, I don't know what else. There's other shit.
You're gonna say, and the chat was saying you said it wrong when you were right. Yeah. Okay. The other thing was probably that I shit on anarchists too much, so now the anarchist memes have seeped into your community when you make arguments. Is that what you're gonna say? I saw.
No, I wasn't gonna say that at all. It was more like, yeah, no, I mean, it's like not the biggest deal in the world, but like, yeah, I do have like I have dumbasses that come into my chat that are that take the meme like super to heart. Like they don't realize that you're joking, and they come into my chat and they're like, wait, what do you mean? Like, wait, people believe this shit? And it's like it's just a little bit annoying to have to deal with this shit over and over again. That's all. Like I have people that do come into my chat and it does get a little annoying.
Yeah.
It is it's not the biggest deal. Like it's just me saying.
I do always reaffirm the position that anarchists are at the forefront of mutual aid and direct action.
Yeah. I've said that before. Yeah. I've always affirmed that too. Yeah. Also, one more thing, you brought me on, this is the second time you brought me on for a topic that's not Sri Lanka. We have to have that conversation.
Oh yeah.
As Little Bear said.
Yeah. 100%. But
yeah,
thank you for coming on once again and enlightening.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it as always.
Bye,
all right,
brother.
man. Take it easy. Bye.
Peace. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Aruna now on Twitch. It serves their imperial interests. Imagine losing Afghanistan and Imran Khan also removed client state status by realigning with Russia and China. It would be unacceptable for the U.S. empire. His socials are all over the chat. You guys can see it in the chat as well. So, interesting timing for this back and forth to occur. Who knows? I'm not saying with any certainty, especially because this is not that aspect of Pakistani or regional politics is not something that I'm going to, going to act like I know a lot about. I don't. So, but yeah, don't predict anything, please. Okay, shut the fuck up. You made Hassan read it. You're absolutely right. What is this? Of course, it serves imperialist interests. Imagine losing. Yeah, but it is weird. I'm just saying, it is a weird time for it to occur, and things that sometimes when you want to understand American involvement in an area, you sometimes have to look at what the bad stuff a government is doing and what is allowed and not being talked about. Okay, that's definitely something that you always have to remember. Like Turkey's bombing the northern Syrian corridor. Okay, that gets no coverage whatsoever in American media. Why does that get no coverage whatsoever in American media? But God forbid, if Erdogan was out there genuinely, if Erdogan was out there unironically, legitimately squeezing the gas faucet that is going into Israel, you bet your fucking ass. You bet your fucking ass, America and American State Department-backed media would be talking about the ethnic cleansing that Turkey is conducting upon the Kurdish population in the northern Syrian corridor verbatim every single fucking day. Okay? But the reason why they don't talk about it is because no matter how much Erdogan speaks from one side of his mouth about Israel and about Israel being bad and about, Israel is in the wrong here and Israel is wrong. Satan Yahoo, 1 minute, you are going to hell. No matter what he says, ultimately, the reality is his son's still using their own shipping containers. Okay, his son's own shipping company is still obviously doing commerce with Israel regularly. And also the pipelines coming from Azerbaijan that go through Turkey, that go into Israel, that supply Israel with around 40. And also the pipelines coming from Azerbaijan that go through Turkey, that go into Israel, that supply Israel with around 40% of their energy are still very much in operation. So that means Erdogan gets to do whatever he wants. Okay? Why does he get to do whatever he wants? Because he's still operating with America's permission. Okay? You have to remember, it's not always what leaders say. As a matter of fact, Turkey, Erdogan at least stands for his country. Is he really in business with Israel? Yes, very much so. I'm telling you once again. And by the way, most Arabs don't know that. Yes, most Arabs don't know this. Guys, Jeremy Scahill didn't know this. Come on. And he is a very informed investigative reporter that has like literally covered the region for years. People don't know this because it's not even remotely brought to anyone's attention because everyone is hyper focused on this. Most of this is theater. In many ways, it is no different. In many ways, it is no different than what Joe Biden says. Okay? It is no different than what Joe Biden says, where he goes, oh man, you know, Israel, cut it out. Israel, stop this. Okay? Israel, stop the violence, please. While simultaneously giving Israel weapons. This is also precisely the reason why I find it really funny when Westoid, Angloid-brained Amerifats try to fucking cover this regional conflict and then simultaneously come to me and my fucking doorstep and try to tell me that I have an unnuanced perspective on this matter. Okay? I'm sorry. You're a fucking pathetic little moron with no knowledge whatsoever. Keep covering drama is what I say to any and every Westoid that tries to fucking cover this issue and then simply says Hasan only says America bad and nothing else. Okay? You got no hose and you got no knowledge. Some of this stuff you're not going to be able to find on Wikipedia pages. Okay? That's it. That's how you arrive at the conclusion that Recep Tayyip Erdogan is the president of Israel. Meanwhile, the Houthis have claimed another attack on a U.S. ship. Okay? The Yemeni group says in a statement that it fired naval missiles at the ship, the Chem Ranger, and achieved direct hits. Earlier, we reported that the UK Maritime Trade Operations Group said it had received news of a security incident around 85 nautical miles off the coast of Yemen, and a U.S. official confirmed to Al Jazeera that it was following a security incident related to an attack on a ship from areas controlled by the Houthis in Yemen. The Yemeni armed forces confirmed that a retaliation to the American and British attacks is inevitable and that any new aggression will not go unpunished. The U.S. once again carried out strikes on Houthi targets inside Yemen earlier today, though comments made by President Joe Biden cast doubt on their effectiveness. Abi Türkiye NATO'ya katılır mı? Kardeş, Türkiye NATO'ya belki gelecekte katılır, bilmiyorum. Daha mı katılır, nasıl katılacak daha fazla bilmiyorum. İncirlik 2. NATO Türkiye'ye katılır. Masadayız. Masadayız kanka. Masa biziz. Masadayız. Masa biziz. Şaka maka harbi Antalya'da masadaydık ama. Ukrayna, Rusya. Ukrayna, Rusya konusunda masa bizdik. Amerikalılar ve İngilizler kıskandılar bizim diplomatik gücümüzü kıskandılar. Boris Johnson Osmanlı olmasına rağmen gitti dedi ki Ukrayna'ya siktir edeceksiniz Türkleri dedi. Antalya'da yapmayacaksınız mı dedi. İsviçre'ye götüreceksiniz dedi. Neden? Kıskanıyorlar. Kıskanıyorlar gücümüzü kıskanıyorlar. Masalarımızı kıskanıyorlar. Masa biziz. Remember when Erdogan whipped his deputies to vote to allow U.S. troops to invade Iraq from Turkey? Turkey to vote on allowing U.S. troops to attack in Iraq? No, don't show this, man. You don't understand. He's a big ally. He's a big ally to all Muslims, dude. He's the defender of the Ummah, okay? Shh, don't say it. Erdogan and what is this? Jason Hinkle, the number 1 defenders of Palestine, okay? It's so funny. It's my favorite. They love Palestinians. Oh, 100%. Ooh. Anyway, Timeline of U.S. and ally strikes in Yemen. January 11, strike on 60 targets in 16 locations targeting Houthi anti-ship cruise missiles, anti-ship ballistic missiles, drone, radar, air defense, and CNC facilities. January 13, strike retargeting Houthi radar site struck in the first attack wave. January 16, strike targeting 4 Houthi anti-ship ballistic missiles ready for launch at maritime targets. January 17-18, strike targeting 14 Houthi missiles ready for launch at maritime targets. January 18, strike targeting 2 Houthi anti-ship missiles ready for launch at maritime targets. Is the U.S. actually targeting Houthi targets inside of Yemen? Anyone on chat could tell me if you already touched on this point. No, they are. They are. Except it is a violation of, I guess, any kind of sovereignty that any kind of country could have when America chooses where and when to attack. And I mean, I guess it's like basically a continuation of at the very least America's proxy war that it has waged against Yemen by way of UAE and Saudi Arabia for much longer than this past year. Yeah. The problem is, does this actually solve the Houthi blockade? If the issue is stop the Houthi blockade, and you have only one solution to that, which is the most Westoid Amerifat version of events, which is bomb into submission. Okay, if that's your fucking, if that's your approach to the matter, and it has demonstrably failed, and the endless bombing campaigns have reinforced the Ansar Allah government's position overall. To be fair, considering the Houthis are fighting the government of Yemen, I doubt the U.S. strikes do not have the government's blessing. So that's a really funny and interesting approach to the subject matter. Ansar Allah controls 70% of the region that has 70% of the Yemen population, and also the official government of Yemen is, when you say the official government of Yemen, you mean the internationally recognized government of Yemen. In many ways, you might not agree with Maduro. I certainly don't, with a lot of the things that he does. Okay. But ultimately, I'm not going to sit here and say, well, Juan Guaido is the real leader of Venezuela, and continue fucking saying Juan Guaido is the real leader of Venezuela. Okay. The ousted government that that operates within Saudi boundaries is not going to be the officially recognized government of this nation state. Not only that, but also even his own generals, okay, even his own generals in the aftermath of direct American bombing have literally come out and lent support after years and years of endless fighting. They have also literally turned around and lent support to Ansar Allah anyway. Because if there's one thing that unites almost every single person in the region, beyond the sectarian violence, or whatever you want to call it, is when they see Muslim populations get pulverized by America's most important ally. Okay? Israel's actions are not seen as like the actions of Jews or whatever the fuck the Western media, whatever the boundaries of the Western media operates in. Is there anti-Semitism? Certainly. But when they see Israel strike, they recognize it as America striking. That's why even Hassan Nasrallah, right, the general secretary of Hezbollah, has corrected the record time and time again, speaking directly about Israel's actions and even anti-Semitism in the region. He's like, this is not like, there are definitely Arabs out there who think, oh, you know, Yahoo did this, Yahoo did that, and it's the Jews or whatever. There's certainly anti-Semitism. However, the real battle that we're waging is not against Jews, it's against America. Okay? So this is something to remember. And when America directly goes in and starts bombing a country,
as the world's attention is still largely
many people are going to turn around and go, okay, this fucking bullshit. America's most important ally in the region of the Saudis, Israel doesn't give a damn about profit. No, I mean, ironic, because even the Saudis are not too fond. What? America's most important ally in the region of the Saudis. Yeah, here's the thing. Ironic because even the Saudis actually do not appreciate the bombing campaign in Yemen. One, because it completely dismantles any kind of like Saudi-backed administration from coming to power regardless. And it also ruined the China-led ceasefire and peace agreement that was conducted between Saudi Arabia and Iran. That was very beneficial for Saudi Arabia. Why was it beneficial for Saudi Arabia? Because Saudi is doing the charm offensive. They're whitewashing, they're sports washing. They're always like, hey, guys, don't even think about what we did in Yemen. Don't even worry about that. That's in the past. We have a golf tournament here. Please come enjoy the golf. Remember, that golf tournament is not going to be fucking awesome and fun for the Americans that attend, if they do even attend it, when there are literally Iranian rockets that Ansar Allah or the Houthis are lobbing in the vicinity of the golf tournament, okay? Ain't nobody's going to go watch UFC when they're worried about fucking rockets coming and hitting whatever stadium they're at, okay? So it fucks up the Saudi bag too. America's involvement right now, America's involvement with Yemen right now fucks up the Saudi bag, 100%. Yet another instance where America is operating on like the old ways that it used to operate, okay? Which is unfortunately not how things are any longer. Unfortunately for America, that is. That is, to a certain degree, multipolarity. I mean, American military bases protect all of Saudi. That's a wrong assessment, Hassan. Yeah, dude. American military bases protect all of Saudi, but, you know, missiles still make their way to Jeddah. Missiles still make their way to oil refineries. You know, just something to consider. When that happens, it's yet another reminder. It's yet another reminder that, you know, you're not doing a good job with your charm offensive. Do you think China is mad at America fucking around in Yemen after they brokered the ceasefire? Fuck no. China is, if there's anyone that's making out like a bandit from this current geopolitical chaos, it's China. They get to literally not do anything, sit back, and by genuinely not doing anything, they look like the reasonable guys in the room, inevitably. They don't have to do anything. They're applying the technique that I've said Osama bin Laden should have applied, which is kick back and let the Republicans run the country into the ground. Now, of course, back then, when you thought about Republicans, you thought about neocons, you thought about like warmongers. Now the Democratic Party is doing that shit too. China gets to maintain its allegiances with Israel while simultaneously every now and then saying stuff like the Palestinians are human. The Chinese delegation has decided Palestinians are human beings and Israel should maybe cut it out. Okay? That's it. That's literally it. That's all they have to do is kick back. They fucking make out like bandits in this situation. So obviously, when I talk about America bad, there's the moral framework that I operate on, which is America is doing a horrifyingly bad job of, you know, destabilizing this region and killing people directly and killing people indirectly, but usually with American bombs. But then it's also not even pragmatic. There has to be some people within the State Department that recognize that America's actions, and I do believe that there are people in the State Department that recognize that America's continued support of Israel is no longer beneficial, but legitimately harmful. Okay? You always say America bad. What is the worst America has done? The worst? I don't know. It's a long fucking list. Starting, I mean, not even starting, but the war on terror. You're right. This is China's Ukraine. What do you mean China's Ukraine? I mean, you could say China is China's Ukraine. Same situation with Ukraine. They don't have to do shit. They offer like a little bit of support to Russia by not directly criticizing Russia, and then they just sit back on that front too. Those are all genuine dubs for China. Slavery or nukes, nuking Japan twice, exactly. Now, I'm not like a BRICS guy at all, for the record. I think you guys know this already. I think that's a laughable notion. I'm not like a big BRICS guy at all, right? The way I see it is that all these other countries that are in the periphery or, former direct allies or even client states to a certain degree see China as a rising power and use China's position as a way to hedge their bets, as a way to leverage their relationship with the United States of America. That makes perfect sense. How is war on terror bad? Do you love terror? Yes. How is the war on terror bad? Do you love terror? That's so funny, dude. I know it's a joke. It's a good joke. I love that. The guy who the guy who this worked on, the one guy in the United States of America that this framing works on is like, what do you mean? I don't understand. Do you like terror? What the fuck? It's kind of fucked up to say it, but I think it's better that China runs things like this without getting involved. If they bring up Palestine flag too much, it would be a third world war for sure. I'm just afraid something might happen in Taiwan with all this chaos. I mean, I don't know. All right, anyway, let's get to Real Life Lore's video on Yemen. I want to see.
Focused on the brutal war being waged in Gaza that's already claimed the lives of tens of thousands of people.
I'm telling you, I think like Real Life Lore and a lot of other like OSINT adjacent people, unless they're just like primed to try and get like a fucking free internship at some State Department adjacent third party contractor, they're most likely going to be like, yeah, this shit doesn't look good.
Something else is happening nearby to the south in the Red Sea that has the potential to escalate the war between Israel and Hamas into a greater Middle East-wide conflict that's already severely affecting the entire global economy. You see, after Israel initiated its full-scale invasion of Gaza, the Houthis, a Shia Muslim military organization in Yemen that's funded and armed by Iran, declared their full, unwavering support for Hamas and the Palestinian cause against Israel. But geographically located about 1,600 kilometers away from Israeli territory and more than 1,800 kilometers away from the main fight going on.
For the record, this was my biggest L, which nobody really gives a shit about. It was like thinking that I love that you said also kind of an outdated video already. Bro, it's literally January 17th. It's from yesterday. All I'm gonna say is I thought the Yemeni people didn't have the smoke. I was wrong on that. We're gonna recently too. I mean, I don't know if it's because they're being directly bankrolled or because they genuinely have this ideological positioning. It's much simpler to just say that, like, yeah, no, these guys, I think, for the most part, have this framework that they operate off of. Why? Because if you're the likes of Real Life Lore and if you fancy foreign policy, then where are you going to go? You're going to go to think tanks. Okay, you're going to go to the FDD, right? What is it? The Foundation of like Defending Democracy or whatever the fuck, right? Because those are the guys who are genuinely constantly reporting on whatever the fuck's going on. Now, if you read their shit, inevitably you are going to adopt their framing. Ain't nobody's out here in the American military industrial complex in the think tank sphere doing genuine on the ground reporting without a real slant that is pro-America, right? Do you understand? So I think that like a lot of people, I mean, there's exceptions, but a lot of people that get their information from like that think tank sphere because they want to have the most up-to-date shit, right? They are going to inevitably adopt the framing of these institutions that are directly populated by people that were a part of the military industrial complex. They are a part of the military industrial complex or directly are a outsourced version of like America's imperialist interests. So I don't think that it's as like suspicious or as, you know, as much as a conspiracy in the way that like a lot of people perceive these channels to be like, oh, you know, Vosh is a CIA asset or whatever. Like, no, man, what the fuck? No, people just want to be smart and people want to come across knowledgeable on these issues. And if you want to come across smart and knowledgeable on these issues, the only places where you can get up-to-date information that is like as reliable as you possibly can be is going to be a lot of these think tanks that are created specifically so that they can create material evidence that ends up, of course, almost always justifying America's involvement in the country, and you naturally lean towards American imperialism, right? That's it. Also, if he was if Vosh was a Fed, he would have never said that, you know, he wanted to nuke Israel. So that's not, you lose your State Department paycheck very quick if you say some shit like that. Anyway, so let's continue.
In Gaza, the Houthis were incapable of participating in the war happening.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, he said glass Israel, and you're right.
around Gaza directly, and so they decided to begin intervening on the side of Hamas more indirectly. In November of 2023, the Houthis declared that they would begin attacking every single ship they could find sailing nearby to their territory in the Red Sea that was linked in any way to Israel, including any ships traveling to or from Israeli ports.
Didn't he say he was literally an informant? An informant for what, dude? Like horsecock? What the fuck do you think he's informing the federal government on? What are you talking about? It's probably a joke that people took seriously. People take fucking YouTubers so goddamn seriously, and everybody does it. Everybody does it. Like, everybody that thinks they're above it thinks that that is, like, real. Okay? Your humor is too dry. Yeah. I think, like, yeah, I do legitimately think that, like, a lot of people place so much emphasis on YouTubers, thinking that, like, we move the fucking needle in any meaningful direction. And it's so silly. And I think it's a byproduct of like how powerless we ultimately are in the face of like American empire, for example. Like, no matter how much we fancy ourselves to be a democracy, you look at the hundreds of thousands of people that are fucking protesting in DC this past weekend for Palestinians, okay? And trying to stop Israel's endless bombing campaign. And there's not even a fucking fraction of that in the media as far as coverage goes. And nobody cares. And time goes on. And we continue. We continue doing exactly what we were doing. All right, let's continue.
Any ship with Israeli ownership, any ship flying an Israeli flag, or any ship with an Israeli crew. And then they further stated that these attacks on Israeli shipping would continue indefinitely until Israel fully withdrew from Gaza and ended its war against Hamas. But there was a slight problem with the Houthis' plan. You see, the ownership structure of the globalized 21st century merchant shipping fleet is a very complicated business. Merchant ships very often travel between origin and destination in different countries. The ownership structure of the ship itself is often divided between multiple different nationalities that may have nothing to do with where the ship's origin or destination is. The flag of call that the ship flies may be completely different altogether, while the crew that's operating the ship may be of completely different nationalities from everything else as well. Determining which merchant ships operating on the world's oceans are considered Israeli or not is not as simple a task as it appears at first. But that didn't dissuade the Houthis from deciding to intervene anyway by attacking whatever ships they determined were Israeli. Their attacks began on the 19th of November 2023, with a brazen hijacking of an empty car carrier sailing through the Red Sea.
So this part is not entirely correct, I think. As far as I understand it, they didn't just like flagrantly attack whoever they decide is like pro-Israel. I think they were, they determined they were Israeli. Of course, you're not going to fucking, like, that's not how international commerce works. He literally openly admitted that earlier. But I think, like, that they look at the routes off of, like, readily available data. But beyond that, they also radio in, from what I understand. I might be wrong on this. But I think they radio in and ask, like, and I mean, it's a blockade. It is exactly how America would do it, okay? The difference is it's not America doing it. That's the point. And it wouldn't actually be exactly like America doing it. America might even blow your shit up. So I think that, one, a lot of this information is readily available online. That's one, like about what shipping routes certain commercial vessels are taking, yada, yada, yada, where it's going, what the, maybe not what the manifest holds, but still. And the other thing is, like, they call it in, they radio in, and basically they, hold on, where the fuck? Oh, there it is. Okay. So yeah, they radio it in and they say, hello, this is Ansar Allah Navy. Marhaba, please stop and tell us where you are flying in from. Okay, and then the ship says something like, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Have you thought about that? And then the guys are like, it's over. It's over, we're coming in. That is the real terror. We must stop it. And then they take over the ship. However, all you needed to do was just subscribe for $5 or for free. Thank you. Very racist. Respect. No. Thank you to the anonymous gifter for the 10 gifted subs.
That was traveling from Turkey to India. The Houthis raided the ship with a helicopter that transported a heavily armed special forces squad onto the ship's deck, who quickly managed to subdue the ship's crew and rerouted it back to the Houthi-controlled port of Hodeidah in western Yemen. The ship was called the Galaxy Leader, and its registered owner was a company known as Galaxy Maritime Limited that's based in the Isle of Man, a UK dependency. The ship was being chartered by a Japanese company, its flag of call was based in the Bahamas, and its 25 crew members hailed from the Philippines, Romania, Bulgaria, Ukraine, and Mexico. The only connection that the ship had to Israel was that the company that owned the ship, Galaxy Maritime Limited, was further owned by another company known as Ray Car Carriers, which is a business that's co-owned by a well-known Israeli businessman and billionaire named Abraham Ungar, who has a current net worth of approximately $3.25 billion US.
Wait, what?
Based on that, the Houthis decided that the ship was fair game to attack and hijack, and it would be far from.
Oh my god, I didn't even know that. Wait, so it's not fucking wait, what? Wait, that's crazy. I'm out here literally thinking that they're just like taking over commercial vessels that don't respond to their calls. Turns out this motherfucker's owned by an Israeli dude. What the hell? How the fuck did you not know that? No, I didn't know Galaxy Leader was owned by an Israeli dude, owned by an Israeli company. Wait, the Houthis aren't orcs? Wow, who would have thought? No, that doesn't matter. I'm simply stating that normally, no, I'm being for real. There is a way to enforce blockades, chatters. That's what happens when you do your own research. Yeah. There's a way to enforce blockades. And I suspected that it was, I mean, I listened to what everyone was saying, including what the Houthis were saying, which was that they were tracing these shipping companies. They were tracking shipping companies and intercepting vessels that did not respond. That's how that's how you would enforce a blockade on the Red Sea, on the condition that, what is this? What? No, stop. Dude, you are brain broken, brother. Why would you ever do that? We're not doing that. I don't care at all. Oh my God. Guys, you just misunderstood what I was saying entirely. I do not think that Vosh is a literal federal informant or agent. What the fuck would he possibly be able to do federal informant duties on? What are you talking about?
From the last. In the weeks and months that have followed after that initial attack, the Houthis have unleashed a torrent of hundreds of missiles and drones and launched further hijacking attempts against dozens of merchant ships caught sailing through the Red Sea. Merchant ships that have been linked to dozens of countries from all around the world. And the missiles, drones, experience, and intelligence that they've received to launch all of these attacks have largely all come from a single source. Their biggest patron, the Islamic Republic of Iran. Iran has spent years carefully cultivating the Houthis from a ragtag group of militia into a legitimately dangerous state-like military force, with a massive arsenal of guided anti-ship missiles and swarms of cheap explosive kamikaze drones that they can use to overwhelm maritime anti-air defenses with through sheer numbers. Backed by Iran, the Houthis have arguably become the most dangerous and heavily armed piracy force in modern history. And unlike the pirates before them, they used to launch out from Somalia and raided commercial shipping in the Arabian Sea, the Houthi pirates control a significantly more advantageous geography to wreck the global economy from. They currently dominate the northwestern third of Yemen's territory, including most of Yemen's population and most of Yemen's coastline along the Red Sea, which gives them direct access to launching hijacking ships, missiles, and drones into one of the world's most critical arteries of globalized trade. The Red Sea itself can be thought of as the primary maritime passageway between Asia and Europe, and the passageway is bounded by two narrow gates on either side of it that regulate access through it. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the south between Yemen and Djibouti, and the Suez Canal in the north that runs across Egypt. The route between these gates across the Red Sea is a part of the
It's so funny when you think about Djibouti. Like, I just go back to that one guy who made this is how every real life lore video is like about Djibouti. Anyway, whatever.
Shortest possible geographic route for merchant ships to take traveling between Asia and Europe. And so it's the preferred route of choice for container ships carrying manufactured goods and raw materials from places like China, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and India to take when transporting their goods to the huge European consumer market. And from another perspective, this trade route is also a major artery for the flow of global energy resources from origin to consumer, like oil and gas from places like Russia, Kazakhstan, and Azerbaijan towards Asia in one direction, and oil and gas around the Persian Gulf towards Europe in another direction. As a result, roughly 12% of the entire world's trade volume usually flows through the Red Sea on an annual basis, which includes nearly a third of the entire world's container ship traffic, roughly 10% of the world's seaborne oil, and roughly 8% of all the world's LNG. An average of 50 merchant vessels usually transit through the Suez Canal on a daily basis, and this overall makes the Suez Canal and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait the second most critical maritime choke point for globalized trade anywhere in the world, remaining only behind the Singapore Strait in Southeast Asia in over overall importance. And all of this massive volume of trade and energy that usually flows through the Red Sea makes its overall security and stability an extremely important core interest for dozens of countries and actors from all around the world. To Russia, the Red Sea is still its most...
I loved when he's like, when the real life lore spoof video was like, and that's how Ukraine is gonna be the new North Korea. Somehow, Ukraine belongs to North Korea.
Vital artery for exporting their own crude oil and LNG resources by sea towards their new primary consumers, China and India, while Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan rely on the route to a lesser extent for their own oil exports as well. From China's perspective, the Red Sea is its most vital artery to receive energy resources from Russia through, and to transport their own manufactured products to the European consumer market through, which is a similar concern to Japan, and largely why both China and Japan maintain overseas military bases in Djibouti nearby to help safeguard their own trade routes. To Qatar, the Red Sea is its primary trade route to export their LNG supplies to Europe, while to Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Iraq, the Red Sea is their primary trade route to export their crude oil to Europe through. To the European Union, the Red Sea is their primary trade route for receiving manufactured goods from Asia and energy resources from the Persian Gulf through. While to the United States, Washington wants to ensure the continuous flow of maritime trade through the Red Sea to keep the global economy and globalized system that it champions and protects humming along. And Egypt, as the controller of the Suez Canal that regulates all of this trade, stands to arguably benefit the most when the trade is running smoothly, and lose out the most when the trade isn't running smoothly. Egypt's Suez Canal Authority is the...
Damn, dog. Seems to me like all the more reason to maybe, I don't know, instead of continuing the genocide that recently had ceased, you just kind of treat these guys as like independent actors with their own genuine opinions and wants and needs, and maybe listen to the demands that they're making and fucking pull back from your unconditional support to Israel.
Guardian of the canal, and they charge various fees and tolls on every ship that passes through it, as ships usually have no other alternative. The only other possible geographic choice the ships can take to travel between Asia and Europe is the much longer way all the way around the entire African continent, around the Cape of Good Hope, a route that usually adds anywhere between 7 and 10 days of travel time and significantly higher cost for ships to take. Under normal circumstances, the tolls and fees that Egypt charges on ships passing through the Suez Canal are still much cheaper than the alternative of sailing around the whole of Africa. And it's also usually one of the Egyptian government's largest sources of revenue, as the world began recovering from the logistical supply chain bottlenecks that were caused by the
other than U.S. aid. I love the notion that America is the protector of free trade, by the way. Like, definitely. America is so the protector of free trade that, like, they tell often our international partners that are under the influence, under the sphere of American imperialism, to not cooperate with people outside of said sphere, whether they are foreign adversaries like Cuba or Iran or Russia or China. Even though we maintain a delicate trade relationship with China that is very important, we will tell the Netherlands, for example, not to give chip technology to China. America is not the protector of free enterprise or fair trade or free trade in general. America is the protector of its own personal interests, obviously.
COVID-19 pandemic, an all-time high record number of ships passed through the Suez Canal during the fiscal year between June of 2022 and June of 2023. 25,887 ships took the journey, which also netted Egypt an all-time high annual revenue from the Suez Canal, about $9.4 billion US dollars, about enough to help fund 10% of the entire Egyptian government's operation.
Yeah, before people say, isn't that every country? Of course it's every country. The only problem is other countries aren't claiming something like, other countries don't get to say, we are not self-interested. We're actually protecting this ideological concept of free trade. That's the difference. Why do people not understand that? My point is, America lies and acts like it's a free trade. That's the difference. Why do people not understand that? My point is, America lies and acts like it's a protector of like international commerce when it routinely violates it, just like America often acts like it cares about international human rights law, right? In the rule-based liberal order that we maintain, except we make the rules and we give the orders. That's the rule-based international order.
Budget. And this is all in addition to the fact that many countries can only import their goods from abroad through the Red Sea. The only maritime ports that Jordan, Sudan, and Eritrea have are all just located on the Red Sea, while Djibouti's port nearby to the Red Sea on the Gulf of Aden currently supports roughly 95% of landlocked Ethiopia's trade volume. And so, the safe, secure, and reliable flow of trade continuing through the Red Sea is extremely, extremely important to all of these dozens of countries from all around the world, both near and far from it. But, unfortunately, the Red Sea has always existed within one of the most geopolitically turbulent regions in the world, and ships are also at their most vulnerable when transiting through either side of the narrow gates on either end of it. Both the Suez Canal in the north and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait in the south can be blockaded intentionally or even accidentally, and when they are, the Red Sea passageway for global trade comes to a complete halt. This has happened twice before in fairly recent history. Once for a long period of 8 years when the entire Suez Canal in the north was shut down between 1967 and 1975. During the Arab-Israeli Wars, after Israel secured control over the entire Sinai Peninsula and, in the process, the Suez Canal itself became an active frontline war zone dividing Egyptian and Israeli zones of control for those 8 years until Israel agreed to return the Sinai Peninsula back to Egypt. And another much shorter time when the canal became closed once again much more recently and much more memed about in 2021, when a container ship known as the Ever Given got blinded during a sandstorm when transiting through the Suez Canal and crashed, blocking the canal's entire width. For 6 days and 7 hours, the ship blocked all passage through the Suez Canal like a cork stuck in a bottle, and dramatically slowed down trade between Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Hundreds of trade ships carrying nearly $10 billion worth of goods became bottlenecked. Many ships decided to give up and rerouted the long way around Africa, and once it was freed, the Egyptian government initially demanded more than $1 billion in compensation from the Ever Given's owners. And then on the other side of the Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait is merely 23 kilometers wide at its narrowest point, and so it basically functions more like a 2-lane highway for merchant ships, with one highway running south and the other running north. A single ship can't really get stuck and block the strait in the same kind of way that it can in the Suez Canal. But the Bab el-Mandeb Strait is located in a far more precarious neighborhood. Right now in 2024, there are still ongoing violent civil wars raging all around the strait, in Yemen, Sudan, Somalia, and Ethiopia, that just over the last few years have likely resulted in the deaths of more than 1 million people. While Eritrea is ruled by a ruthless dictatorship that is often considered to be on the same scale of totalitarianism as North Korea. Djibouti alone exists as arguably an island of stability within this maelstrom of chaos. And that's why foreign countries from all around the world maintain significant military bases in the country to protect their own national interests, from China and Japan to the United States, France, and Italy, and probably shortly Saudi Arabia as well.
Yeah, I thought it was Ukraine that was the real West Korea. Turns out Ukraine is not the real West Korea. Eritrea is the real West Korea, also known as North Korea.
United Arab Emirates maintains another base nearby in the self-declared state of Somaliland. And Russia is attempting to acquire a former United Arab Emirates military base in Eritrea, here at Assab, directly adjacent to the strait. For years, the biggest threat that was facing shipping going through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait were the Somali pirates, who raided merchant vessels mostly for money, hostages, and ransoms in the Gulf of Aden and in the Arabian Sea. A problem that lasted well into the 2010s until it finally began dying down after 2017, as maritime patrols from the American, UK, French, Russian, Chinese, and other international navies began conducting better patrols and better escort missions of merchant shipping through the region that dissuaded the pirates from launching any further attacks that could disrupt the global economy. But now, the Houthis in Yemen are the ones launching dozens of attacks on this critical global trade artery, and it's already been severely affecting the worldwide economy. The Houthi movement, which is officially known as Ansar Allah, which translates to Defenders of God, arose out of Yemen's Zayidi Shia Muslim community, who make up about 1/4 of Yemen's overall population, and are native to the hills and mountains of Yemen's northwest, immediately opposite of Saudi Arabia's own largely Shia Muslim community, immediately across the border. Formed with militant opposition to the United States, Israel, and the Saudi monarchy's influence in the Middle East in mind, the Houthis sought closer relations with Iran, while their official motto and flag have never left any doubt as to where they stand politically and ideologically. It reads from line to line, translated into English, as God is the greatest, death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews, victory to Islam. A decade ago in 2014, during the midst of the Arab Spring revolts that were sweeping all across the Middle East, the Houthis managed to organize themselves with support and funding from Iran, and stormed out from their hills to capture the Yemeni capital from the Yemeni government, Sana'a. From there, the Houthis managed to expand their territorial control even further across northwestern Yemen, while the president of Yemen at the time fled the country towards Saudi Arabia. At his own request for a foreign intervention to restore his own authority and crush the Houthi rebellion, Saudi Arabia decided to militarily intervene in Yemen's civil war beginning in 2015. The Saudis, along with many other Arab states,
they don't even have an ideological gripe with Judaism. Yeah, I mean, but you know, come on now. I don't think they make a distinction. I don't think they make a distinction between Israel and Jews, which of course, why would they also? Because like Israel very, very, very deliberately tries to muddy the waters and say, no, we're doing this for Judaism all the time. You know? Yeah, Israel does not want you to make a distinction between Jews and Judaism and Israel. They love that. So they can go, look how much they hate Jewish people. Without Israel, you would not be safe. Why don't Yemeni people talk to their Jewish friends? I wonder why. Well, they can't because they were purged. Now, having said that, Fed posting going hard today. I mean, none of that gives any real moral permission. You don't have to cover the fact that they hate Jews. What do you mean? I'm not covering up for it or anything like that. I've been pretty honest about that from the jump, except in this circumstance, it is laughable to say, oh, they're simply doing this because they hate Jews. No, they're not doing this because they hate Jews. They're doing this because they see the Palestinians getting bombed in a very similar way to themselves. They also get help from Iran. They get to solidify their position as like the real governing body. But the reason, like, here's the funny part about it, okay? Like, you think motherfuckers who have curse the Jews in their motto are gonna hide their real reasons? Like, Americans will look at this and go, look at their motto, Hassan. It says curse the Jews. Okay, so if they're that honest about their anti-Semitism, why would they fucking lie about why they're intercepting commercial vessels in the Red Sea? They would literally say, I'm doing this because I hate the Jews. It's so funny that you look at their insane motto that straight up says it, okay? That straight up has that, which, by the way, I've said 100% they're going to fucking delete that. There's no way. There is no way that they keep that up. I've seen it time and time again. Every faction, every militancy inevitably westernifies itself in an effort to like gain legitimacy. Obviously, after the rubble has cleared, and oftentimes it takes many, many years. But it is it is pretty funny, to me at least, that you got a group of motherfuckers who literally have this, where the fuck are you getting this they hate the Jews info from? Like, I'm genuinely asking, other than projection of Euro anti-Semitism and historical nationalist movements from the end of the colonial era, like within the context, I don't see them as being anti-Semitic. No, the reason why it says curse the Jews is because it's their motto. Hello? That's like, come on. It doesn't just say death to Israel and death to America. It also specifically maps out. It specifically maps out curse the Jews. Now, there are obvious reasons for that, that are not the same as like the fake made up reasons to assume that like Jewish people are somehow at fault for your economy tanking, like in fucking Germany or whatever. To them, they think Jews equals Israel. That's why I make this distinction between Hassan cute washing a Houthi rebel. Brother, I get that you want to fuck the Houthi rebel, who isn't even a Houthi rebel by his own assessment, at least. And I have no reason to believe that he would hide that from me in that interview. Maybe he is, okay? But you're the one who thinks he's cute. Like, no, I do think that, yes, having the motto, curse the Jews, is pretty fucking anti-Semitic. Come on. The reasoning behind that, however, or the way to deal with that, however, is not the same as Western anti-Semitism. Like some dude in Idaho getting radicalized on a fucking internet forum, and then reading like Culture of Critique or whatever, or Mein Kampf, is entirely different than a dude who is in one of the poorest countries on the planet, okay? One of the poorest countries on the planet that has been getting bombed endlessly. Westerners don't understand that Jewish people are everywhere in the Middle East. I literally have Jewish family in northern Iraq. Yeah, they don't see it. Like they think that these guys went on a forum and got radicalized and got you know, and started LARPing as like Nazis or something. That's why it's always funny when people go, it's always funny when people go, oh, dude, you're, you know, these guys are like Nazis. It's like, no, they have their own very specific brand of anti-Semitism. Like, they didn't get fucking radicalized by 4chan or 8chan or whatever. Yeah. The Wikipedia page for Jews in Iraq, literally a statement that there are fewer than 2 Jews in modern day Iraq, and I had to edit that out because I literally know 4. Wait, but I mean, it doesn't matter. That's a minuscule number. Like, there's a very, very tiny number of Jewish people still living in Arabic countries, including the famous last Jew in Afghanistan, who ironically had to leave Afghanistan, or chose to leave Afghanistan recently, which is kind of sad. Like, when I talk about how Zionism breeds anti-Semitism, I think people just don't fully comprehend what I mean by this. They just simply think that, here, this was a good take on it. They simply think that, like, they simply think that that is like, you know, making Western Jews less safe. And it certainly does. But this is the other side of the coin. Like, very far away from where all of our friends live, there is a very real anger that is a response to an American military base doing unimaginable, untold violence to a Arab, Muslim, and Christian population, an indigenous population that, one, originally was created as a settler colonial movement by the British, who, of course, I don't know if you know this, but Yemen is not too fond of, for understandable reasons, and then by America, continued by America. And when you look at that, and Israel, in an effort to do defense, both when Israel, in an attempt to, one, galvanize its own base of support from the most reactionary people in Israel, and also to get support from Christian Zionists and Jewish Zionists alike from the Western world, says that they're doing everything they can for Judaism and Jewish supremacy in many instances. The reaction from those are, of course, going to be the reaction from those who see themselves in the shoes of the victim is going to be, oh yeah, no, these guys are doing this for Judaism. Fuck that. In a way that is not dissimilar to the learned racism from all of the stereotyping in American news, but of course, against Muslims. Okay? So this guy was very upset. This rootless cosmopolitan haver of opinions, cabal member, postmodern, neo-Marxist scholar, and Bundes. He posted this clip from this kid that we had on the stream. They're canceling him, I think, which is kind of funny. As like, go ahead, you can take it up with him if you would like. Despite the fact that in the interview itself he said that he has no issue with American anti-Zionist Jews, even though I asked him directly because I wanted to hear what his perspective was. But as far as like this goes, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for? Son of a Jew. This is a translation of Abu Ubaida's speech. And I think he's posting Abu Ubaida's speech, and that's it. But someone going, wow, dude, he has this anti-Semitic Instagram post. Like, yeah, okay, he's anti-Semitic. When he told me that he is, one, not afraid of America blowing him up, and two, welcomes Jewish American support in anti-Zionism, I mistook that. I took that for granted instead of immediately assuming that he is anti-Semitic. You can take it up with him and try to cancel him, but here was an interesting take on it. The tragedy of oppression is that it does not produce virtuous people, as liberalism likes to imagine. This is, I think, a really good assessment. Okay, none of these people are perfect victims, and the expectation from like Westerners who support people in Yemen, or Westerners who lend support to Palestinians on the basis that they're perfect victims, are not real allies at all. Okay. Accepting real world oppression means taking its victims as they are, including flaws, and not constructing an ideal they must adhere to in order to be valid victims. I have to clarify, I still don't condone any anti-Semitism on this guy's part, but anyone who tries to talk about anyone condoning these people has lost sight of the situation and really aren't trying to engage with the horrific injustice at work. And I kind of thought that this was like well established. Like people just kind of understand that, yeah, you're talking about a dude who's 19 years old, who's like withstood one of the more brutal genocides in modern day history. Like not all of his worldviews are going to be up to the muster, up to the standards of the Western world. I mean, I know that. I don't care. And I thought I had made that very clear that I don't care about that. And people had, yelled at me about it too. But the reality is that none of that is what I look at when I say we have to stop bombing these people. Or none of that is what I look at when someone says like, listen, this is a major injustice. Something I believe after being a Jewish member of this community for long enough is that I trust you to be able to suss out anti-Semitism and hatred on your platform, no matter the circumstances. If he had espoused anti-Semitic beliefs during that interview, I would hope that he would have pushed back on that, but he didn't. So people are finding additional context to reflect poorly on the interview itself. That's exactly what's going on. And by the way, that's precisely the reason why I asked him about anti-Semitic. Okay? And I think a lot of people, one, didn't watch it. I don't think they watched the interview. So they're just operating on like he's a terrorist, whatever, blah, blah, blah. How is this kid's position in any context any different than Ansar Allah's? They both say the same things, both get mistranslated, but we clearly understand this kid isn't anti-Semitic. Why not apply the same contextual framing to Ansar Allah? Because Ansar Allah's slogan still says curse the Jews. And like that doesn't change my framework. I don't think that we should kill Ansar Allah leadership. I don't think we should be bombing Yemen positions. But I'm not going to act like that is not a deeply anti-Semitic thing to say, which is why I've literally told you that in an effort to make themselves come across more of a serious organization and the real governing body of Yemen, I suspect that they will drop the curse the Jews part of their motto very quickly. Why did you mention he was media trained during the interview? It came across like his answers were very guarded and very shielded, which led me to, in my classic Westerner brain, assume that it's not just that he's reserved and probably nervous, but instead like potentially, media trained. I didn't say he was media trained. I said he might be. I said he's coming across as media trained. I also like to point out that I've referenced stuff like this before, and when I message them asking they meant Zionist, they say, "Oh yes, of course, I did not mean brother you or anyone like you." There was another take from the Malcolm X moment that Rafat had, rest in power to Rafat, when he was 36 years old and finally traveled outside of Gaza. He met Jewish people for the first time that were sympathetic to his plight, sympathetic to his existence. That was a real shocking moment for him. Nobody ever thinks about it from that. Nobody ever thinks about it from that framework. Like they don't look at it from that perspective at all. Oh yeah, it was here it is. Here is Kayvon, who said, "I've told the story before, which comes to me from one of Max Blumenthal's books, but when Rafat was touring America in 2014, he called this his Malcolm X moment because he never met Jewish people before who emphasize with his plight. I think about that all the time. Make of that story what you want, but I'm not shocked that a 19-year-old whose upbringing has always been backgrounded by famine and war, as much engineered by America and its allies, doesn't have the warmest feelings." Yeah. It's like, I don't know. People trying to compare this to like a Nazi is so funny because I feel like their ideological positioning against like anyone who's Muslim is literally closer to Nazis than not. Like there are some white nationalist Nazis, like that anti-vaxxer fake doctor woman or that UFC guy, that are taking advantage of this situation to like gain prominence and hiding under the banner of like defending Palestinians to launder their anti-Semitic perspectives, right? I mean, that much is true for sure. Which one was it? Was it this? Oh, it was this one. What the fuck is going on with my Chatterino? It's broken. God damn it. My Chatterino is broken. Why is it broken? What's happening right now? Hold on, let me try to fix this. Okay, let's remove. Let's log in. Let's paste login. Oh, people expect him to be caught up on geopolitics? No, that's not the point. It's not even that. People expect him to have positions that are like perfectly aligned. In some ways, it's no different. in some ways, it is literally no different than the idea that Israel looks at the situation and says, everyone around us is anti-Semitic. They want to kill us. That's why we have to exist in the violent ways that we exist, right? Like, oh, we cannot live with Muslims. But it's a chicken of the egg situation. And yes, the chicken in that circumstance, the one that comes before in that circumstance is obvious. It is Israel portraying itself as a defender of Judaism, claiming that they're doing this for Judaism. That's why I've talked about the quickest way to understand the difference between anti-Semitism and how it is perceived in anti-Semitism and how it's perceived in the Western world versus and how it starts off in the Western world versus anti-Semitism in that part of the planet, okay, is proven with this dynamic right here. In France or in America, when you go to a house and you tag it with a Star of David, okay, that is oftentimes accompanied with an anti-Semitic hate crime, okay? Tagging people with Stars of David being like they're Jews or Jew associated, right? Or suspected of being Jews, which is like one of the funniest and also scariest, but still kind of funny because it's like all 4chan dweebs that do this, things that people do, right? 20-month subscriber. I don't want to permanently ban you, but I think I'm going to have to permanently ban you. Someone maybe one of the mods can, look through your perspective here. I'm sorry. Look, I said I'm going to be charitable, and I said I'm going to, you know what? I'm not going to ban you. I'm going to unban you. I'm in a good mood. I said I'm going to be charitable. That doesn't mean I'm going to sit there and sift through someone who 100% does not care about the conflict beyond just like being able to max out on drama. Okay? Sorry. I'm having a serious conversation about my assessment of the situation. And if your job here is to be like, I'm going to promote my favorite YouTuber and you should watch his perspective on this, that is infinitely less serious and absolutely comes from their own personal motivation to cast doubt on my commentary, despite the fact that we are ostensibly aligned on the emancipation of Palestinians. You're an unproductive person. I think you are operating on the boundaries of drama farming and not necessarily on actual discourse. Says sorry, so I'm not gonna ban them. I see it as like prominent black speakers have called white people the white devil before, but of course they consider us devils and they're torture and slave. The difference is even then, not all anti-Semitism in that region is the same, because Jews in Yemen were oppressed. For the record, that guy that I banned and then unbanned, Gizmo Max is correct, literally got clapped by Fossabot for trying to drama farm and then went out of their way to at me and get around the filter by rewriting it in a silly way, which is just like kind of lame. Don't do that, please. Like, what do I always say? It's just like we're trying to have a serious discussion. And even when I want to throw my little boots off and kick my feet up on the couch and chill out, like that's not going to be my favorite thing to do. Israeli soldiers trashed our apartment in Gaza and left anti-Semitic artwork on the walls. Why anti-Semitic? Because it incites hatred against Jews. You see, when you leave the Star of David, a religious symbol, on the walls of homes you invaded, trashed, or demolished, when you imprint this symbol on tanks, bulldozers, and army uniforms of genocide perpetrators, you are conflating your brand of terrorism with Judaism, and this is anti-Semitic. Israel is anti-Semitic and is harmful to Jews. It no more represents all Jews than Saudi Arabia represents all Muslims. As I see this graffiti on my bedroom wall and imagine soldiers in my home, and I think of my family in Gaza, the deaths, the destruction, I am more convinced than ever of the need for all of us to call out this sham, this lie, that it is anti-Semitic to criticize Israel. I believe it is anti-Semitic not to. Yeah. As I was trying to explain, when you see a Star of David on that side of the world, specifically in Israeli occupied territories, for example, that spells trouble. That means they're coming. The Israeli occupying force is going to inevitably defend the settlers that tagged your house, that are coming to fuck your shit up, raise your to raise your orchard. Reactionaries can arrive at anti-Zionism intellectually as well. Stop trashing us to shield yourself. What? Frustrating you to have so much nuance on the Palestine story and zero nuance in conservatives' ability to be intellectually anti-Zionist. I stand with Palestine because I'm Irish, so please consider different angles. America First reactionaries can arrive at Zionism, anti-Zionism intellectually. Reactionaries can arrive at anti-Zionism intellectually as well. What do you think reactionary is? Reactionary doesn't mean a guy who's like reacting to YouTube videos or something. What are you talking about? Free Palestine, but you are an anti-white racist? Okay, never mind. This guy might be a reactionary Irish supporter of mine who is like pro-Palestine as well. It's very odd. I don't know if you know this, but like if you're aware that you have reactionary perspectives, you can work against that. I don't get it. Address the incoming horseshoe allegations. What is that? Like what incoming horseshoe allegations? But I like you, man. That's cool. Trump could give us 4 more years of content, and how much worse off could we be compared to Brandon's style? Trump doesn't like slavery, racist prick. I think this guy's just me. By the way, in the 17th century, Yemenite Jews were briefly expelled for suspicions of supporting the Ottomans because the assumption was that they view the Ottoman rule as more tolerant. Yeah, because it was more tolerant. I mean, I think reactionaries can arrive at anti-Zionism intellectually, but reactionaries don't actually operate on intellectual on an intellectual basis. So that's it. Listen, it's something to do with you using a Twitter Nazi's tweets against D. Apparently, that's what I read on Reddit and then clicked off. Shrug. Wait, what Twitter Nazi did I use against Destiny? Destiny knows a thing or two about having a prominent Nazi talk about how he wants to fucking murder me and then, you know, laughing it off and posting it on LSF and then celebrating said Nazi who gave literally thousands of dollars to defend other fucking Nazis. So he can miss me with this shit. Okay? They said you showed a Nazi's Twitter reel? Yeah, remember when Destiny fucking literally had a prominent white nationalist loser on a stream and where he talked about how he fantasized about fucking murdering me and how his community literally loves him and defends him all the time, despite the fact that he's given $5,000 to another Nazi's defense? Suck my dick. This is what is so frustrating about having this conversation with people who are deeply unserious. They do not have any fucking real frameworks that they operate off of. It's just like fuck Hasan and that's it. So it's so stupid when chatters come in here and finally fucking make me blow my lid, dude. Why? He literally had chicken and waffles with a fucking Nazi, a prominent neo-Nazi, when his career was dead, by the way. The neo-Nazi's career was dead. He revitalized it. Okay? The idea that, like, yeah, I can't believe he fucking revived the career of a dead neo-Nazi's career. But the anti-Semitism was definitely of a different character to European anti-Semitism and took on an even more different form. Post-partition 1947 riots, and the slogan itself originated to reaction to images from the Second Intifada, and I believe first used publicly regarding Saleh's alignment with the U.S.'s war on terror in 2002. Yeah. There's also no reason to defend the slogan. It's like completely inappropriate. And I have never defended the slogan at all. As a matter of fact, have regularly talked about. Please stop. Guys, please stop. I can't tell if you're like genuinely trying to continue the drama cycle going or I don't know what's happening. Maybe you're like unintentionally doing this because you're also obsessed, like personally with all my haters or whatever. I don't need to know anytime someone says some fucking dumb shit about me. Okay? I know. People are literally fucking adding the FBI to try and get me arrested or something. So dumb. It's funny because you don't expect a, 17-year-old online or, I don't know, like a 35, 36-year-old online who at least has like the knowledge of online memes and whatnot to operate in an identical fashion to a skin-tight Oakley wearing right-wing reactionary dipshit that sees someone post like a 9/11 meme and then at the FBI before having a heart attack. You know what I mean? That kind of behavior in the past was usually, done by people who get duped into believing email chain conspiracies, or people that spend most of their time on Facebook and now are completely brain broken about anti-vaxxer shit. It's usually not like a 17-year-old with like 7 different flags on their Twitter description who is like masturbating to the thought of America's empire and endlessly fucking talking about how sick it is. And by the way, the masturbate part is not even a worthy question. I showed you the tweets yesterday. People talking about how they are going to come and jerk off to the thought of a 19-year-old being destroyed by an American guided munition. That is a very real tweet that I showed you. It's very odd. Anyway, Twitter is so fucked now. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I miss the old Twitter. I do too. It completely destroyed like a real platform that I used to get information in real time from journalists. Just look at this and you understand it. Yes, dude. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Colonialism isn't inherently bad, by the way. Some cultures ought to be replaced. You absolutely can. The British outlawed sati in India. The Spanish got rid of ritual sacrifice. The human rights situation in Iraq was better under American occupation. Historical colonialism, very often good, but the idea of occupying a country to change isn't bad. Now, that I don't think this is a bit. I think that this person is just like straight up a conquistador, like LARPing. I mean, this is a profoundly racist person, like unimaginably racist, barbaric person. And while this person might personally LARP as like a liberal or something, but I guess not, because they're Nikki Haley supporter and also have Ronald Reagan there. I mean, while they think that they are, I guess, a defender of the values that America supposedly espouses, you know, they're just an insanely racist human being, barely a human being at that. But they still deserve health care, and they deserve to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Let's be for real. Okay? That's right. They can get gifted a sub and avoid the top of the hour ad break that way if they are lucky enough to do so. I'm a mad lad. I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to bring it back to the Yemen situation. Real good stuff happening there. Is this great tweet that will make you pro-cat to get us beyond the stun lock? Okay, I'll look at it in a second. What is this? To the left is saying that you don't care if an Islamic person is anti-Semitic because of the environment they're raised in. Would you also say you don't care if a Jewish person whose family was expelled from an Islamic country is Islamophobic? You're all hypocrites. Okay, here's a great take. Okay, here's a great take. Yeah, the same principle applies there too. Okay, 100%. The same principle absolutely applies in that circumstance. The goal should be always to eradicate bigotry. And the only way to eradicate bigotry is by, one, tackling the underlying conflict that manifests more bigotry. This is why I hold Israel responsible for a lot of this issue, because they are the ones who have all the power to stop it. You know, it's really interesting, to me at least, how many liberals, I guess, were so desperate to find like some kind of moral permission to shut the fuck up about Gaza. Oh my God. They were just like, I guess it must have been real hard having to constantly fucking defend Palestinians over and over and over again. Finally, we can just yell at some fucking leftists or some shit. You know, Jesus Christ. Let's get back to the fucking basics, boys. Awesome. I'm glad that they found the moral permission to yell at the left when there's an ongoing ethnic cleansing happening. Okay? Remember when we got mad at that lady on The View for saying this would happen? She has access to the script. What do you mean? Mr. Beard had a huge fall from grace. I have no idea who this person is. This is where liberals say MENA anti-Semitism predates Israel. MENA anti-Semitism within the boundaries of what was formerly the Ottoman Empire directly comes through Arab nationalist movements. It is not appropriate, but it's still different than European anti-Semitism that predates and is the worst still to this day, the worst pound for pound type of anti-Semitism that has ever existed. And hopefully that will ever exist, really. It's unmatched. And I'm not even just talking about German anti-Semitism, Nazi anti-Semitism. I am specifically talking about pogroms, even that predate German nationalism and German anti-Semitism, German fascism. Anti-Semitism comes in different forms. The Russian anti-Semitism is very different than Chinese and Japanese anti-Semitism. Chinese and Japanese anti-Semitism is not even real as far as I understand. And instead, what isn't the meme that the protocols of Zion were sent to Japan by Nazi Germany, and then the Japanese believed it and were like, it's fucking sick, actually. Like, what? Are you telling me that you have a group of dudes who control the world and all the money supply and you want to kill them? Hello? The word you're looking for is philo-Semitism, I think. Yes. Like, yeah, can we? It's like, wait, why are you killing them? We should use the awesome power that these special people have is what their approach was. Yeah. The controversial term philo-Semitism arose as a pejorative in Germany to describe the positive prejudice towards Jews. In other words, a philo-Semite is a Jew lover or Jew friend. Concept of philo-Semitism is not new and arguably avowed by such thinkers of the 19th century. Philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche, who described himself as an anti-Semite. Philo-Semitism is an expression of a larger phenomenon of allophilia. Very few Jews live in East Asian countries, but Jews are viewed in an especially positive light in some of them, partly owing their shared wartime experience in the Second World War. Examples include South Korea, Japan, and China. That's really interesting that they said their shared wartime experiences and then mentioned South Korea, valid, China, valid, and also Japan. That's interesting. What? First of all, I don't think this entire group was on the same side during the Second World War. In general, Jews' stereotyped characteristics in South Korean culture are considered positive: intelligence, business savviness, and commitment to family values and responsibility. While in the Western world, the first two are aforementioned stereotypes more often have the negatively interpreted equivalents of guile and greed. In South Korean primary schools, the Talmud is mandatory. What? The Talmud is mandatory reading. Wait, what? I did not know that. According to Mary J. Ainsley, philo-Semitism in China is a part of the civilizationist narrative designed to position China as globally central and far superior. The Jewish Chronicle wrote, "Why South Koreans are in love with Judaism? Sales of the Talmud are soaring in Seoul, and it's not to do with religion." What the fuck? I think philo-Semitism, especially in like America, is the exact same thing that I talk about with like liberals who overcorrect and are really weird around black people. Just be normal, okay? That's what I always say, and I will continue to say it. Just be fucking normal, dog. What the hell? Like, some Chinese people read the Talmud because they think it brings them good luck for money and business. That's awesome. I mean, it's definitely different for Asian countries than like in America, though. Here, let me find the Protocols of Zion story from Japan. Okay, I think this is it. So, pre-World War II, Captain Norihiro Yosue published the first translation of Protocols in Japanese. He was a Russian language specialist. He was assigned to the staff of General Gregory Semenov, a vehement anti-Semite who distributed copies of the Protocols to all of his troops. Along with a few dozen other Japanese soldiers, Yosue read and accepted the premises of the Protocols and contributed for a time to various anti-Semitic publications, including Kokusai Himitsu Ryoku no Kenkyu, Studies in the International Conspiracy. Under the pen name Ho Koshi, he later changed his views when in 1940 Japan signed the Tripartite Pact, which formally sealed Japan's alliance with Nazi Germany. His newly pro-Semitic stance led to his dismissal from the Japanese army. During the 1930s, Minetaro Yamanaka wrote stories about the Yudayaka, the Jewish peril. Oh, here, in 1936, they retranslated it. Oh, here. I guess this is like, they wrote children's fiction about Jews. Superman of the Great Orient from August 1933 in the end of 1934, read mainly by Japanese boys between the ages of 8 to 12. The hero of the story is the detective Hongo Yoshiaku, who battles the villain Sekima, head of a shadowy Zion Alliance, a Jewish secret organization seeking to undermine the Japanese Empire. Yamanaka stopped writing with the surrender of Japan and continued reprinting these theories until the 1970s. Hold on. That's crazy, by the way. They did it until the 90s. Yamanaka, stop writing the surrender of Japan. Maybe that's why so many fucking weebs are so goddamn. I mean, so many Nazis are like filthy little weebs. In 1936, Nobutaka Shioden retranslated the protocols in the Japanese. Shioden had become fervent anti-Semite and a believer in Jewish conspiracy while he was studying in France. Oh, shocking. Shocking that the Japanese guy became a virulent anti-Semite in none other than France. When he returned to Japan, he became the leading voice of anti-Semitic propaganda. I want to know about philo-Semitism in Japan, not anti-Semitism in Japan. Yasutani was well known to have been a friend and mentor of the Nazi propagandist Durkheim. Victoria feels that Japanese anti-Semitism evolved independently from the heart of the homegrown reactionary social role that institutional Buddhism played in the Japanese society during the Meiji period. Yeah, this is all just like, according to the ADL telephone survey of 500 people, 23% of the adult population in Japan harbor anti-Semitic attitudes. Jesus Christ. Study reveals that 46% of the population agree with the sentiment. Jews think they are better than other people, and that almost half of the respondents think Jews are more loyal to Israel than Japan. How many Jewish people live in fucking Japan, dog? What is he talking about? There are 300 Jewish people in Japan. That's insane. Oh my God, there's a Jewish community center in Tokyo. I did not even know that. Community then consisting of at least 3 permanent families was displaced by Shimazu forces. The Jews of Setsu absorbed some of them into his own community at the time. This is also why you see the rise in anti-Semitism and other xenophobic nationalist sentiment in the end of the colonial era and global South nations. I don't think it's reliable. The 500-person surveys, I don't know how great the sourcing on that is. What? The streamer is Jewish in Japan? He was born there too? Watch this hilarious clip of him. Is he Japanese? That's wild. There's more than 300 Jewish folk in one street in New York. Yeah, of course, dude. New York is the largest Jewish city on the planet. Cash Meow, Japanese Jewish guy? That's sick. This video covers a Jewish folk song that's big in Japan. What?
It was the summer of 2006, and my Japanese host mother and I had just returned from a day out in the sweltering Matsuyama sun. We'd done some shopping, met with some of her family, and we'd also stopped off at a video rental store. A pretty standard day in the life of a high school exchange student during the endless days of Japanese summer. Disney, Ghibli's US distributor, seemed to have no interest in releasing Takahata Isao's 1991 contemplative drama Only Yesterday. The film had been Japan's biggest box office draw in the year of its release, but it was assumed Disney believed this long, down-to-earth slice of life picture to be unmarketable. The fact that there's an entire section focusing on an elementary school class coming to terms with learning about menstruation probably didn't help things. At 16, I was already a huge Ghibli fan, and if you can't already tell, a pretty big geek. I plopped down in front of the Kuramoto family CRT, overjoyed at finally being able to see this elusive film. Soon,
This stream would be so ass without Azan's ADHD. Yeah, dude, we just like jumped from thing to thing so much, but anyway. This is it. This is what I was talking about. Okay. During the Russian Civil War, forces loyal to the deposed Tsar found themselves fighting alongside the Japanese and introduced them the protocols of Elders of Zion. This notorious anti-Semitic forgery would in turn shape a generation of imperial Japanese officers thinking about Jews, convinced that it could use the Jews' supposed global power, wealth, and shrewdness to its own ends. Japan eventually hatched a scheme to create a Jewish state in Manchuria. Dara Horn tells the story, replete with bizarre twists and turns, and explains what it says about the strange role Jews can play in non-Jewish imagination, which often have little to do with Jews themselves. Okay, that's it. That's what I was trying to find. It is one of, in my opinion, something that Felix talks about all the time. It's one of my favorite stories that Japanese people so far removed from like Judaism, have no idea what the fuck it is, are encountered with like obviously the most notorious racist depiction of vile anti-Semitism, and they go, what are you guys doing? Why wouldn't you want to use their Jew power? I don't understand. It's like they were looking at this like, you guys are so dumb, you fucked up. Like what You want to kill these guys? Like, I don't understand. This is incredible power, which is awesome. Yeah. And I guess like there is some, Felix talks about this more extensively, but there's like some like goblins and like you know, mythological figures from Jewish folklore that have like made its way into popular Japanese culture too, like golems, not goblins, golems. It's just phenomenal to think about, like how, you know, wait, how do I? Oh God, I don't want to register the thin line between philo-Semitism and anti-Semitism in 20th century Japan. I think, yeah, European anti-Semitism, Jews are ancient wizards that can control your mind. We must stop them. Japanese anti-Semitism, Jews are ancient wizards that can control your mind. We must harness that power. That is sick. And it is fascinating when you think about it. It's like, you know, there's also like Jewish Chinese people too. Tokyo documents of 30s relate plans for resettling Jews in Asia. Yeah, high Tokyo officials disclosed a plan that existed in the years before the 1941 attack to enlist skills and financial resources of persecuted Jews in Europe to rescue them from the Nazis and to establish Israel in Japan's conquered territory of Manchuria. It's just so funny. Like, anyway, philo-Semitism and anti-Semitism in Asian countries are very funny. And like, this is what I was talking about with respect to how different countries or different regions around the planet have very different interpretations of you know, one of the oldest forms of bigotry, like the OG form of bigotry. Japanese military and industrialists devised in 1934 what became to be known as the Fugu Plan. Its initial goal was to invite 50,000 German Jews to settle in Manchukuo, as the Japanese called Manchuria. The 50,000 Jews were to serve as a vanguard for as many as 1 million. Look at this. Under the plan, the Jews were to build the wilderness region in an independent state, turn it into a buffer against the Soviet Union, and attract America's sympathy and investments. Yeah. It's funny to turn Jews as a buffer against the Soviet Union. I guess like the, you know, not realizing that, not realizing how the tide turned, like where they ended up on the World War II equation and where the USSR ended up on that same dynamic. But to be fair, their anti-Semitism at the time was directly informed by the protocols of Zion and also Russian anti-Semitism. And obviously, pre-USSR Russia, very anti-Semitic. Very, very anti-Semitic. So they probably thought, oh, we can use the German Jews against these Russian guys who are obviously also very anti-Semitic. Anyway, this is crazy, man. Yeah. It's crazy people can have such contrasting reactions to identical assertions. Yeah. In order to understand the Japanese approach to Jews, a few years ago, we were visited by a senior Japanese delegation, Ben Ami Shiloni, the book's author says. After the meal, the leader of the group stood up, thanked the host, and said that he and the other members of the delegation knew very little about Jews in Israel before the trip. In preparation, they searched for a book on the subject, and after reading it, they felt that they now understand Israel's success and the special position Jews hold. He then drew the book from his pocket and gave it to us as a gift. It was the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. This shows that the classic anti-Semitic literature is seen by the Japanese as a model for success and imitation. In essence, they draw counterintuitive conclusions regarding the Jews and how to relate to them. It's so awesome. It's so sick. They read like the OG anti-Semitic script and were like, these guys are fucking dope, dog. What are we doing? They saw it as a pro-Jewish text. Yeah, no, they literally looked at it. They were like, yeah, Jews control the world. Very inspiring. We must learn from them. Straight up. They were like, they couldn't, dude, I just told you they had a plan to literally take German Jews and put them in Manchuria because they were like, these are blessed people. Like, they're so powerful. We'll just give them, like, I guess they were just like, yeah, we'll just feed them babies or something. You know what I mean? Every now and then. But, like, we want to use their power. Like, we want to use their awesome power in world domination to our benefit. Yeah. This is what I was trying to find desperately. It's a really funny, it's just really fucking funny, in my opinion, to get, you know, to look at this idea of like one of the most foundational anti-Semitic scripts and just and have such a drastically different interpretation, you know? Yeah, he went and he found they even went and found rabbis, I guess, but Rabbi Wise in New York at the request of Lou Zickman, a Jewish industrialist in Manchuria. But Rabbi Wise offered him no encouragement, citing Japan's militarism and mistreatment of conquered people. Later, in June 1940, Rabbi Wise indicated to Jewish leaders in Tokyo that he might consider the Japanese settlement plan if the State Department approved. But war in Europe and growing tensions between Japan and the United States ruled out such a possibility. Yeah. We cannot afford to alienate the Jews. If Japan imitates Germany's severe control of the Jews, discrimination will develop in connection with our foreign trade. On the other hand, if Japan goes in the opposite direction and befriends the Jews, entirely new economic possibilities will be open to us. Wait. Oh, this was the finance and commerce minister, I think. Yeah, we started off with reading the anti-Semitism in Japan, and now we're talking about the philo-Semitism in Japan. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. Japan, a country with 300 to 2,000 Jews. And I guess like also South Korea as well. But I like South Korea, probably missionaries, right? I suspect. Like, I assume that like South Korea's fascination, it's Christianity brought to its shores missionaries in the late 1800s. Official statistics say some 30% of South Koreans are church going. The Talmud is a bestseller in South Korea. Even the government insists it is good for you and has included it on the curriculum for primary school children. I thought there was like a way to read the Talmud. It's not even like in book form or whatever, but instead you got to open it up and like discourse it. No? Like I don't even think Jews just sit around and like read the Talmud at all. Like that's not like a thing. Yeah, the Talmud is several dozens of books. How do Koreans store all of that? That's the Tanakh. It's dialectical. It's not a storybook. It's like case law for Judaism. What? Origins of the anti-Semitic anime inspired by Donald Trump? Oh, God. I don't even want to. This is like, I feel like this is gross American weebs, okay? This is not like the fun, cool. Wait, oh, isn't it? Maybe it's not. In his piece, Michelson drew anti-Semitic context from the anime series itself. Neon Genesis Evangelion symbolized the war against insidious global Jewish conspiracy, epitomizing the series of evil organization SEAL. Also, someone who also grew up in Japan, I was curious about Michelson's conclusions. No secret that since the protocols of Elder Zion arrived in Japanese-ruled territories in the early 20th century, some Japanese attitudes towards Jews stem from anti-Semitic tropes of Jewish power, money, and control, but in a decidedly positive way. See, this guy, yeah, this guy's right. Anthony Berthaud. Talmud is just rabbis hundreds of years apart discussing Judaism. You are thinking of the holy book Torah. No, I'm talking about the Talmud, which is just like guidelines, right? It's not a codified law. It's a commentary on the Mishnah, which is the oral Torah. There are different rabbinical opinions and commentaries in there that often disagree. Yeah, and you don't just like sit down and read it, right? I thought you like, I forget who told me this, but I thought you like discourse it. Like you do like debate. Like you don't actually sit down, open it up and go, these are the rules, let's follow it. It's more so piece by piece you engage in like an interpretation. This is a lot of what happens in yeshivas. You are correct. Yeah. And it's like, it's also one of the things, like whenever someone starts mentioning the Talmud as though it like is, it's just suspicious. It raises alarm bells in my head, at least, when I hear about someone talking about the Talmud being like a really formative and important script that Jews follow to a T or something. It's like, it's a little immediate red flag that someone is being anti-Semitic. It's like the same principle behind being like, Muhammad had a 9-year-old girlfriend. Like, okay, dude, sure. All right, shut the fuck up. Move on. Or like, it's pack it up. You're gross. You're not doing any sort of like real religious criticism. Like we've moved beyond the boundaries of theology. Okay, you're just fucking being a piece of shit. That isn't true, is it, dude? I don't give a shit. I mean, dude, what are you talking about? Like God literally, okay, God fucked Jesus's mom. How old was she? You know what I mean? It's just fucking religion. And like, yeah, historical figures weren't doing great stuff, I guess. Wait till y'all hear about Zeus. No, you don't understand. Those are like white-facing religions. So like, obviously, that's not the same. Anyway, all right. The fascination with Judaism does not end there. Media outlets regularly run newspaper columns on Jewish education, weekly radio features, and television documentaries, all of them showing Jews in a glowing light. But although average Koreans can boast that their bookshelves hold at least 1 or 2 copies of the Talmud, to think of Korea as a hotbed of latent Judaism would be wrong. The motivation is less to do with religion and more to do with aspiration. Korean parents value schooling above all else. Parents send their children to after-school crammers until midnight. Dude, it's so funny. They're like, yeah, they're the secret special boys, and they're intelligent and they're good with money, and we should be like them. No, it's not even overcompensating. I'm telling you, it's literally like, it's like, is this propaganda or guilt for World War II? Why the fuck would the Koreans have guilt for World War II? That's not what I, no, that's not it at all. It's to varying degrees of like, to varying degrees of like thinking Jews are different than like other people, like other white people, and thinking that like, you know, Jews are historically like a different sect of white, a different kind of white, and it aligns with their values, like the way that they see Jews is like, I mean, it's basically a different version of like what we just read about with respect to the Japanese reading the Protocols of Zion and going, oh my God, these guys are fucking sick. Like, what? They have so much special powers. Like, we have to help them and capture that power and use it for our own benefit. It's kind of like that, but like a lighter version of that. One wannabe Jew. What the fuck? Goddamn. JC, that fucking 38-year-old Park Johan has handed in his notice at an investment bank to take a plunge into Judaism. He says he will go to New York, where he knows nobody, has no job prospects, just to follow his dream of Orthodox conversion. Now that is a motherfucker I want to know what, I want to follow his life. I want to know what happened to this guy. That's awesome. He skipped a step. By the way, notice how he didn't say, I want to do a pilgrimage to Israel, and instead said, I'm going to do a pilgrimage to New York. That's right, baby. That's right. Say it loud and say it proud, okay? Bro, this is so insane. My culture is not your costume. I think it's, wait, first of all, he skipped steps. He's not even like, oh, I'm going to convert to Judaism, and then I'm going to be like, I guess it would be really funny if someone was like, I am going to literally take on the arduous task of converting to Judaism and then be like a secular Jew. That would be funny as well. But he's just like, he's going up. He's like, I'm going to be Orthodox. I've tried just about everything. Converting in Korea isn't difficult. It's impossible. Jewish observance in Seoul is almost entirely centered on Friday night service in the back of a Christian chapel in the U.S. Army base. Every night, the tiny congregation of expats and local flip pews containing hymns, hymn books, and New Testaments to face a pokey little ark for prayers. At the end of the night, everything gets put back in place for Friday night mass. If there was not a small ner tamid hanging above the ark, you really would mistake it for a cupboard. Most of the regular and long-serving members of the congregation are non-Jewish Koreans, civil servants, doctors, and politicians from the ruling party who's currently squeezing his attendance between bouts of campaigning for local elections. They have no wish to convert, but they take their interest in Judaism seriously. Most boast impressive collections of Judaica and read Hebrew fluently. What the fuck? Among their number is a living legend of Korean Jewry, Abraham Cha, one of the few Koreans who have actually converted. He is a regular fixture of the U.S. Army Base Services. An old man now, he still cuts a memorable figure. He has a wild beard, payot, zit, protruding proudly, and maintains an unrivaled personal library of Jewish books from all around the world, which he painstakingly collected. Shaw says he had to give up everything to become an observant Jew in Korea. My family don't speak to me anymore. I had to divorce my wife. I even had to stop working because they wouldn't give me the day off on Shabbat or on Jewish holidays. My bosses couldn't conceive what it meant to be Jewish. Although precisely what it involves to be a Jew eludes most Koreans, anti-Jewish feeling is almost unthinkable in this part of the world, except for the fact that there's also like literally a Nazi bar. If you remember in South Korea, there's just like a straight up bar dedicated. And I don't mean like, oh yeah, it's like a dive bar for fascists. Like, no, I mean like an Adolf Hitler bar where you can take like, you know, gobble shots and shit like that. which is insane. Like, it's a themed bar named the Third Reich. Yeah, and I think it was closed recently. Now, the real question is he willing to undergo an adult brie? Okay. I mean, he probably did. Says Seoul resident Naomi Zaslaw, if you refuse a plate of pork ribs here because people will be dumbfounded. If you tell them it's because you're Jewish, they'll unfailingly look impressed and say, oh, you must be very clever. It also, Korean food is a banger. I didn't even realize that brie, it's bris. Sorry. It's sunnet in Turkish and in Islam. Bris, not brie. Who seems for a religion this hard? Dude, I don't even know. Brie cheese. HasanAbi, this is also reflected in the Korean community of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Every neighborhood Jews lived in, Koreans will follow them. Wait, what? Wait, do South Koreans get circumcised? I don't think so, right? No. Like, Americans all get circumcised. It's one of the few Christian nations that does it, but oh my God, they do? Christian ones maybe, but that doesn't make sense. Christianity does not have circumcision, chat. The fuck are you talking about? America is one of the very few, chat. America is one of the very few Christian nations where there's mass circumcision, and Korea's adoption of circumcision probably comes from America. It's the only non-Muslim country in East Asia that does it besides the Philippines. Is cultural. That's wild. Christians still do it. There's a few in the UK. I thought Europeans are not circed up. Europeans are not circed up. Korea is a client state, so it makes sense. I mean, yeah. Sarked up is a crazy thing to say. Listen, bro, I can say it, okay? Sorry, RIP to my foreskin, if you know what I mean. Listen, brother, it's my word, okay? Taking the hood out of a man, literally, yeah. A little baby. Are you sarked up or not? Yes. Genuine question, why are you circumcised? Well, I'm Muslim. Chatter is finding out that Muslims and Jews get sarked up. 85% circed up shorties in Korea. 85%. That's crazy. Goddamn. Prevalence of circumcision. Yeah, widespread, near universal, widespread common, 20 to 80%. Okay, 20 to 80% is fucking insane. And then uncommon. Yeah, it's like Christian nations, uncommon with the exception of America and America's hat, Canada, and also America, but on the other side. It's not common in Australia. I guess like they're saying widespread is 20%. I'll never understand Hassan's obsession with circumcision. Yeah, if they took something from you in childbirth, you would also fucking, work your whole life to get it back. Classic HasanAbi moment, stream title versus screen topic. I'm just saying, I'm uncovering important news. Like, what do you mean? Give me a break. I got my back grind harder, bud. That's what I'm saying. Look, oh, by the way, Patrick Bud David.
Pat, what are you doing?
See, this is a dream. When you make money, you get to afford to buy some high-end type of food. And nothing says more high-end than hot dogs at 7-Eleven. And if you've had this, you know how great this is.
How you feeling, Eric?
10 feet tall and bulletproof. Oh, that mustard.
Look at this.
Ah! Pat, what are you doing?
To be fair, like 7-Eleven glizzies are not bad. I'll stand on that. It's a hot dog, man. It's a hot dog. It's supposed to be kind of gnarly. Have you ever not had a dirty water dog? Like, fuck you mean? They are made, but the buns vary enough to make them not good. I mean, nothing. The Costco dogs stand undefeated, but like glizzies are supposed to be kind of nasty, I think. I don't know if I'm crazy about this or not, but I don't know if I'm crazy for this or not, but like glizzies are supposed to be kind of nasty with it. Oh, by the way, Tal is out of prison. This also is a hilarious conversation because this is this is literally identical to the Taylor Swift thing. This back and forth. He did the meme. Here, speaking of Australia.
Whoa! Okay, keep it on the rock. Fuck! That shit!
Mine!
Bro, I just rolled the fucking truck.
Bro. Fucking roll the fucking truck, bro.
Bro, I just rolled the fucking truck. Bro, I just rolled the fucking truck. What the fuck?
Videotaping this crime spree is the best idea he's ever had. Dude, what do you mean? Crime spree? He's a fucking bogan. What do you mean? That's how you level up, dude. What are you talking about? They don't arrest him. They make him the mayor. Yeah. Australia, very Florida coded. Aussies are just Americans with extra seasoning. Yeah. They respect them tremendously and say, wow, you fucking did it, mate. You fucking did it, mate. You fucking proper cunt. Ludwig put you in his new YouTube video?
I've done ranking streams in the past, but there's a problem. They're a little bit dramatic, okay? It gets me in a bit of hot water because people get rightfully upset about where they are placed. And at the end of the day, there's too much subjectivity. My opinion is not absolute. It's not even necessarily close to correct. But I've thought of a way to rank these YouTubers and streamers objectively. Rank them not based off of what I think, but how they perform.
This is literally such a good way to just farm, because now every Twitch streamer and every YouTube streamer and anyone and everyone is going to fucking have an opinion on this. And the video is going to get millions.
Now you might be wondering, what do you mean perform, Ludwig? You're going to have all these streamers sing a song? No, I actually got this idea from my girlfriend, Cutie Cinderella, who made a friend tier list video. And the way she did it is that she would call her friends, and how quickly they answered, or even if they answered at all, would be where she ranked them. And isn't this the perfect test for a series of YouTubers and streamers? Because along the ride,
I love that he moguls from everyone so hard. He moguled from his girlfriend, dude.
To stardom, to millions of views or millions of dollars, they change. They go from normal people who are able to pick up a call and be there and be reliable to busy, to jaded, to couldn't tell you the price of a 28-pack of Skinny Pop popcorn available at Costco. And so today...
All right, let's see where I'm at.
All right, let's call stands. On God, on.
Is that me?
Wait. That's not the noise it makes when it runs out. That's the noise it makes when you get hung up on. Hello?
America is currently attacking Yemen, and you're calling me in the middle of that. I suspect because you're doing a tier list or something. What's going on?
No. I didn't even know about this Yemen thing, by the way. I'm devastated, for starters. Second off, I was just wondering if you wanted to get dinner Saturday. I didn't even know you were live. I totally forgot.
Oh, yeah, I do.
All right, goodbye.
All right, bye.
What's happening in Yemen? What the fuck? I think that's a B tier. That's a B tier.
Pre-watch, baby. Pre-watch Piker strikes again.
Tier. It feels like an honest B tier. He called back right away. I'll put him above Foosley because of how quickly he called back. Let's go next. Let's go to somebody who I know isn't live. Let's go to Tarek.
That's crazy that he called me deliberately while I was live.
I'm sorry, the person...
You think you know someone. F tier. That SOB. It makes it...
If I called him right now, he'd pick up. Yeah. Do it. Is he live right now? I don't know if he is. Let me call him.
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to reach has a voicemail box that has not been set up
Okay,
yet.
his phone's dead. That doesn't count. His phone's dead. It didn't even ring. It didn't even ring. Let me try. I'm gonna try it again. Let's see. Oh shit. Oh, it's ringing. Oh, what's good?
What's good?
Oh, I just wanted to prove to everyone that's watching currently that you're a better friend to me than Ludwig, because you immediately picked up.
I did immediately pick up.
You did immediately pick up, and you
1 second fast.
and you're live right now, right?
And I'm live in the middle of a round. Ready?
In the middle of a round. Oh my god.
I got one.
I'm watching.
Spike down B.
Where's he at? He's fine. Are you ready? Fuck! I got the comm late.
Oh, it's okay, bro. You look jacked. All right, see you later. Bye. Damn, Ludwig, that's crazy, dog. Damn. He's live and he picked up. God damn. You know what it is? It's because we're both Brawlic brothers. Lud, on the other hand, kind of weak. He was live mid-game, picked up 2 rings.
Worse, if I'm telling you who I'm calling ahead of time. So I'm going to call somebody on this list, but I'm not going to say who it is. Hello?
I hope he's not like watching or anything. Let's see if he picks up.
Your call has been forwarded.
He fucking hung up. That's crazy. Okay, he's in the chat, I assume. There's no way. No, if he's offline, he's in the chat, and he fucking... Dude, come on. Come on, dude. That's fucked up. I'm going to do it again. Okay. Maybe it was a mistake. It's ringing. Bro, what is Mogal Moves?
Mush mush.
Wait, why'd you hang up on me the first time I called you?
What, I hang up on you?
Yeah.
I didn't hang up on you.
Oh, I don't know. Were you on Do Not Disturb or something?
Oh, yeah, I'm on Do Not Disturb.
Oh, nice. Okay. Well, I just wanted to, I don't know. I'm sure you'll see the clip later, actually. I'm not even going to inform you about it. Anyway, nice new video. Good farming operation.
Are you here to hurt me?
No. I would never do that. B tier, bro? Really? I was in the middle of fucking covering geopolitical conflict, and that's why.
That makes you B tier.
Even then, I picked up. Even then, I immediately picked up and called back.
I'm gonna say something. Sometimes it feels like you care more about America bombing Yemen than me.
I do. Yes.
Wow, and he says it.
All right.
Cat's out of the bag.
You needed a ride to the hospital, or Yemen needed a ride to the hospital. Who would you ride to the hospital to?
Yemen.
Fucking a-hole, man.
I'm just kidding. All right. Love you guys. All right. Bye. Okay. It's probably because, you know what it is? I think it's probably because I never call anyone. So, like, when I do call someone, people think it's serious. That's probably what it is. I suspect that has something to do with it. Dude, just mogul his idea and keep this going? Nah, I don't want to. I'm too tired to do all that. It's too much work when I got ad breaks to serve at the top of the hour. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. I rarely call, only for emergencies. Same. I don't do that. I don't do that kind of thing. I don't call like that. I feel like you haven't been running enough ad breaks recently. Have you missed some? No, I ran it an hour ago. No, it's because you're cool and Lud's a fake friend. I don't call shit. Would this video count as HOGWATCH? Yes. But we are going to do HOGWATCH. He says God told him to start selling Trump stuff. His store is now a mega hit.
The mugshot was really hot. And this stuff lasts probably about 2 months. It stays really hot. But the first week that the mugshot came out, we sold like 2,000 t-shirts.
What's that?
That's Trump's balls.
Okay.
Whitey Taylor runs a busy Trump store in Boone's Mill, a town of fewer than 500 people in southwestern Virginia. We visited a
Rittenhouse is welcome in our house.
Week after Christmas, with the Iowa caucuses just days away. Taylor predicted Trump would win the Republican nomination, and then business would really boom.
Can only get these here.
How much are $20.
Customers were bullish too. What the superfans bought offers some insight into what they want politically. The merch is not just simple campaign slogans. It's defiant, even vulgar, aimed at buyers who enjoy being mad at the state of America and think there's one guy who will fix it.
When Trump was indicted for all these different things, did people stop buying his merchandise?
No, they bought it more.
Why?
Yeah. Because they knew it was like Russia collusion. This is all bull, made up bull. Now, he has gained a lot of people because of this administration that we have.
Yeah, it's just like the Russia collusion is bullshit. Trump made a perfect phone call.
Yeah. You get people coming and saying
Oh,
that?
yeah, definitely, yeah. They'll just come in and say, never again will I be that stupid, you know.
What have you observed about what people are looking for?
People want our economy better. They're very scared, I think, because of the way things are going. They feel like where we're at right now is like stagnant.
Were you interested in politics before Trump?
Yes, and it's strange because I've always been Democrat.
Really?
Yes. So I am a firm believer in believing in a person and system that's going to make positive.
I just, what in tarnation, dude? What the hell is going on, folks? What is happening with the Republicans? Really are a party that runs on fear? Yeah. Texas restaurant named Trump Burger? I don't know.
Changes. I think in the past, I made some quick judgments about my voting. And so I'm very more...
I believed in Barack Hussein Obama, who I now know was a Muslim man, Kenyan Muslim man, and also a fan of terror cells. Barack Hussein Obama, and also secretly was killed in the Osama bin Laden raid. That's right. The current Barack Hussein Obama is actually a Christian clone of Barack Hussein Obama. That's right. The real one died in the Osama bin Laden raid. They killed him. The Patriots seized control.
Selective, and it's more thought put into it.
What's coming up right now?
Who knows? The more the Democrats talk about mega crazy people, then, something will spin off of it. Within a 150-mile radius of here, anybody gets company in, they bring them here.
Why'd you come in today?
To get some Trump stuff so I can advertise and, support him. 06, 08, I like lost everything I had.
Yeah.
But I barely survived. I don't know how I did. And this is leading up to the same thing again. It's coming. The downfall is coming.
And do you think Trump could prevent that?
I think he can.
Famously, Barack Obama was responsible for that too. I like that in his mind, he has not made the association with Republican Party politics at all, which of course liberals also contributed to, but still, like, you would expect the brain dead hog to make the association with like George W. Bush, but he does not. He makes the association with the black man.
I think he can put the brakes on it and turn it around.
I often wonder what encourages people to be a Democrat, because I don't see a lot of kindness. I don't see a lot of help for our country.
That's so sick. For me, I think that's what I associate with Republicans is kindness.
And I see a lot of talk, no action.
He got into this business at the very beginning of Trump's takeover of the Republican Party. Taylor's a serial entrepreneur and attention seeker, and he prayed to God to guide him while selling racing merch at the Daytona 500.
My son said, Dad, what's God telling you? I said, came in my spirit. He wants me to help Trump. I said, I'm going to order 1,000 T-shirts. He said, Dad, but that's...
God told him, engage in commerce, my son. Sell Trump T-shirts. That is sick.
It's crazy. You know how crazy you get. Just get 100. I said, go big or go home, boy. I said, if God's telling me, we'll sell every one of them. Not, we'll throw them in the trash can and
That's
leave.
awesome.
All
I
we
have
had
to
was a
pee.
white T-shirt. It said, hire the vets, fire the idiots, Trump 2016 on the front, red, white, and blue. And on the back, it said, finally someone with balls, Donald J. Trump, okay? And I became known as the balls man on the tour.
Taylor opened the store in the fall of 2020 inside a 100-year-old church. After the election, the big seller was Stop the Steal.
Did you think the election was stolen?
There's no doubt the election was stolen, yeah.
And what did you think of January 6th?
It was a bad thing, but if you look back, you actually look at the tapes and stuff, they were let in. But they still should have never went inside, okay? You never go in somebody's house or a house, a public house like that, yeah.
Does that complicate what you think of Trump at all, that he...
No.
Why
no,
not?
Definitely not, because he definitely didn't tell them to go and storm the house.
Would you have any interest in running this store if Trump weren't so controversial?
I doubt it. I like his controversy. You know, we need something that we can laugh about and be happy about. There's liberals that think they can come in here and actually tell me what to do. The last one was a professor from UNC. She was just telling me what a great job Biden's doing. I tried to tell her to leave.
But do you not appreciate, her coming in and wanting to mix it up a little bit?
Oh, I love it, yeah, but she don't want to hear what I have to say. She wanted me to only hear what she had to say.
You said that you want to rename this town Trump Town?
Why not? The Boones are dead. The mill's gone. Let's change.
Do you think other people will support you with that?
Not really, but it doesn't really matter. It's good controversy if it never happens.
Ellie Reeve, CNN, Boones Mill, Virginia.
That's awesome. Oh, damn. Tim Cass has the pedophile guy on. That's sick. I was on You Simply
Or in the
Must
fall of
Rewind.
2020, inside a 100-year-old church. After the election, the big seller was Stop the Steal.
Did you think the election was stolen?
There's no doubt the election was stolen, yeah.
And what did you think of January 6th?
It was a bad thing, but if you look back, you actually look at the tapes and stuff, they were let in. But they still should have never went inside, okay? You never go in somebody's house.
Dude, the Blue Lives Matter flag next to the Israel flag perfectly demonstrates American Republican Party politics in areas where you're just like, how did this happen? This is the #1 supporter of Israel in America, by the way. Everybody's always like, oh, like anti-Semites are like, oh yeah, it's the shadowy Jewish figures that are unconditionally in support of Israel. And it's like, no, it's this fucking guy, okay? Next to the Confederate flag, too. 100p.
Or a house, a public house like that, yeah.
Does that complicate what you think of Trump at all, that he...
No.
Why
no.
not?
Definitely not, because he definitely didn't tell them.
I don't understand. If the election is stolen, then January 6th is perfectly valid. I feel like you can't hold those two beliefs at the same time in your mind. Like if you know in your heart of hearts, okay, if you know in your heart of hearts that the election was stolen, why the fuck wouldn't you want to fight back against it? That makes no sense. That just kind of breaks your entire ideology apart. It just rips it apart.
Go and storm the house.
Would you have any interest in running this store if Trump weren't so controversial?
I doubt it. I like his controversy. You know, we need something that we can laugh
You
about
can
and
on
be happy
Oxy.
about. There's liberals that think they can come in here and actually tell me what to do. The last one was a professor from UNC. She was just telling me what a great job Biden's doing. I tried to tell her to leave.
But do you not appreciate, her
Oh,
coming?
wait, what? He tried to kick out a lip dart that came into my store because that's not what free speech is about, brother.
And then wanted to mix it up a little bit.
Oh, I love it, yeah, but she don't want to hear what I have to say. She wanted me to only hear what she had to say.
You said that you want to rename this town Trump Town.
Why not? The Boones are dead. The mill's gone. Let's change.
Do you think other people will support you with that?
Not really, but it doesn't really matter.
Not really.
It's good controversy if it never.
Not really, but it doesn't really matter. Love this guy, dude. I'm getting throwbacks to your Texas stream.
LA has.
Damn, dude. This got almost 1 million views. What the fuck? Dude, I was banging.
Any part.
Those were the days, boys. Oh my God. GG's to those days. You know what I'm saying? Just having fun, live streaming, debating dudes. My hair was awful. I look like shit in general. Hair awful. I'm looking like
But I
shit.
really-
Oh, this guy's the best.
But I really want you to ask yourself, did I fail you as a creator, or did y'all fail me as followers?
I don't understand like how someone is like this. And I don't mean like him thinking he's literally God. I mean like how does he look like that? Like what happened? I mean, this is also the thumb build, you know what I mean? Like this guy I assume is the chief of police, right? He's the head of the Sergeant Benevolence Association somewhere. Like he has to be. And like he didn't even do a day of training. Like they just instantly said they took one look at him and were like, that's it, you're hired. To the highest levels of being a cop, sir. You are the greatest police officer we've ever seen. I didn't even pay attention to what he was saying. I'm so perplexed. Oh, he was like, nah, who said he looks like the Snapchat ghost? He does look like the Snapchat ghost. Perfect goatee. My dad was like that, denounced J6, but didn't believe Biden won, but he was also Mormon. Your videos got him off the Fox Media shit, and he's chill now. I'm trans, and he's totally on board now. Jesus Christ, that's awesome. Hell yeah. That's sick. He looks like the car crash optimized human. I agree. This guy deserves the opposite of whatever mewing is. There is no opposite of mewing. There's only mewing. Kaya, chill. Hey, calm down now. I saw him once again ruin the stream with his jawline privilege. This ain't his fault. He looks like a Mucinex booger. Excuse me. This man is perfection. He gets in a car crash. Guess what? He's surviving. You get in a car crash, dead. Me too, actually. We all die in a car crash. He doesn't. So who's the real winner in this situation? Okay? Think about all the times you spent inside of a car. That's all I'm saying. Clear! Place! Shit. Not being unruly. All right, let's do some, let's do some, while we're on the topic of thumb maxing, does anyone have some HOGWATCH shit for me or no? All right, go ahead. It's link privileges have been given. Good videos. I don't watch that. What is
I
this?
have sailed the seven sea. I got no change around me. I just wonder where I'd be. I met a girl that I did not know, but she won't leave my mind. And where she lives, where she's gone, I guess I never find.
What the fuck is this, M-HUD?
Breaking news! North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has kicked off 2024 with a dire warning to the U.S. Earlier, Kim ordered his military and his military leaders to thoroughly annihilate the U.S. and South Korea if provoked. War plans have been laid out during a key meeting of North Korea ruling party. North Korea has also test-fired its most advanced ballistic missile on December 18th, and experts say that Kim will only be increasing testing of ICBMs.
By this little fish. Bro, my dog went to place 2 earlier, and he was still in place. He looked so confused when he said place again. Yeah, you're right. That's because your dog is a good dog. My dog, on the other hand, not a good dog. She's not supposed to leave place until I tell her free, or until I tell her, Kaya, okay. And now she has the ability to leave. Okay. She's looking at me like, the fuck do you want me to do? You yelled at me and said place twice. Can you break down what's happening between Iran and Saudi Arabia? No. Okay, what is this?
Most irrelevant country right now is India. First of all, have they ever fought in a war? I feel like they don't participate in war, which is fine. I respect that. That's like unproblematic. But like, what's good with them? Do they have a king or a president? Also, does no one want their land? Why? I
don't understand why people are dunking on this woman. This is the median American voter. 100p. Okay? This is just how the average American thinks and operates. Okay? This is what they do. This is how they operate. This is how they behave.
respect that they stay out of conflict, but like, who do they fight for?
This is my favorite thing, by the way, because like this is the most Reddit thing she could have done. A phenomena I observe on Reddit all the time, which is that she came up with like a bunch of fake nonsense that she could have easily Googled, and then launched secondary assertions off of the faulty premise that she just made up. Okay, this is something that people do on Reddit all the time, where they'll be like, yeah, as you guys know, India's never been in a war. And then a second guy will follow up on it and be like, yeah, the real reason why India's never been in a war is because their land is not really feasible and nobody wants it. And it's just like this weird circle jerk where half the time I'm just like, why are you guys having this conversation? This is just wrong. It's like when ChatGPT gives you false information, and because it's a machine, you think it's smarter than you. And okay, maybe it's smarter than you because you got duped by a fucking machine. But like, why did you do this? Why did you do this to yourself? Makes no damn sense. It's ridiculous.
Or who are their allies? I just feel like I never hear about them. Like, no natural disasters, no uprisings. They're never in the press. Where are you, India? Most irrelevant country right now.
That's my favorite, dude. Look how far Larry Elder has fallen. Why does my number of followers barely change day by day despite how often I post and how clever and meaningful the content? Please be advised, there's deep state at X, and with all due respect, you are busy and distracted. You don't even know it. That's awesome. I mean, he's right. I think this is a real conspiracy, and I'm glad he's the right guy to get to the bottom of it, dude. That's right. My man. I got told on Reddit that the Yemeni pirates haven't killed anybody yet because they are just bad at killing. I like that usually the follow-up of that is also the wrong information, that actually the Yemeni pirates, the Houthis, genocided themselves, and they are the ones responsible for the genocide, and not the American-backed coalition forces. They're simultaneously bad at killing, but also very good at killing their own people. Not dissimilar to Hamas. American spy pigeon conspiracy could be fun to watch.
This is an American spy pigeon with an explosive device inside it that is as powerful as a small nuclear weapon. Next to it is a military-grade chip that processes the information it receives. Below the pigeon is a turbofan engine that can dive at the target if necessary.
This shit's awesome because, like, Alibaba, you can just buy it for, like, 20 grand. Like, oh, you think this is fake? Guess what? You can buy it for $20,000 at Alibaba, okay? They ship it immediately. Shipping is free. I don't know how they did it. Bro, on Alibaba, they sell, on Alibaba Express, they straight up sell. Can you help my TikTok VOD channel getting hit for bullying by posting your clips? I don't know. I can't even help my own TikTok channel, chatter. I don't know what to do. On Alibaba, you can buy suicide drones. I looked it up. I saw it on Twitter too. You can buy suicide drones, and you can also simultaneously buy anti-drone weapons too. And the anti-drone weapons are like $1,200. Like, they're cheap as hell. You know the ones that they use that look like a 4090? It looks like a gun, but it's also like a 4090. They use it in Ukraine. It's AliExpress, old man. Okay, whatever, dude.
Above the engine is a fuel storage tank to power it. On the pigeon's chest is a high-definition camera that can take very clear pictures even at a great distance. And the pigeon's head is equipped with a message transmitter, which can transmit the information it shoots. At the moment it is monitoring a house where a top Soviet scientist lives, and it has an eye on the scientist's every move. It transmits the information.
The top Soviet scientist. What era is this from?
It transmits the information it has captured through the satellite antennae, which is picked up by the spy satellites high in the sky, and then passes this information on to the intelligence office on the ground. The intelligence officer synthesizes this information, and once he analyzes it to be unfavorable to the United States, he gives the order to attack. When the pigeon receives the order to attack, it immediately starts its jet engines and swoops down toward the scientist's house.
No, not the Lada. That sucks.
The next day's newspaper then carried the information that the scientist had been accidentally killed in a fire. Someone once
Trump
captured
supporters.
one of these pigeons and took it apart, and it looked like this.
I respect that. The fuck is this? What? Wait, did he do that on purpose? I can do that? Yeah, me too, man. I've done that so much.
It's just a bunch of kids in Yemen. What are they going to do? Grow up and shut down the Red Sea?
Weird conspiracy guy.
I really want to touch on these alleged giant trees. You notice how weird
Okay, here's what I gotta say right off the jump. Where is the weird conspiracy music? They're using a different conspiracy music instead of the one that I'm accustomed to. I don't like that. I don't like when they don't got the cool conspiracy music. It's messed
weird
up.
that looks right there on this alleged mountain. Those are hexagonal shapes, right? Those are hexagons. Mr. Project Frequency right here shows us trees create hexagonal cell walls. That's 6 sides, okay? 6 sides. Y'all remember that. And that's Devil's Tower. Those are hexagons. And what do we have here? Count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hexagon. What does that really look like to y'all? I mean, there's so many alleged stories. Okay, so a lot of the stories you hear are the trees were cut down to keep the giants from getting away from the flood. The angels came down, cut them down, you know. We don't know what happened. Nobody knows
Wait, really? Nobody knows what happened? Nobody.
what happened, but there's a very good chance that, now that's definitely a possibility. I mean, that's just not.
I love that. I mean, he's right. He's just, nobody knows. I will not investigate further. That looks like a big tree to me. I think that's a big tree.
Not a natural formation. It's just, it doesn't look natural anyway to me. What do y'all think? Alleged. Yeah.
I like that he drops the what do y'all think, like Philip DeFranco style, but then also beyond that, he's not going to investigate it further. And then also he hits it with the alleged, like the government's coming after him for this level of like misinformation about the giant tree secret that he came up with. The government's going to come after him unless he says alleged. They're outside.
Yeah, I know. I get tired of saying it too, man. But yeah, there we go.
Yeah, he has to say it all the time. I need more from this guy. The Secrets Within.
Please tell me I've heard this Mystery Flesh Pit National Park in Texas.
This is what I'm talking about. See, he's got like the good conspiracy music now. Creepy smile, horror background music. That's what I'm talking about. That's what the hell I'm talking about, brother. None of that other bullshit.
This is a gigantic, like massive, living, breathing pit of flesh.
What? Government took his fucking TikTok down. What the hell?
Please tell me I've heard this Mystery Flesh Pit National Park in Texas. This is a gigantic, like massive, living, breathing pit of flesh, and it basically mimics the human body. So look, they turned it into national park, right? And they made it where people go in there and explore and all kinds of stuff. There's creatures inside of there. So
it's called Earthussy, and you go in there and you fuck it, and that's how Adam and Eve was created. Everybody knows that. God put his dick in the Earthussy, and that's how Adam and Eve was created.
So here's one of the signs. Look at this. Environment beyond this bulkhead constitutes the interior systems of a living organism. This environment is actually...
Does this guy think this is like a real thing that's going on? And like these are real signs out there?
Hostile to human life. Serious injury. Dude, here's some of the creatures that you could come in contact with if you're walking around down there. So look, this one right here, this is like some stuff off King Kong Skull Island. You know what I'm saying? Look, if you see flora or fauna within the...
Mystery Flesh Pit National Park is an online series created by artist Trevor Roberts. That's what the government wants you to think, dumbass. Project revolves around a fictional Mystery Flesh Pit National Park located in the fictional town of Gumption, Texas. The park itself is a massive subterranean organism of unfathomable size discovered during the mid-1970s and was made a national park later on in the 1980s before a sudden closure to the public in 2007. So this TikToker is just a copy pasta reporter? No, I think that back in the day, people used to do copy pasta shit. Okay? Nowadays, I think people see the copy pasta and think it's real. And then also think that they think it's real, and then they think that it's like the government is actively hiding it. Oh my God. He literally got this from this. Bro, this is literally like thinking that movies are real life. I mean, I guess they do that too. Oh, that's
Park,
so
it does not appear to notice you. Back out of sight and change your course. Move out the air quietly. While many life forms within the pit seem to be tolerant to human presence in distances farther than 2.
The government hides everything useful.
Don't ever try this. Here's how you can see if your crush is secretly in love with you. First, you're going to need to get some paper and put a red dot on it. After that, lay the paper down and put 1 drop of water in the middle. This will cause the ink to spread, but if it doesn't make a heart shape, your crush doesn't love you. However, if the spot forms a heart, your crush definitely loves you. If you're brave...
Yeah. Why didn't he say allegedly? Watch out, brother. TikTok's going to come after you for misinformation. And we all know what that is. It's code word for the real truth that the government somehow doesn't want you to know about. Everybody knows. Okay, what other sick tips does this guy have?
Don't ever try this.
Don't ever try this. Why did he say don't ever try this? Wait, I didn't even think about that. Why didn't he say,
try this.
Why does he say don't ever try this? It's like, nuh-uh, I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it, dude. Excuse me. Why do you not want me to try it? Now I immediately want to try it. You know what I mean?
You can cast this luck curse by drawing a stick figure on a piece of paper. Now write the name of who the curse is for above the person. Then crumple the paper into a small ball. You must throw the ball up into the air and say, "Give fortunum to who I wished." Then just catch the paper ball. If done correctly, that person will be granted good luck forever. However, if you didn't catch the ball, that person will be unlucky forever and hate you. Are you brave enough to try this? Then heart this video and follow my account. Don't ever try this. You can cast this luck curse by drawing a stick figure on a piece of paper. Now write the name of who...
Big girl. She like wants to be pet, but also in the way that she wants to be pet. You know what I mean? She's like, don't pick me up right now. I'm not in the mood for being picked up. Not in front of the cameras. Okay? Shake. Other hand. That's right. Bro, the dog should be herding 1,000 sheep and fighting off bears and shit. She has no time for your soft semantics. Please go back to this. This woman has it all.
Does anyone want to tell me how in 1927 Universal Studios came up with this picture of the world when the first picture of the world wasn't available until the 60s? Through none other.
Wait, does she think that people in like... Wait, what? Okay. Does she think maps were created in the 60s? Oh my God, please don't tell me she thinks maps were created in the 60s. There is no goddamn way that she thinks maps were created in the 1960s. I'm a loser. Or even globes, by the way. Not maps, just globes. That's also false. No, they didn't just have globes 300 years ago. That's also false. They had globes far before Galileo, okay? Like there were motherfuckers out there in Copernicus, in the Copernicus era, running around with the globes being like, this shit's real, okay? And people were like, no, dog, you're crazy. So globes have been around for a minute.
Other than who?
People knew the world was round.
NASA, right? Almost 40 years later, how did Universal Studios know this is what the world looked like, y'all? Especially from space when we...
Okay, this is fake, right? I like, she said especially. It's gotta be fake.
Haven't been to space yet at that point. Does anyone know? Or does anyone want to guess? I'll tell you. The reason lying about the shape of the earth and making it into a ball is simple. Because you can cut off any land you want and keep them hidden. Watch this demonstration. You tell me if this doesn't make fucking sense.
1,000 years in the future from dudes that had a better understanding and assessment of what the fucking planet looked like and what the shape of it was. What is going on, man? What is happening? Like, there were dudes that barely had an understanding of like working sewage systems, okay, living in circumstances where, you know, other dudes would just straight up die. People thought like menstruation was evil or some shit, and they still knew. I feel like information overload, like maybe this is too much information. People can't handle it. We're devolving to medieval peasantry. No, literally, it's like yeah, I know. I remember reacting to her. I'm such a fan of her shit.
About the shape of the earth and making it into a ball is because when you turn it into a ball, you can cut off any land you want and keep it hidden. For example, we will take this map, we will cut out a piece, and we will take this flat piece and wrap it around a ball. Now, this is where I tell you that this is all there is. You can only go to destinations that are on the globe because you now believe that's all there is. But we still have all the land that I cut off earlier. It's seriously that easy. And when
What? I don't even understand like what the point is. Like, does he think that there's more to the earth than what we think? Like, this guy literally is going back to like Christopher Columbus era. Like, oh, we can still traverse the planet. Like, there's areas that are worthy of exploration that like the government is hiding from us. That's crazy. That's fucking sick. Hold on, I gotta let Kai on to people.
When you consider it, it really is a plausible reason to lie.
Such a plausible reason to lie. I'm assuming most of you know about Antarctica, but if you don't, drop it in the comments if you want me to make a video. It's called the American Dream because you have to be a fucking sleep to believe it.
Oh my God.
Does anyone want to tell me how?
She hit it with the fucking classic. What's his face? Oh my God, with the Carlin, dude. Yeah, that's right, baby. I'm in on it. I know the secrets. Yeah.
Did you know that every time we celebrate a holiday, we are celebrating one of the 7 deadly sins? Story of our lives, right? Can't even have a fucking holiday. Let's get into it. We'll start off with Valentine's Day. Now, what deadly sin can this celebrate? If you guessed lust, you're right. No need to explain that one. Thanksgiving, sin of gluttony. Pretty self-explanatory. You're eating way more than you need. Christmas, greed, overconsumption.
I mean, it's like, first of all, she's just describing being an American. She is describing just American culture, which is true, but she's missing the forest for the trees. I don't understand. Like, and also the 7 deadly sins it's just like every holiday. Every American capitalist holiday is a demonstration of the 7 deadly sins. I love that. My favorite type of shit is whenever someone like has a real takeaway, you know, because like everybody on TikTok is trying to goof and gaff in the comment section, like, oh, you're so stupid. Oh, this is like a real product of American education. No, the real gems are the people that go, you're right. Deborah, you're right. They don't even feel the same anymore these days. Like this person has a real come to Jesus moment. Okay. What? Or this guy. Why is holiday pronounced holy day instead of holy day the way it's spelled? One clue. The holly tree. Correct. Bro, they're having a stupid off in the chats. They're getting dumber by communicating with one another. How can you not love this? Like, you need to immediately separate them and put them in a re-education camp, okay? But instead, the American mind lets these guys thrive. I'd get offended if someone was more stupid than me. It's so perfect. It's so perfect. God, I love it. I love it so much. Love it. It fucking terrifies me. Why? Just enjoy the show, baby. Enjoy the show, okay? Just kick back and learn to love it.
celebrate gifts more than the actual reason for the holiday. St. Patrick's Day, can you guess? None other than sloth. And why? Because people get blacked out drunk. Up next, Easter.
Wait, what? St. Patrick's Day. You know, the holidays that we celebrate: Christmas, Valentine's Day, Thanksgiving, and St. Patrick's Day. What do you mean, the St. Patrick's Day? That's so dumb. One of the big holidays, obviously. Duh.
Easter. This one's interesting. They say Easter is envy because the Romans were jealous of Jesus and unalived him.
Oh, dude, complete cultural victory. Okay, it's so over. China has successfully done it again, dude. The Genghis Gambit ×2. Give Americans what they crave more than anything else. What do Americans crave more than anything else? Just like a bunch of other dumbasses that listen to what they have to say and go, yeah, aha, that's right. And then be celebrated with fame. Just immaterial, totally silly fame for a brief moment. Okay? They want validation for their stupidity, and god damn it, TikTok gives it to them so good. This way you could just have it's like giving a toy to a baby. Like a crying baby. You jiggle some keys in front of the crying baby and they stop crying. Oh, she said unalive, dude. Jesus Christ was unalived by the Romans who were envious. Unalive. You got a 40-year-old divorced former nurse anti-vaxxer freak using the term unalive. God, I love it.
The next one, Halloween. It's wrath. You get it, scaring and hurting people for fun while wearing masks. Weird. And last but not least, the sin of pride. None other than...
Oh, she's also weirdly like anti-American. It's like kind of crazy. But I don't even understand this one. You get it, scaring and hurting people for fun? Wrath? I'm sorry. Are you admitting that you get scared on Halloween? Like as a grown adult person? Are you saying that on Halloween you see scary individuals? Like you see people wearing masks and you're like, oh, scary.
It's scaring and hurting people for fun while wearing masks.
And hurting.
Weird.
It's scary and hurting people for fun.
And last but not least, the sin of pride. None other than Independence Day. Makes sense, right? The more you know. It's called the American Dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
Yo, I think she thinks she invented that. Also, this has nothing to do with the American Dream at all. Nothing she just talked about has anything to do with the American Dream. Like not even tangentially related to the American Dream at all. I think that's like her sign off. Type of woman whose kids are outside playing with matches and throwing rocks at birds. Yeah. She's shooting this TikTok. She has the tripod set up. Okay. She has the tripod and the ring light set up, shooting this TikTok while her kids are like underneath the kitchen sink cabinet, drinking all of the toxic chemical cleaning supplements. They're straight up going to town on that bleach down there. They're like, yeah, that's right.
Can somebody tell me why this isn't headline news? This should be across all news networks. The senior Pentagon official that oversees elementary schools, right? Arrested in human trafficking.
Wait, what? Why is there a senior Pentagon official that oversees elementary schools? Like the story itself is already weird, lady. You don't have to cook it up. What?
Trafficking sting. Question: why do we need anyone from the Pentagon to oversee elementary schools?
Why does she keep saying elementary? Where is she getting elementary from? I have to see this. Hold on. Top Defense Department official arrested. What is it? Investigators in Coda County have released new video of the human trafficking sting, which saw the arrest of a top Department of Defense administrator for allegedly soliciting sex. The undercover operation busted 26 people, including 64-year-old Stephen Hovanek of Sharpsburg. Oh, he is. His job is the Chief of Staff of the Department of Defense's Education Activity Americas, overseeing the education of thousands of military-dependent children. He was at the motel getting a massage, he claims, and he got arrested for solicitation of sex. Oh, he got charged with pandering. They dropped it. They lowered it to pandering, which is misdemeanor. Yeah, he was just like trying to have sex with a prostitute, right? Like that's what it is. That's it. This was a sting for prostitution, and they just went wild on the news story. Yeah, they arrested like 60 people or 26 people, sorry, and one of them was the guy overseeing like I guess military children of like service members. But it's like she makes it seem like he was doing sex trafficking personally. And he was just, you know, maybe she's like a Twitter Twitter swerve. You know what I mean? She's like, oh, were you a John? That means you were participating in sex trafficking personally. That's what she is. She's actually woke. I realized she's feministly saying,
You cannot make this shit up if you fucking tried. Don't trust anyone. These.
Okay, but like. You're looking at a news article. Like they covered it in the news. You're pointing to a news article that covered it in the news, in local news, and it's just like not that big of a deal because it was just one dude, you know, getting a nut off and was arrested with 25 other people.
Pedos are just coming out of the woodwork. I hate to tell you, but we haven't seen the worst of it yet. Epstein was just the tip of the iceberg. Wait till you hear about Getty Museum. This place has 12 floors underground.
Wait, breaking news. She's saying she tied it to Jeffrey Epstein. Dude, I'm just waiting for her trademark. I'm waiting for her to say the line.
2 million women and children were there in 2018. And just think how many more islands that we don't know about.
Wait, what? She said the Getty Museum is harboring like what, sex trafficked children or something? 2 million of them. 2 million of them are, or is she saying 2 million people visited the Getty Museum? Because that's normal. It's a museum. She said it herself. I don't understand.
Underground. 2 million women and children were there in 2018. And just think how many more islands that we don't know about yet that were just as bad as Epstein's Island or...
Wait, what does this have to do with the Getty Museum? What does this have to do? What is going on? Why is she saying, how is she going to tie this together? Is she trying to say that there are islands hidden under the Getty Museum?
Worse. Remember, guys, it's called the American Dream because you have to be asleep to believe it.
No, what is that? What? She did it. No, I don't get it. It's all coming out, says Jan Lynn. The Getty Museum is so strange. Each floor has a guard that will only let you go to certain places like they're hiding something. Guys, let me tell you something. Okay? What was the name? What was the fucking what is the conspiracy song? I need it right now. Is it Paris Elohim or something? Someone give me a good conspiracy jam, please. I need it. No, not X-Files. No, like the one that they use on TikTok. No. God, I haven't relied on chat in a minute. We don't have any we don't have the good synchronization that we used to have. Crystal Castle's transgender TikTok version? No, that's not it. No, come on. Elsa Paris, thank you. That's the song. That's what I was looking for, first of all, okay? Ladies and gents, let me tell you, the other day, I had to go get groceries. And while I was getting groceries, I went and stopped by what they were calling a bonk. That's right, B-A-N-K, a bonk. And while I was at the bonk, they were hiding something. What were they hiding? I do not know. There was a guy with a weapon there telling me I can't go to the back room. What do they got back there? Let me tell you, I know what they got back there. They got babies. They got million, as a matter of fact. 2 million pedophile children in the back of the bank. Bonk, I mean. The worst kind. They say it's the American dream because you have to be alive. Or, fuck. I fucked it up. They say it's the American dream because you have to be asleep to feel it. I fucked it up again. What was it? To believe. They say it's the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it. Okay. Boo this man. Shut up, dude. At least I didn't do a top of the hour ad break like you all suspected. That's the real debate, some might say. Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Probably an oliviter to the Earth's core back there behind that shiny, thick door. That's right. Excuse me, officer. If you didn't want me playing with your service weapon, why is it so shiny? What are you hiding? Pedophile babies. That's right. Inside of the weapon, there's a magazine. Inside of that magazine, fetuses. Pedophile fetuses.
I'm a conspiracy theorist. Of course I'm going to tell you to turn your location off when we hang out.
You're on TikTok. You're posting on TikTok. What do you mean? Like, who's going to come after you, Deborah? Why is the government coming after you, Deborah? For the big secrets about the Getty Museum. Her ops.
I'm a conspiracy theorist. Of course I'm going to ask you. You're really going to eat that? I'm a conspiracy theorist. Of course I'm going to tell you to turn the news off. I'm a conspiracy theorist. Of course I'm going to make you take walks with me barefoot. I'm a conspiracy.
Wait, what does that have to do with anything?
I bet you.
Wait, okay, we'll do this in a second. Hold on.
Conspiracy theorist. Of course I'm going to tell you everything man-made is fake. I'm a conspiracy theorist.
Wait, what? Is that a conspiracy? Everything man-made is fake? What does that mean? What?
Of course I'm going to point out all the symbolism in every movie we watch. I'm a conspiracy theorist. Of course I'm going to tell you to never touch a receipt again.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah, brother. You'll get gay. You'll catch the gay if you touch that receipt.
I'm a conspiracy theorist. Of course I'm going to point out everything that's satanic. I'm a conspiracy theorist. Of course I'm going to tell you your favorite celebrity ain't shit.
That's a healthy attitude to have, I think. All right, let's look at this.
You didn't know Nickelodeon is satanic. TikTok, this video is for entertainment purposes.
Maybe that's why I keep getting banned, and that's why like my fan accounts keep getting banned. I don't say TikTok, this video is for entertainment purposes only. Please don't ban me. Like, those disclaimers don't work anywhere else except for TikTok. Weirdly enough, you know how like the Japanese saw the protocols of Zion and were like, these guys are awesome. We believe everything that's going on with the Jews. Maybe the Chinese people also saw that stuff that people write on Facebook posts. Like, if anyone involved with a federal law enforcement officer is watching, like, please know that everything being said here doesn't work. And they thought like, oh, that's real. That's like a cheat code. So now they've decided like you can't ban someone legally if they say, in any case of investigation by a federal entity or similar, I do not have any involvement with this group or with the people in it. I do not know how I am here, probably added by a third party. I do not support any actions by any members of this group. Everything I have posted is purely satire and should be treated as such in a court of law. I have committed no crimes and I am an innocent bystander. Yeah. There's a bunch of like Chinese Secret Service agents going, oh, fuck, we can't prosecute. She fucking got us.
This video is a complete lie and fabrication. It's all a joke. So the word itself, Nickelodeon, can you guess what that word actually means? Anyone have a guess? Guess what it means in Latin. Nickelodeon.
I'm getting formerly did OnlyFans vibes.
Translated from Latin to English means I don't care about God.
I've seen this before. Like the whole I've seen this before, the Nickelodeon
Is that not fuck? Everything is satanic and everything is programming.
They're gonna eat you up for that, Haas? Wait, what? Who they? They? First and foremost, I think you know that I have no issue with OnlyFans at all. So it's not like a pejor, like that's not like a bad thing. I'm not using that as like a way to demean her. But it is pretty funny because it's like, wow, I can't believe you're like, I can't believe you're demeaning her by assuming that she must be a sex worker, that you are using in a negative way, instead of listening to what she has to say right now, which is obviously very OnlyFan and bio opinion discarded. No, yeah, OnlyFan and bio opinion discarded is technically, that is anti-sex work and misogynistic. What is funny about it, however, is that in this situation, is not the OnlyFans in the bio that would discard someone's opinion. It's what she's saying. If anything, given her content currently, her having an OnlyFans gives her lends credence to her making content that is like at least somewhat valuable to the broader public.
Not to mention some of the storylines and characters that Nickelodeon presents, all dark. So who's gonna still allow their kids to watch Nickelodeon? Tell me what you guys think in the comments, and until the next one.
You're one of the few broadcasts and podcasts that brings women that with OnlyFans and does not attack them. It's true. I'm in a way I've pioneered the whatever podcast and the Fresh and Fit podcast method of bringing OnlyFans girls on the broadcast, except, you know, I did it with the intent of humanizing and having cool conversations with them, whereas they took that and then went in the exact opposite, incredibly misogynistic direction, which, to be fair, is seemingly more successful. So.
If you trust the government, I don't trust you.
There's a reason they don't want us to know that they know about the bottom of the ocean. You know that, right?
What? Who?
Okay.
They know about the bottom of the ocean? They don't want us to know that they know the bottom of the ocean? What is that sentence? What the fuck does that even mean? What is she saying?
Okay, so I feel like I have to address this because I've been getting a lot of comments and questions about people say like, well, we don't know anything about the ocean. We've never been to the bottom, blah, blah, blah. You guys.
I'm thinking about a guy who's like really misogynistic, but also really into conspiracy theories. And then he does the, OnlyFans spotted, opinion discarded, and then immediately actually has a come to Jesus moment and no longer believes in conspiracies because he's so misogynistic that he saw that she was doing OnlyFans and is no longer believing in that. Now he's going back to college. So yeah, guess what, dude? Maybe misogyny, not so bad. Think twice before saying bigotry's bad always. In this hypothetical I made up, it's actually very good. Haha. Destroyed your entire moral framework.
Where does Wi-Fi come from? Do you know? I cannot wait to hear people's response to this.
Wait,
Drop
what?
it in the comments.
Where does Wi-Fi come from? Like,
no celebrity is real. No celebrity is woke. I hope we know Cat Williams is controlled opposition, just like Jim Carrey, Andrew Tate, Alex Jones, David Ice, Russell Brand.
David Ice. She said David Ice. What the fuck? Bro, she's not even putting respect on the name of those who came before her. Like, David Icke, am I a fucking joke to you, ma'am? The amount of time I put into this nonsense and you're just gonna disrespect me like that? And she said David Ice. Oh.
These are all just celebrity characters that expose the industry, but you guys, they're part of the industry. TikTok, this video is for entertainment purposes only. Nothing I say in this video is true, and it is all just speculation. I'll say it again for the people in the back. These people are not to be trusted. They work for Hollyweird. They do all of it to simply mock us. For us to think that there is hope and there is an idol that we all adore that's standing up for the people, all spitting facts and exposing the industry, right? The truth is, this is a dream come true to some people. But you guys, they're controlled opposition. That is their character to play, to gain your trust.
I love when conspiracy people engage in like leftist purity spirals. It's sick. Like she's like claiming that all the other conspiracy theorists that are famous now that came before her are actually bad and they are controlled opposition. This is someone's stepmom. Dude, that would be the sickest stepmom to have. Are you kidding me? She's like perma content. She'd be endless content. Thanksgiving would be incredible. She'd be chirping about how this is actually one of the 7 deadly sins. Gluttony, as a matter of fact. Stop celebrating it. Look at her bio, just noticed. It's called the American Dream because you have to be asleep. There you go. She's chirping. She's doing it. Okay, the celebrity one's
Have
kind
you
of
guys
boring.
ever when you guys look at doors, what do you see? If you really look at them, it's actually a cross up top and an open Bible down at the bottom. So doors have been made this way for a reason. And since Salem witch trial days, these doors were made to keep witches away and bad spirits. It may
Wait, I don't have doors like that. What does that mean? What's going on? Does she think doors always look like that? She's becoming hotter by the minute. You guys need Allah, okay?
make sense. Wouldn't you want your damn door made out of a cross? I would. The more you know, the less you want to know.
Wait, she's not saying it.
See you on the next one.
Wait, she didn't do the you need to be asleep.
History is simply just repeating itself, and Earth is an infinite time loop. Everything that has happened to us and that will happen to us has already happened to another civilization before us. TikTok, this video is for entertainment purposes only. Everything said and shared in this video is purely speculation. But then
She doesn't even film that for every video. She just did it one time and now uses it fast because she needs to fill the 1 minute and 12 second with all the juicy good stuff. So she doesn't even have enough time to spare there. She has to wait.
as you guys know, there's a great reset and it starts us right back to where we came from. What's the point of this, you may ask? It stops us from advancing and overthrowing the powers that be. Just think about it.
Yeah, no, this is like the final stage because she's obviously arrived at the truth, you know? She's single-handedly uncovered devastating truths about the planet, and that's why they have to just end us. Girl, how do you know so much about so much? I love that. It's a long story. I have to make a video. I'll have to make a video. Yeah, time is a flat circle.
The Tartarians, the Egyptians, a lot of the buildings and structures they built back then, we cannot recreate now.
Okay, I always like this because like there is some real shit that she's adding into the equation. I mean, it's not wrong that there was like a tremendous amount of, I mean, I don't know about the Tartarians. I don't know what that is, but what is a Tartarian? But no, we did have a lot of tech. Okay, now I'm looking it up. Tartary or Tartary is a historical name for Central Asia and Siberia. Ignorance surrounding Tartary's use of a place's name has spawned pseudo-historical conspiracy theories, including hidden past and mud floods. Such theories assert that Tartary or the Tartarian Empire was a lost civilization with advanced technology and culture. This ignores the well-documented history of Asia, which Tartary refers to. In the present day, the Tartary region covers a region spanning from central Afghanistan and northern Kazakhstan, as well as areas in present Mongolia, China, and the Russian Far East in Chinese Tartary. The globalized version of the conspiracy theory is based on the alternative view of architectural history. Adherents propose that demolished buildings such as the Singer Building, the original New York Penn Station, or the temporary grounds of the 1915's World Fair were actually the buildings of a vast empire based in Tartary and has been suppressed from history. What? Other buildings, such as the Great Pyramids and the White House, are further held out as Tartarian buildings. The conspiracy theory is the idea that the mud flood wiped out much of the world via depopulation, and thus old buildings is common, supported by the fact that many buildings across the world have architectural elements like doors, windows, and archways submerged many feet below ground level. Both World War I and II are cited as a way in which Tartaria was destroyed and hidden, reflecting the reality that the extensive bombing campaigns of World War II did destroy many historic buildings. The general evidence for the theory is that there are similar styles of buildings around the world, such as Capitol buildings with domes or star forts. That's so sick. What? Tartaria is another conspiracy theory about alien cities. There's a juice shop here by me named after the conspiracy theory. They got shut down after an expose that the place was a total cult engaging in dubious things, super racist, and inspecting each other's fecal matter in the back of the juice shop. Please help me get out of this town. That sounds awesome. You fucked up looking this shit up. Okay, let's continue.
Why do you think that is, guys? Because they were more advanced than us. Our history books were just altered.
I like that she's pointing to buildings that we very much know exactly who made, exactly how it was made, and definitely can recreate and regularly restore, actually. But of course, if you live in America, it's fascinating for you that like a building has been around for generations. You know what I mean? Because in America, what do we got? It was 1776, baby. Like, you know, there's not a lot of history there in comparison to like European nations and European capitals. So, yeah, the Tartarians built the Duomo, the biggest dome.
Third, if you think about it, how easy is it to delete digital files and just create a couple scribbles in a book and say, that's our history? And this is the part where I get called a crazy person. You guys, yes, they had all the same technology that we have now back then. But that's a whole new rabbit hole for a whole new day.
Yeah, the funniest part is like half of those buildings that she's pointing to have taken like multiple generations to complete too, including but not limited to the Duomo. See you on the next one.
I bet you didn't know the Mandela effect used for one thing and one thing only. How much history they can change right in front of our eyes.
Who's they? Oh, you know she means the Jews. Okay, come on. This is gotta be. Okay. How many I mean, she never actually says it probably, but every conspiracy theory, remember, this is an old ass HasanAbi trope, okay? A rule, if you will. Every conspiracy theory inevitably devolves into what I like to call the Jewish tier. It all starts sometimes innocently in a very innocuous, haha fun kind of way, like the flat earthers. But the deeper you go down that rabbit hole, you have to always find a group of people that neatly, tie the whole story together. Because conspiracy theories, of course, are the most anti-materialist you can get. And then conspiracy theories inevitably tie it back to a group of shadowy individuals. Who are the group of shadowy individuals? The cabal? Jewish people. Always. It's not even a HasanAbi trope, it's just a literal statement of fact. Yeah.
This woman on TikTok bugging the fuck out because she swears that there was a cornucopia in the Fruit of the Loom logo. Fruit of the Loom seen this and put a timeline up of all of their logos they've ever had with the dates under them. And according to that chart, it never had a cornucopia. But this woman was being relentless. She didn't drop it. So she went home, pawed through all of her laundry, and found one of her shirts with the cornucopia on it. I truly do believe.
This is what the elites are busy with, silly liberals. Whilst you guys are running around, okay, having fun, watching Nickelodeon, which everybody knows is it translates from Old Latin to I love Satan, okay? You're doing all that. Meanwhile, what are the elites doing? Making you forget about the Fruit of the Loom cornucopia, okay? And also ancient civilizations, but definitely the cornucopia thing. They're simultaneously making you forget about ancient civilizations and also doing 9/11, but also somewhere on that list of priorities, there was a guy who was like, we got to make them forget the cornucopia. Better check your closet. Elites might be changing the logos there now after they got caught. No, I'm gonna run up. I'm gonna run up immediately after the stream and check to see, if I have a cornucopia in my underwear.
That the Mandela effect is an operation that is basically here to gaslight the public. It's to see how much history can be altered right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, like that's really fun and cool because what?
But I got to the bottom of the Fruit of the Loom cornucopia Mandela effect and I'm upset. Claire really pulled through for us and went through all of her old clothes until she found an official logo. Not only is this an official Fruit of the Loom shirt, except the cornucopia looks exactly how we've all described it and remembered it. This reignited my fixation, and after digging through the internet, I found this old newspaper that specifically says Fruit of the Loom logo was initially a cornucopia. And Fruit of the Loom has been questioned about the cornucopia. They've straight up been lying to us, saying that it never existed. Please note that this Fruit of the Loom image that was created from people's memories matches exactly what's on Claire's shirt. Not only are they lying to us, they're intentionally causing chaos. If you go to their homepage, they have a whole timeline of their logos and what company has that. That's not evidence enough that they're intentionally trying to cause chaos. These are what their TikToks look like.
I don't know.
I'm convinced this is 100% corporate gaslighting. Mixed feelings about this because honestly it is one of the greatest marketing ploys in all of history, but at what cost? It has caused me so much distress that both my husband and my therapist forbade me from pursuing it any further. Glad I pursued my heart and got to the bottom of this, but tell me what you think. Should we just admire their marketing or should we open a class action lawsuit to be reimbursed for emotional?
Okay, so I'm confused. I mean, I think she's joking. Yeah, she's definitely joking. But what I don't understand is, like, who cares? You know what? I don't support all women. Is it actually for real? Like, did they have a cornucopia? Was there no cornucopia? I don't understand. They think the CERN collider is
Look
creating
at what it says
parallel
there. He
universes?
claims that CERN destroyed the universe during recent experiments, which has resulted in us living in a nearby parallel universe instead.
You're welcome, Eddie.
There's a lot of people online that think.
Wait, what? Wait. I'm sorry. What article is this? Is this a real Joe Rogan video or is this a fucking AI? Smartest kid in the world says CERN destroyed our universe? It's from newspunch.com. What is this, like a fucking AI generated website? Damn, dog. This kid down the neighborhood said that there's a, like, yeah, when I was a kid, I thought maybe there was a god that was like a wizard man. That doesn't mean that it's like, you know, nobody wrote an article about it. The fuck? Smartest kid in the world. Yeah, it looked like Dumbledore or Gandalf or something.
Parallel universe instead.
You're welcome, Eddie.
There's a lot of people online that think this is an explanation for all the Mandela effect things that people keep finding
He goes
online.
into stuff about the Mandela effect, how, you know,
He's like, Jamie, I got it. Okay, shut the fuck up. How about you shut your stupid
Now,
fucking mouth? How about you shut your stupid fucking mouth, Jamie? I got it from here. Okay, don't give me your bullshit explanation for Nelson Mandela effect.
there's like apparently a bunch of people who think Mandela died in prison.
Right.
And like there's, you know, and
Yeah.
as far as I know, he was really.
Wait, who thinks Mandela died in prison? Is that what the Mandela effect comes from? Wait, people think that? That's where the effect comes from. Mandela died in prison in an alt universe because America tried to wipe him from history for his revolutionary action. I think ironically, the real Mandela effect is the fact that people think Nelson Mandela was like a peace-loving guy and thought that we can hug and kiss our way out of an apartheid. That's the real Mandela effect, okay? Yeah, famously, he was in prison for hugging and kissing the white man too much. That's why. It is actually about when he died. People think it was before the 2000s.
At least became president of South America. You know, and that's the universe I'm from, just personally.
What the fuck is this? There's no need for all of that, but I respect it. The real Nickelodeon conspiracy is whatever the fuck Dan Schneider was up to. Yes. Quiz yourself on stream. Mandela effect. Test /KEKW. Thanks for the /KEKW. Only 1 in 10 people can pass the Mandela effect memory test. Is this going to be a fucking malware thing? What is the correct name of the cereal? Cap'n Crunch? Captain Crunch. Okay. Fucking got him. What's Jigsaw's signature line in the Saw movies? Do you want to play a game? Oh, it's I want to play a game. Fuck, I fucked it up. Which is the correct name for the correction fluid? Whiteout. Pick the correct target logo. Okay. What is an actual airline? Which is an actual airline? Alaska Airlines, Alaskan Airlines. I think it's Alaskan Airlines. Oh, it's Alaska Airlines. Which is the correct logo for the laughing cow? I actually have no idea. Why would you? Bro, this is so dumb. Like, what? Not getting this right or getting it wrong would not do any. How do you spell the saint's name? Mother Teresa. Which is the correct name of the entertainment center restaurant? Chuck E. Cheese, Chuck E. Cheese's. What is the color of Tony the Tiger, the mascot of the Frosted Flakes? Wait, what? Black or blue? What? Isn't this the same color? What's happening? Oh, the nose. What is the color of Tony the Tiger, the mascot? Blue? Does Morpheus from the Matrix say, what if I told you everything you knew was a lie? I think so. All those memes were a lie. There wasn't even such a line in the movie. Okay, well, this is so dumb. This is like, this doesn't prove anything. This just means like our memory is kind of bad. Like what? It's like, damn, bro, you don't remember a line from a fucking movie in like 2003 or whenever the fuck it came out? Boom, fucking Mandela effect. What does Henry The eighth hold in his famous portrait. Wait, what? I don't know. A turkey leg or gloves? Probably gloves. Probably not a turkey leg. Why would I think he was holding a turkey leg? That seems dumb as hell. What is the correct logo for Volkswagen? With a gap, without a gap? With a gap. Okay, what's the predominant color in Uncle Sam's hat? I think blue. What is the name of this? Barbara Streisand? What is the correct name of the peanut butter brand? Jif. Does 3CPO have a silver leg? I'm gonna go with yes, because that was a gimme. What is the name of the villain from 100? Cruella de Vil. That's it. I'm fucking cracked. Like, what? This is why you don't believe in the Mandela effect, because your universe hasn't changed. A lot of people swear they saw the Tiananmen Square tank man get run over by the tank, but when they see the footage and can't comprehend that he just walked away, I don't think that's Mandela effect. I think that's just xenophobia. And like, good luck explaining that. Good luck explaining that to human beings, by the way. Jiffy was a different brand. You're in your universe. Some of us are trying to get home. You have home universe privilege. I don't get it. I don't understand. Like, this is why the Mandela effect is important.
Those are suddenly getting taken down all out of the blue. Weird thing is, it's every video where I mention Fruit of the Loom. Not a single other video. So darn strange, I can't figure it out. At least appreciate the irony of it being taken down for integrity. All fairness, they do have a right to be upset at me because I did make a false claim. They had not yet acquired the company at the time that there was the feed mix-up with the fire retardant. They're only responsible when they lost 11 million gallons of wastewater due to their negligence. Maybe mistakes like that could be avoided if it wasn't
the fire R word. It's one of the elements.
And so strangely difficult to find any information about the acquisition. This is the only place.
Berenstein Bears name wrong. Why you thought it was the Berenstein Bears? I don't know enough about. I wasn't around for this. You know what I mean? Pick a side. I have no side. I don't give a shit. My side is I'm tired. Okay, I'm gonna fall asleep. I'm done for tonight. Because Stein is a real name and you assumed instead of actually reading it. Pick a side, bro. What the hell? You better pick a freaking side, dog. As you guys know, I'm going to go to sleep. And when I go to sleep, I'm going to go to my different universe. And then when I wake up, because everybody knows this, I think, when you go to sleep and then you wake up in a different universe, in an alternate universe. And you don't remember memories from the actual universe that you were in previously. But you remember some of it actually, which is why people have these issues all the time. Like they remember some of the memories and not all. Anyway, love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow, okay? Bye-bye.
All the chatters trickling in has so people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says her son. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ F-words. The whole left at your fingertips, on it at your door. The H3 at your fingertips, on it at your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3-4 fucking years of this and plenty more to go. 90-day fiancé talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, a SonicStream man, a SonicStream man. There he is again, a SonicStream man, a SonicStream man. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat fights, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in our life. JCS react, law frame gets broken, cover blown, a full-blown mass pandemic, monsters streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find some meaning through it all. There he is again, a SonicStream man, a SonicStream man. There he is again, a SonicStream man, a SonicStream man. Ready, everyone? Ready, chat? This is the new and improved bridge. Hey, what can you say